May all be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we're going to start the same way that we have every other day, and that is with a question. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right, when we took our break on Wednesday, we were towards the end, but still in the midst of a video deposition, and I think that, or not deposition, I'm sorry, a video interview of the defendant, and I think that's where we're going to resume. Is that right? Okay. All right, go ahead. Oh, no, sorry. My bad. There we go. Yep. Certainly not me.
I just accidentally peed a little. Now my pants are wet. Oh. Alright. Hey, Keith, we're gonna take you to the restroom, okay? We're gonna stay in there. The hall door is gonna be closed where you have your privacy, but we need you not to wipe. And please don't flush the toilet. Just so that we can verify that indeed you did not wipe, because what we're worried about is potential evidence of possible. Okay. Okay. Hi. You can leave your things here, so we'll just come in right back into this room. Area, huh? I'm sorry? I said I acted like I wasn't in like some secure area or something. I guess I'll go to sleep. Can I go to sleep? Oh. Hot. I just need to stretch. Oh. Is there anything I can read or do? Oh. He's waiting for the one. Really, you think I can read? Well, I'm reading those things. See? I'm having really bad chest pain. Like right here.
Okay.
My chest is so
Okay, sit down. We'll call for help.
bad chest pain. I need to probably
Okay,
get out of the clothes in.
just sit in the couch.
So you tell me we can't do it.
I'm telling you, we're gonna call for help right now, but I want you to sit down.
I can't breathe. I'm just asking to be out. I can breathe.
No,
Tight and closed, not claustrophobic.
you just need to sit down on the couch.
It's really hurting. So.
Sit down on the couch.
No, I can't breathe. I'm just asking you to open the door. I just want to breathe. I'm asking you to keep the door open. That's all.
No, now we're gonna have to call you an ambulance because you said you got chest pain.
I got chest pain. Just claustrophobic. I can't breathe.
So we're gonna call you an ambulance.
I asked for you to open the door. I just can't breathe.
Well, you're being detained right now, so sit down on the
I
couch.
can't breathe. I just wanted the door open and you refused that. That's all I asked.
You're being detained and the door helps that. Okay,
Anywhere.
so sit down on the couch.
You just leave the door open so I can breathe?
Sit down on the couch.
I told y'all earlier, I had really bad anxiety and I take Lorazepam for it.
Yeah, well, you were claustrophobic until.
So excuse me, I take Lorazepam every day, and if I don't take it, I could have a panic attack. I take the own panic attack. So you are misquoting what you heard, sir. I just said open the door.
Okay, well, we're gonna have medical come check you out.
I mean, ridiculous.
You're having chest.
Yes, I just said since the door's been closed, I haven't taken my anxiety medicine. I've taken it so many days in a row. I'm having.
You had told me,
I don't ever take it except on panic attacks.
yes, you had told me earlier that you don't take it on a regular basis,
don't.
but whenever,
Panic attacks. When I put
are
it
you
in the last few days, I feel like I am. That's why I kept asking you to open the door. So now this gentleman thinks that I'm being frustrated to deal with him when I asked several times just to open the door and let me get fresh air. That's all I asked you several times.
would it be helpful, like, do you have your Lorazepam?
No, I don't.
Was it in your car?
No, I
in your
don't.
house? Or,
That's why I asked you to open the door.
like, do you want to see a medical personnel or?
I mean, I wanted the door open because I was having chest pains. That's all.
So what I need very clearly from you right now is for you to tell me whether or not you feel like you are having a
I feel like
medical
I am having a
emergency.
panic attack now.
Okay. Do you feel like you're having a medical emergency that you need to be seen by a medical provider for?
I mean, not probably at the moment, but I am having chest pains, and usually it's a panic attack overing.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't taken it, so it's like taking me off of it because I couldn't get to it yesterday. I've had zero anxiety since I was 16.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. So I literally
can't
opened the
be
door and
anything.
asked him, could I just open the door? That's all. And
Okay.
he started making accusations.
Okay. Well, I'm sure that wasn't his intention.
That's
Sure he wasn't
never
intending to-
intention, but I didn't come on interview. Have I came at you been disrespectful to you?
No, and I hope that you don't feel like I've been disrespectful
No,
to you either.
that was very unprofessional, what you did.
I don't think so. I told you we were gonna call medical. That's
No, that's not what you
response.
said. That's not what you
Okay.
said. But,
No, that's
So-
right then. That's on recording.
but that is not what you said. You started making up reasons why when I do have testing.
Okay. Well, I believe that you have testing. So like I said, if you would like medical attention, then we can get you medical attention. Is that what you want?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. That's what you told me to getting. And you told me to sit back down and shut the
I'll
door.
sit here with her if you want to.
Thank you. Just leave the door open. That's all I'm asking you. Want the door open.
So we'll get somebody to come check you out. Do you have any kind of, other than the anxiety disorder,
No,
do you have any other medical conditions that we should be aware of?
No, I'm just hungry and tired, and
Okay.
when I get like this, I panic attack.
So, I mean, I gave you a hot pocket earlier. Is there something else that I can get for you? Do you want a sandwich? Do you want have burrito? I have tamales. We have all kinds of stuff here. We can order something if there's something that you need to eat. You just got to tell me what it is. What would you like? I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna buy lobster, but what would you like to eat?
First, I would like to see if they can like help me with anxiety medicine.
You need somebody to bring us your anxiety medicine.
Like,
We have anxiety medicine here. So
yeah, I'm saying you said you could call medical professionals.
sure, I can call like An EMT, like they're gonna call an EMT, but they're not gonna be able to dispense medication to you. If you have a prescription, I mean, maybe your husband can bring it, we can get you your medication. You can self-administer what you already have prescribed to you.
Sorry, I'm pulling up right here.
Huh?
My throat is flowing now. When all I asked was for the door to be opened.
Okay, well, let's open.
I know, but he was very like rude about it. So can I please read? That's all.
Well, maybe you two, y'all's personalities don't click, you know, sometimes it happens.
But come on, I'm a human being. It's the door. Clearly, I'm not going anywhere. The door. Fine, open the door. That's all I asked.
Well, let's open now. So we
Yes,
can-
I appreciate you saying.
You know, if there's anybody at your house that can bring your medication.
But sorry, my medication is not at my house. Probably. Cause book bag. So yeah, it's probably in my book bag. Put it my friends are right here. I don't have a number because you guys took my phone.
If you want to tell us your passcode, we can get the number out of the phone. If that's
You
what
guys
gonna do.
already had the passcode because I told you plainly earlier when you were here about something. I said the code for, I think it's the same password we use for everything. No.
I don't know what that passcode is. If you want me to get your friend's phone number out of your phone, if you want to give me the passcode, then I can.
Do you, okay, but you said medical. By the time my friend would get here, the medical people could already.
But they're not going to be able to dispense medication. Like the EMT is not going to be able to dispense medication.
So have a chest pain. You're just telling me I can't do nothing.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying they're calling for medical personnel, but it's going to be an EMT. You're telling me your chest pains are anxiety related, and I'm trying to offer a
Right.
solution to get your prescribed medication for that issue.
It's because I haven't taken it. So you
I get
no.
that.
Let's move it. It's on air.
Do you have any, like, you know, some people, whenever they have anxiety attacks and stuff like that, they have like little like songs that they sing to themselves or things that they think about that kind of help calm their mind, calm their anxiety. Do you have anything like that? Maybe like a favorite vacation that you've been on?
I'm trying.
What's your favorite vacation you've ever been on?
Mm-hmm. Probably Aruba.
What did you do while you were in Aruba?
All right, gotta breathe.
Sure.
It's fighting like right here, you know. Thanks for opening it.
Absolutely.
Oh. No, it's kind of spreading right here. Are they almost here?
I've been standing here with you, so I don't have that answer. When was the last time you took your lorazepam?
certificate. I'm saying like, we take that, like that policy, that amount, you can't just not take it the next day. You have to like,
Right, so I'm asking, when was the last time you took it?
so I would have taken it yesterday. What's today? I don't know what is today.
Today
It's the
is
day of the week.
Wednesday.
Yeah, so I didn't take it Tuesday. Or today.
So you said your favorite vacation was Aruba?
Mhm.
Do you like to like scuba dive or snorkel or?
Ma'am, I'm being serious. I'm getting dizzy now.
Okay, we'll just lean back on the couch.
Yeah, like boating activities.
Floating activity.
Yeah.
Oh, oh, oh. Yep, feel free to put your feet up if you need to.
I don't care about y'all taking my what's it called? Wiping my thing because of evidence. So don't think because I know that's what I gotta do. He yelled at me and said, "You're gonna take it anyway, and you can have it." That's what started it. But I really have a chest pain.
Believe you?
So my body is not everyday condition, and I work out a lot, and written down. I took a Tylenol. That's why I spoke earlier. I took a Tylenol. I started getting like a headache and a little bit of pain, but sometimes that helps, you know.
Sure.
Then I go sunburn. Like if I had like something, I asked him, could I get something to read? That might would help. If you talked about focusing on the brain or something, like that would help, you know? But he said I couldn't have anything to read. Ever have we talked about other questions? Off the time pass? You give me your commandments, I can't hardly breathe. Okay. But I will be certainly do it for you.
Are you okay listening to me? Is that okay?
What you're gonna do forever, right?
You can take your time to answer.
I want to answer you right away, so then that would trigger that. So it's gotta take a little bit, just like 3 minutes or so.
That's good.
Okay. It's great again. It's hard to breathe in here. Why does it sound like hard to breathe?
Please get stuffy after Aruba. They do.
I do.
Yeah, I mean, we got one.
Yeah.
Um, you know. We can get those shoes,
Your old shoes.
this pattern before.
Yeah, your old shoes. All the Nike free like that.
Well, not that same pattern, maybe the stolen that.
No, if it's a 5.0, a different 5.0 than if it's the same one. But I don't remember really where they went. They're probably like a 2012 model. Something like that.
Yeah, I've had my Nikes forever. They last for a while.
Are they coming? I need to get some oxygen or something.
That's what's coming. Because sometimes if you clean
I
for
did, I couldn't breathe.
you can't breathe,
Mm-hmm.
if you have a bit of anxiety, is that right?
Well, I guess really that with my diet changes and like workout changes and I can't breathe. So I asked that guy to open the door and he told me no and shut it and like leave. That light won't out, man.
Yeah, it blinks.
There.
There we are. That's all fair. Thank you.
You sure?
Yeah.
I am paramedic with fire department. What's going on?
I have a little bit of chest pain. Right, just like right here. And now I can't breathe. I just tried to get him to open the door so I could breathe, but
Okay.
he wouldn't.
When did this happen?
I didn't have like I took a residue, so I don't know if it might be anxiety related, but I don't know.
Check it.
I had anxiety since I was like if I was 16,
You just picked them as needed?
yeah.
Okay.
But I had taken it like a few days in a row, so
Okay.
without taking it, I feel like I'm doing
You can lay back if you're more comfortable.
being sick.
Okay. You have chest pain right now?
Yep.
What does it feel like?
Right now it's going up more and more.
What does it feel like? Is it a stabbing pain? Is it a pressure?
So it's like pressure.
Pressure. Okay. You nauseated? Abnormally short of breath?
Well, I could breathe in here and I kept asking them could they open the door so I could breathe.
Okay. We're just gonna check your heart. Stickers on you and take a picture of the electrical activity of your heart there. Any other medical problems other than anxiety?
Any other ones? I mean, like dealing with that area in general. In general?
Do you have any other medical problems like
Oh,
cancer,
yeah, no.
diabetes,
Yeah, like-
pressure,
Yeah, like asthma,
asthma?
but not those other ones that you
Do you
said.
have any other diagnosed medical history from a doctor?
So diagnosed no.
Okay. Do you take any medication every day other than the lorazepam we already talked about?
Not every day, no.
What other medicines do you take today?
I don't know what it's called.
What is it for?
Mhm.
Vital. Do you have any allergies to medication?
No.
What's the birthday?
Mm.
Yeah, this one not too. How old are you?
Hmm?
How old are you?
Oh, yeah, 35. No.
And what's your date of birth?
Uh,
What's that?
35.
No, what's your date of birth? What day were you born? In what year?
35.
Okay, we're gonna come up with. Good look at your heart, okay?
Did I ask anything wrong? I don't understand.
I'm just asking what your birthday is.
Oh,
And you keep saying 35.
older.
What are you? What day in August? Well, we're gonna have to put some stickers right underneath your left breast here so you can take a look at your heart. What year?
Oh. 1983.
1982. Ma'am, I didn't catch your name. Give me your name, please. Not teacher. Can you spell teacher, please? Name off. Maybe we can write down. Please. Ma'am, when's the last time you had problems with your anxiety?
I have it every once in a while, like whenever I don't eat and don't, you know, like exercise and different routines.
Any drugs or alcohol today?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
What have you taken?
that's them. Earlier before I went to the bathroom?
I'm asking if you took drugs or alcohol.
No, yeah, like, I don't know. I get really dizzy.
Thank you. Yep.
A little bit dizzy.
Your vital signs look good. I'm gonna take a look at your heart here, okay?
Okay, cool. Can I sit up for the breathe?
Okay, sit up. Make feel comfortable. Do you want to turn your legs over here so you can sit down and lean against the back of the couch?
Okay.
Doctor?
Yeah, I'm dizzy.
Get your, phone on that stuff. Here's her.
Kind of going down to my stomach. Like right here.
Okay.
Oh. Can't really breathe, so.
You're getting enough oxygen. Over breathe. Sure, now the paramedics are discussing what they're looking at on the monitor.
Right, right here.
Yep, they're looking at it right now.
Why am I doing this? I just am breathing, that's all.
I'm sorry?
I just am having breathing problems, that's all. Not,
Pretty consistent with your anxiety.
not like this, I don't need this.
Yeah, good. Did you go? Well, I'm sending it right now. Ma'am, would you like to go to the hospital?
Yeah.
Your heart looks good, everything looks normal.
Yes, I want
Okay, which hospital would you like to go to?
I mean, I don't even know where I'm at.
Okay, you're doing so Memorial to closest. Okay. Sounds good. My phone stickers. I think we're gonna have to do it when we get down to the.
I'm getting cold.
Okay, the anti-therapy, feel like you're gonna get, then go ahead and hold on to the bag here, we're just gonna figure out what we got going on here. Yeah. And let's go ahead and, we're gonna walk out here to the, all your things. Are those your sunglasses? Yeah, your sunglasses.
I put them in there.
Yep. I need to get 55. Okay, right out there. Then just kind of on that top there. Okay. Your oxygen saturations are 100%. Oxygen saturations are 100%. If you're having an anxiety issue, I think when you have anxiety issues, one of the common symptoms is feeling like you can't breathe, although you're doing kind of. You can just flow into your nose, out through your mouth, and just take deep breaths out of it. Yeah, so just take deep breaths in through your nose and out through. We got it. We got it. Okay.
Prosecution?
We just would bring Jessica Bethel back to the stand, Judge.
Ms. Bethel, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
Good morning, Miss Bethel. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm well, thank you.
Good. You told us on Wednesday when you were here how many homicide investigations you were involved with. Can you remind us again how many that is?
Over 100.
Is it fairly common in your experience that when people are at the sheriff's office on a murder investigation and detained that they can get very nervous?
Yes,
Is that what was apparent with the defendant there at the end of that video?
yes.
Overruled, I think she can offer an opinion regarding her experience based on other, the responses of other people that she's been in contact with.
So go ahead and answer that.
Yes.
Early in the, I guess I shouldn't say early in the interview, but at some point in the interview, it appeared that the defendant was trying to leave the interview room and then a separate person comes in and has her phone. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
Who was that other person, first of all?
That was Lieutenant Mitchell Mahalko.
Is he with the sheriff's office also?
Yes, he is.
Was it very apparent by her actions at that particular time that she wanted to leave and wanted to take her phone with her?
Yes.
When she showed up at the sheriff's office, do you know how she got there that day?
She drove herself in her Tiguan.
And is that when we had testimony from another detective? Is that when it was observed that it appears to have just been recently washed prior to driving down to the sheriff's office?
Yes, that's correct.
We see the medical folks come in, the ambulance folks. Where did they take the defendant after leaving the video there?
They took her to Memorial Hospital on Boulder.
Is this, and we've already had testimony from forensic nurse examiner Amanda Van Nest. Is that interaction with the FNE, the nurse, does that occur as soon as she gets to the hospital when she leaves the sheriff's office here?
That interaction did not occur immediately when she got to the hospital, no.
I mean, the same day.
Yes.
That's what I mean. I shouldn't have said the word immediately. But she goes from the sheriff's office by ambulance directly to the hospital, and then at the hospital is where she interacts.
Sustained. Rephrase.
Sure. Does she leave directly from the sheriff's office in an ambulance?
Yes, she did.
Did the ambulance drive her directly to Memorial Hospital?
Yes.
At Memorial Hospital, is that when she had contact, she being the defendant, had contact with forensic nurse examiner Amanda Van Nest?
Yes, that's correct.
At that hospital, after being there for some period of time, did the defendant walk away from the hospital before completing a same exam?
Yes, she did.
So did this purported anxiety attack achieve her goal of wanting to leave the sheriff's office?
Ultimately, yes.
Would committing a murder and being detained in the sheriff's office cause somebody to have nervousness and potentially have a panic attack?
Sustained.
So I want to jump ahead in time. After the defendant left the hospital on January 29th, were you aware of where she was?
Throughout the investigation, I was aware at certain times, yes.
Okay. Were you aware of when she actually moved things out of her house on 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes,
What day was that?
the 31st of January.
So 2 days after your interaction with her at the sheriff's office.
Yes,
In between those two events, did you have any other personal contact with her face to face?
I did not.
Did you attempt to have any personal contact with her face to face?
I did not.
Once that occurred at the house on January 31st, where she moved things out, are you aware that she had a TV interview with Spencer Wilson from KKTV?
Yes, I observed that.
In that interview, and we've had testimony from Spencer Wilson earlier, she complained that in her interaction at the sheriff's office, she was not allowed to eat or drink or take bathroom breaks. Was she allowed to do those things at the sheriff's office?
Yes, she was offered those things.
In that interview that we just watched over the later in the day on Wednesday and then this morning, at some point the defendant made a reference to you about, well, you've been in my house, you know what it's like there. When did you actually ever go to the house?
I went to the house, I believe it was in February.
February 21st, sound right?
That does sound correct.
Is it typical that the lead detective potentially wouldn't have to go to scene like that, at least early on?
Yes, they would go typically early on.
What about the idea that at the beginning, it's reported as a runway and you don't know necessarily that where a scene might be that you need to look at? Does that play into the fact that you don't go as early?
Yes,
No, it does not suggest the answer. Overruled.
Go ahead.
yes,
Do you remember getting text messages from the defendant into February of 2020?
I know there were several times that she sent me text messages. I can't recall all of the dates specifically.
Sure. But were you getting text messages from her after she left the house on January 31st?
Yes,
Did you become aware of the defendant attempting to get her passport and bag back from evidence?
yes.
Do you remember when that occurred?
I believe that was also on the 31st.
Okay. Did you get a text message specifically about those things, needing to get her passport and bag back?
I do recall asking about a passport.
Do you remember when that was?
I don't recall the date, no.
If I showed you your report, would that refresh your memory?
Yes,
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach the witness with her report, which is pagination 010980.
You may go ahead.
Take a look at this report and look when you're done. Do you remember that text message?
Yes, I do.
What was, first of all, let me ask you this. Was there anything odd about that text message? Was it coming from, strike that. Was it coming from a phone number that you recognized?
No, it was not.
Did you, based on context, were you able to determine who it was coming from?
Yes.
What was that context that gave you that information?
The person texting said that they did not do anything to Gannon and that there was no negligence on their part.
Okay. And so that led you to believe that it was coming from who?
Letitia.
I'm going to retrieve that report from you. At some point, was a decision made to travel to South Carolina?
Yes.
When was that made?
Early March.
Why was that decision made?
Letitia had fled to South Carolina. And by that time I had obtained probable cause and authored an arrest warrant for her, which was signed off by a judge at the El Paso County Courthouse. And so we went to Myrtle Beach to arrest her.
When you say we, can you tell us who all was involved in that process?
It was members from the local FBI, Detective Mark Riley and myself, and also local law enforcement and members of the FBI in Myrtle Beach.
Was that a arrest actually affected in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina?
Yes.
Was the defendant interviewed in South Carolina?
Yes, she was.
You remember by who?
Gruesome.
Who is John Grusing and who is he with?
He is with the FBI.
Okay. And we're going to hear from him at a later time, so I'm not going to get into her interview with you. Was there some discussion had as to how the defendant would get from South Carolina back to Colorado?
Yes.
What was the ultimate decision made as to that transportation?
That she would be driven back to Colorado in a rental van.
Who was involved in driving her back?
Myself and Detective Riley, and later on Deputy Michaela James.
So did you actually stop somewhere in the middle of that drive from South Carolina to Colorado to pick up the other deputy that you just mentioned?
Yes, we did.
How long did that drive last?
More than 24 hours.
Were you with the defendant the entire time?
Yes.
What was her demeanor like during that transportation?
She was calm. She ate. She sang songs. She played trivia.
Was she able to have conversations?
Yes.
Conversations that were not related to the investigation?
Yes.
Were they appropriate conversations, meaning if she's saying things, did they make sense?
Yes.
Was she able to eat and drink?
Yes.
Was she able to use the restroom?
Yes, she was.
And you mentioned trivia and singing songs. Was that something that all of you were sort of doing in the vehicle?
Yes, just to pass the time.
And was she participating in that in an appropriate way, meaning nothing seemed out of the ordinary?
That's correct, yes.
The entirety of that transport from South Carolina to Colorado, was that audio and video recorded?
Yes.
Thankfully, we're not going to play all of those hours of video, okay?
Correct.
But why was that audio and video recorded?
I was concerned with her previous behavior that she may do something. And so I wanted to have documentation of the transport.
Okay. So I want to bring up to you People's Exhibit 338. Please take a look at that. And let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it, first off?
My initials and date are on it, and it is a GoPro video of the extradition.
It's a, can you say that it's a what video?
GoPro?
Oh,
Is it only a portion of that hours-long transportation from South Carolina to Colorado?
Yes, just a very small portion.
Have you had a chance to review that thumb drive containing that GoPro video?
Yes, I have.
Is it fair and accurate representation as to the contents in that portion of the transportation?
It is.
And does that thumb drive actually contain two different clips? So two different files on the thumb drive?
It does, yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that transportation portion?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move for admission of Peoples 338.
Is this the attack? Is this where she attacks the deputy?
All right.
I love how they set this up. They were like, was she acting normal? Was she being cool? She was playing trivia. Yeah. Talking, saying, what's up? How's everybody doing? Yeah. No, I hate sour cream. Oh, no. Yeah. No, definitely gross. I mean, if it's like made with French onion, I like sour cream, but you know, just sour cream by itself, ew, gross. Gross. But I do like guacamole though. That kind of shit. And then
All right, exhibit 338 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may, go ahead.
Well, actually, before I get into publishing that. So what are we about to see in People's Exhibit 338, just to give some context?
The first clip is a view of Letitia along with Deputy James in the back seat of the van. They're sitting in captain's seats. And during that portion of the video, you can see Letitia moving around slightly. And that's because her hands are handcuffed to a belly band around her waist. And she is manipulating her hands out of the handcuffs.
what?
And she obtains a Monster energy can and she strikes Deputy James in the face with that full unopened can
Oh my
of Monster
God.
energy drink, and then struggles with Deputy James.
What?
I myself have noted several pre-contact cues where she is glancing at Deputy James' waist area where her gun was kept. And then ultimately, whenever I come back to assist Deputy James once the vehicle is stopped, she also glances at my waist where my gun is kept. I took that to be a threat that she was attempting to obtain one of our weapons.
So let's have some context. Where did this occur in that travel from South Carolina to Colorado?
This is in Kansas on Interstate 70,
What approximate speed were you all traveling when this occurred?
about 75 miles an hour.
What was the reaction to this action by the defendant to who was driving?
Deputy Riley was.
What was his reaction to that happening in the backseat of the van?
We immediately start giving commands to Letitia to stop. And as we're doing that, Deputy Riley pulled over to the shoulder of the interstate. Thankfully, there was an area clear for us to pull over and he slammed on the brakes, which put her into the back seat of my seat.
Was that a highly dangerous situation that was unfolding?
Absolutely, yes.
What made it highly dangerous?
Ms. Stauch was already suspected of murder, and she assaulted a deputy who was armed and attempted to obtain her firearm.
What about the fact that you're on the highway and that action or reaction by Detective Riley had to occur? Did that also enhance the dangerousness of it?
Yes, he wasn't able to exit the vehicle to
course.
immediately help us because of traffic that was traveling so quickly next to us.
All right, let's go ahead and play that.
And I believe it's 21 minutes. Would you like me to stay up for
Oh
this?
my
I'm
god,
fine
dude.
with, yeah, it's roughly that.
Okay, you can go ahead and step down.
Thank you.
Dude, Richard Kimball was innocent of killing his wife, and he never attacked anybody with a monster can, bro, to escape. And that was in a movie
You ready?
with Tommy Lee Jones. Hell no. Yo, I didn't think there was going to be camera footage of this. I had no idea there was going to be. I didn't even think that there'd be camera footage of this. Holy shit.
Stop. She keeps threatening me.
Stop.
She keeps on threatening me. I have stopped it. She keeps on.
You got out of the streets.
She keeps on. Threatening me.
Put your arm down.
I will for you. She keeps
Put
threatening.
your arm down.
Put your arm down. She keeps
down.
threatening me the whole time.
Tisha, give me your arm.
I will to you.
Tisha,
not her.
Tisha, give me your
I will
arm.
to you, but not to her.
Cooperate with me.
What?
Cooperate with me.
I will with you, but not with her.
Even still trying to
Cooperate with
justify
I
her
will with you,
actions.
not with her.
Tisha?
I will with you. I said I would with you. Give me your arm now. I said I would with you.
Yeah, nobody gives
I
a fuck
said I
what you're
would with
saying.
you. And I wouldn't you just.
Stop resisting.
I'm not resisting. I said I would with her. I'm not gonna catch me.
Go ahead. I got her on.
I have the song.
Tisha, stop
I'm not resisting.
resisting. Yes, you are. Stop it. Put her behind her back.
Yep.
Tisha, stop it.
I'm not even doing anything.
She knows
You
there's a
just got another
camera,
charge.
Well, she shouldn't be doing me like this.
and she never got a charge for that I'm aware of. Wow, dude. This lady is off it,
I'm
bro.
not trying to turn.
You can stay that way the rest of the trip.
Please know what we want to do. We want to the nearest detention facility.
No.
They're providing us here.
Oh, could you please untighten it from my hands?
No, you
Not
just
right now, Tisha.
Yes, it's all my arms.
Lean forward.
attacked the deputy. Nobody's loosening your
Forward.
cuffs now.
Adjust it. Stop
I'm
manipulating the cuff.
eating you.
That wasn't no 20 minutes.
You good? You make a call yet?
No, I don't know where we're at.
Okay, hang on. Lock the doors.
Look how calm she is.
I got her swept.
She's
Did you turn the air on?
oh my God. Can you turn the
Alright,
air on?
teacher.
She said.
Well, I asked for help for the air and she's been nothing but mean to me the whole day.
Wow. Oh, she is a fucking evil bitch, man. She
I can't
stays
breathe.
completely cool
Stop.
when
I
being
can't breathe.
violent.
Just open it so I can breathe. That's all I'm asking for is to breathe. I'm just asking to breathe. That's it. Is to breathe.
That's right. Fucking
Don't
put
want
her
you
in
to
a
breathe.
fucking chokehold, dude.
2600 Avenue. Right by Pretty Horses. On 70.
I'm not resisting her. You're hurting my arm.
My phone is jacking up. Oh.
You're hurting my arm. You're hurting my arm. I just,
stop.
my arm. It's hurting my arm. Just let my arm up. It's hurting my
Nobody
arm.
gives a fuck.
The harder I'm gonna press on the.
I understand. It's not the pressure point. It's my arm. It's bent backwards and it's hurting. Can you just take
Yes,
pressure off
ma'am.
my
This is
arm?
Detective Bethel with the El Paso County Sheriff's
Please,
Office.
off my
Need a
arm.
marked unit
I am.
to the 2600 block of
It's pulling my,
Interstate 70.
pulling my wrist, please.
I have Keisha Stauch in custody. She's just attempted to escape and she's trying resisting.
I didn't try to
Hold on.
escape.
You just tried.
No, I didn't open the door to breathe.
Yes, ma'am. I'm on I-70 westbound. in the
You slipped out of
2600
your
block.
cuffs. You hit a
We're not
deputy with a
doing
monster
anything
can and
Can
you
you
opened
please
the
let
door.
me with my
You tried to
hands?
escape,
I know,
lady.
let my wrist.
Let me speak first, okay?
Okay.
As soon as you try to open that
Do
door.
you remember the last mile marker we hit?
The door so I could breathe. It's hot. I asked you to help me, but you just lean over and don't help. I said, hey, could you please find out how to turn the air on?
So
Hey, the whole time you've been nothing but rude to me.
Tisha.
I'm just putting my arm down.
so you
because it's
hit
hurting.
somebody and try to escape.
I
Okay.
didn't try to escape or anything. I legit opened the door to breathe.
Detective Jessica Bethel with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Legit, y'all.
Oh, my arm is hurting.
I am in a gray Chrysler minivan bearing Michigan plates. We have the hazards on and we're on the shoulder of the road.
Tell them to pick it up.
And we need a code 3 response, please.
You said you would help my arm. I pressure.
Nope. She's assaulted.
Yeah, you know, because I open the door on the highway of the car, like on the highway when I'm in a car. I open the door all the time just to
Oh, it's
breathe.
hurting.
Boy,
Yeah.
as a Tom Henry.
In case I need a little
It's
breath.
hurting my arm. It's hurting.
8/4 of 83 is her birthday.
I did not try to escape.
No, man, I
I
have two
did
other
not. Tell
deputies
us the
with me.
story.
SRT.
Could not breathe. I asked you to open the door.
Yep. We've got her under
Yes, ma'am.
control right now. We've got Kansas coming out here now. Well, we're gonna get some
Yes, ma'am.
other equipment to at least secure her, or
No,
at
ma'am.
least have them. Somebody take us or escort us to the border and then have one of our people come to the border.
We're hurting my arm,
Okay.
please.
Yeah, everybody's fine. You're good. You hit her. With a fist, she got out of her cuffs.
She slipped her cuffs and
She
hit
slipped them.
a deputy and tried to escape.
I did not try to escape.
So that's what our plan is. So if you can, I don't know how far we are from.
Nope,
but
we're all
As
okay.
soon as we get an escort to the.
We just need a secure unit to transport further.
Her lawyer's leaning over to her like, you totally tried to escape, bro. Like, damn.
Yep. We're gonna have, is that for state patrol? We'll have them escort us to the Colorado
Do
border.
you have a state patrol?
Well, my arm is hurting.
Or who's dispatching out, man?
Before you move, you have to me where you trying to go, okay?
Okay.
I just want to get off my arm. It's hurting.
Okay.
I understand, so if I feel like you're
Right.
trying to pull against me, one of those two, you're trying to make.
If I could get a state patrol officer en route as well to help me escort to the Colorado border.
Lift my head off.
Like we're good. Use your time, and we'll see what we can do. Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna put my partner, Detective Riley, on the phone with you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
We're at 284.
Okay.
Please. Let's see.
Yes.
You okay?
Can you please lift up on this?
No. Not up for that.
After what?
Once you're.
Yes, ma'am.
16.
We're doing an expedition.
I didn't try to
Pieces
escape.
back.
I opened the door to breathe.
Back
You
to
know that.
Colorado. She
Yes, I
slipped
did.
the cuffs and
You know-
assaulted the deputy. We have her under control right now. But we would appreciate
I
it.
just feel like it's breaking my wrist.
And then we'll have our state patrol meetings, if that's possible.
Relax.
I
Or
can't.
the pressure will get
But
worse.
if it gets worse, then guess what? I have to go to a hospital because she hurts me.
What's your number, Jess?
It's because I escaped from a hospital before, so I know I can
650,
escape from a hospital again. So I need to go to the hospital.
Just be able to look it up.
That's correct. We're at the 284.
284 westbound.
My wrist, it's hurting. It's hurting.
Relax.
I
keep
can't.
still.
My wrist is breaking.
Your wrist is not.
It is
breaking.
hurting.
The more you wiggle, the more it's gonna hurt.
Thank you.
Relax.
I'm trying, but it's hurting. Like the things are hurting my
Stop
wrist.
moving.
No, that's fine. We'll wait here for officers.
You're pushing down on it
Thank you,
more.
ma'am.
We've got some.
Bye-bye.
Right now.
They're coming right now.
Got 6 en route. Stop trying.
I'm not trying to resist.
Then stop
I'm
turning.
doing it To you, you're holding me for
Okay,
nothing.
stop trying to turn against my
I'm not
hand.
trying to turn
For
against you. You're
nothing.
holding me.
For nothing.
Go ahead and buckle her. We're gonna make sure she's not gonna get out of her restraints this time. Let's see if they have a belly belt, a real one.
I'm hurting my wrist.
This isn't gonna happen again.
Hurting my wrist. I'm not doing anything. She's doing that. I'm not doing
Then
that.
stop turning again.
I'm not turning against you. You're doing that to me on purpose.
She knows there's a GoPro on her. She
See?
knows she's
Look
being
what she's doing
recorded.
on purpose. Look,
Stop turning.
I'm not turning.
Stop moving.
I'm not moving.
Relax your body.
My body's relaxed.
Stop.
I'm not doing anything to you. You're trying to choke me now.
Turn your head.
Okay, you wanna bring her out?
Out of her cuffs right now.
No, we got her back in,
Got her back in.
but they're
The vehicle.
slapped on. I mean, they're not good.
Bring her out. We'll walk,
Yeah.
double walk 'em.
Pull 'em out.
Bring her out.
Step out, Keisha.
Oh, she choked me now. It hurts.
Grandmaster Sophos, you can't put a prisoner in a kung fu chokehold,
You're not
bro.
gonna get too far.
That's
You're gonna be a dog, you
illegal,
understand?
dude.
I'm not doing anything.
If you're a cop, you can't get away with that,
I didn't
homie.
try to run over. I opened the door so I could breathe.
You guys have where you going? Colorado? Oh, Lord, you got a list. Yeah. Do we have a what? You have a better belly belt than this? Because you're better. I don't have it, Fred. I don't.
Here, let's do this. Let's go out here in the ditch. Let's get her down on her knees. That's what we need to do. No.
Yeah, like they gotta sit in front of her, dude. Like dude, I want every seatbelt known to man brought to this van, and I want them rigged on every other seatbelt that's already in the van because I gotta sit in front of this person.
They were all, he was outside, two women inside the firm, they got on me.
If we could just have Miss Bethel come back to the stand, or do you want to take a break?
I was gonna request to take a break now.
That's
Is this a good breaking
Yeah,
point?
okay.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 10:45, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
The jury is like, what the fuck did we just watch? The jury is freaking out right now, guaranteed. If I'm on that jury, I'm sitting there going, what?
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Are we still gonna finish the rest of that video or?
No, I don't think there's anything more on
Okay.
of her. On there
Yeah, I
right now.
think
I'm
we
just gonna
got it,
jump
Judge.
into finishing up her questions.
All right, just asking, all right.
Yeah, I think
All
we're
right,
good,
court will be in
Judge.
recess. Thank
I think we made our point. Wow. Well, good afternoon, those of you who are on the East Coast, or in the Eastern time zone. Good morning to those of you who are not, and good evening to those who are in Europe. I hope everybody's having a great day so far. I hope everybody's having a good week. Dude. What in the hell? Like, okay, I knew this happened when it happened. You know what I mean? Like, I knew it happened when it happened. I thought maybe because remember when this happened, for those of you who've been following this case since it broke, they never gave any details. They said that the deputy was hospitalized. They never gave the name of the deputy. And they said that the deputy was hospitalized, but did not give details on the extent of their injuries. So there was no way to even speculate how this deputy was attacked. So why they left an unopened monster can like chilling next to her, like they're on a road trip, you know, to Wally World, I have no idea. That's beyond me why they would leave anything that she can grab, like in her reach. Anything. I mean, we're talking about somebody who they have arrested for the murder of an 11-year-old boy, who they have collected enough evidence to believe that that he was well, I don't know yet. I don't know if they knew necessarily the manner of death by this point yet. Because remember, they arrested her significantly before they found Gannon's body. They just merely had enough evidence at that point to arrest her. They had blood in his bedroom, and a significant amount of blood that they determined that no human being could survive that loss of blood. And the fact that he's missing says a lot. So we're talking about somebody who, even if he had survived that, without any medical attention, he wouldn't have stood a chance of survival. So they're assuming, since he's missing still and there's all that blood, safely assuming he's no longer with us. Now, the charges, because that's what I'm saying is I don't remember if they determined, I don't think they could have determined that she shot, stabbed, and bludgeoned him prior to finding his body. So yeah, I mean, that's insane. Let's go over that again.
Detective Riley had to, did that also enhance the dangerousness of it?
Yes, he wasn't able to exit the vehicle to immediately help us because of traffic that was traveling so quickly next to us.
All right, let's go ahead and play that.
And I believe it's 21 minutes. Would you like me to stay up for this?
Is it
I'm
20?
fine with, yeah, it's roughly that.
Okay, you can go ahead and step down.
Thank you.
You ready?
Look how calm and cool she is. She's trying to stay under the radar and not attract attention as she's wiggling out of the cuffs. Very interesting. Boom. And she just made a quick move. Let's watch that again. Hold on.
She keeps threatening.
All right, let's watch that in slow-mo. Boom. That's where she hits her, right there. One more time. Look, 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 look. Monster can. Boom. Hard as she can, right in the face.
Stop. She keeps threatening.
Stop.
She keeps on threatening me. I have stopped it. She keeps on.
As if the deputy is the one attacking her.
She keeps on.
They pulled over quick.
I will for you. She keeps put your arm down. Put your arm down. She's threatening me the whole time.
Tisha, give me your arm.
I will to you.
Tisha, give me. Tisha, give me your
I will
arm.
to you, but not to her.
Cooperate with me. Cooperate with me.
I will with you, but not with her.
Cooperate with me.
I will with you, not with her. Keisha? And we're with you. I said we've been doing for your own now. I said I would with you. I said I would with you. And I wouldn't do this.
Stop resisting.
I'm not resisting. I said I would with her.
Look at her lawyer leaning over to her like, you know this looks
Go ahead.
fucked up, right? You know this looks super fucked up, right?
I have the song.
Stop
I'm not
resisting. Yes, you are.
Look at this guy.
Stop it.
He flipped up his laptop and now he's filling out
Put it behind her
resumes.
back.
He's sending out
Yep.
resumes right now.
Keisha, stop it.
I'm not even doing anything.
You just got another charge.
Well, she shouldn't be doing me like this.
Wow. She shouldn't be doing me like this. From the PhD in education right there, folks. She shouldn't be doing me like this.
Stand up. Stop trying to turn. I'm not trying to turn.
You can stay that way the rest of the trip.
Please not what we want to. We want to the nearest detention facility.
No.
Everybody knows.
Oh, could you please untighten it from my hands?
Not right now, teacher.
Yes, it's all my arms.
Lean forward. Lean forward so I can adjust it. Stop.
I love watching her
Pulling
attorneys.
across.
Hitting you.
I love watching her attorneys. Her attorneys are just like, okay. It was a female officer. There's a female deputy, I guess, assigned to sit next to her to guard her.
You good? You make a call yet?
No, I don't know where we're at.
And she hit her
Okay,
with a
hang on.
monster can.
Lock the doors. I got her what?
Can you turn the air on?
My t-shirt.
Well, I asked for help for the air and she's been nothing but mean to me the whole day.
Wow. Can you imagine that frame of mind with an 11-year-old boy? Or any kids for that matter? No matter the age? And a child, the abuse, that in itself, a child is going to
can't
second
breathe.
guess. A child is going to go, I
can't breathe.
Did
Well,
I
just
do
open it
something?
so I can
Was I
breathe.
doing
That's all
something
I'm
wrong?
asking for is to breathe. I'm just asking to breathe. That's it. Is to breathe. That's all I want to do is breathe.
2600 Avenue.
Because
guy.
she's
Pretty horses.
behaving and
On 70.
talking like her demeanor
I'm
is
not
calm.
resisting her. You're hurting my arm.
My phone is jacking up. Call.
You're hurting my arm. You're hurting my arm.
Keisha,
I just
stop.
my arm. It's hurting my arm. Just let my arm up.
See, this tells me
It's
so
hurting
much
my
about
arm.
the audio about the rug.
It's not the pressure point.
With
it's my
Gannon
arm. It's
crying.
bent backwards and it's
Gannon
hurting.
must have been terrified because she's making shit up as she's talking, and he's
Please,
going
yeah, let me have
okay,
my
and he's
phone.
just
Check
playing
yourself out,
along
check
with an
yourself out.
instinct to
Please, off my
survive.
arm.
Either monitor unit
I am.
to the 2600 block of
It's pulling my
Interstate 70.
pulling my wrist, please.
I have Keisha Stauch in custody. She's just attempted to escape and she's trying resisted.
I didn't try to
Hold on.
escape.
You just tried.
No, I didn't open the door to breathe.
Yes, ma'am. I'm on I-70 westbound in the 2600 block.
Calm, we were not doing anything, correct?
Can you please, but as with my wrist.
Let me speak first, okay?
Okay.
As soon as you try to open that
Do
door.
you remember the last mile marker we hit?
The door so I could breathe. It's hot. I asked you to help me. but you just lean over and don't help.
Exactly, Morning
I
Dove.
said, hey, could you please find out how to turn the air on? Hey, the whole time you've been nothing but rude to me.
Tisha.
I'm just putting my arm down because it's hurting. I didn't try to escape or anything. I legit opened the door to breathe.
Detective Jessica Bethel with the Pennsylvania Sheriff's Office. Extradition, can you please yourself?
Ow, my arm is hurting.
I am in a gray Chrysler minivan.
See, I
driving
was
the
under
same
the
place.
impression
We have
that
hazards on and we're on
they
the side of
just,
the road.
I wouldn't think
Tell
that
'em
the
to
lead
pick it up.
detective would
We
have
need to post
been
your
there
responses.
to extradite
Said you
her.
would help my arm. I appreciate
I figured they just sent people who do that, you know?
She's assaulted.
But Detective Bethel went personally out to
Oh, it's hurting.
South
Boy,
Carolina, or was it
Tom
South Carolina or
Henry
North
at
Carolina?
Workington.
Hurting my arm.
This is
It's
crazy.
8/4/83 is her birthday.
I did not try to escape.
No, ma'am, I
I
have
did
two other
not. Tell
deputies
us
with
the
me.
story.
SRT.
Could not breathe. I asked you to open the door.
Yep. We've got her under
Yes, ma'am.
control right now. We've got,
Thank you, Stacy.
Kansas coming out here now. Well, we're gonna get some
Yes, ma'am.
other equipment to at least secure her, or
No,
at
ma'am.
least have them, somebody take us. or
Fucking
escort us to the
bungee cords
border
with
and
hooks,
then have
bro.
one of our
Like,
people come.
wow.
Hurting my arm.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah, everybody's fine. You're good. Hit her. With a fist. She got out of her cuffs.
I
She
can't
took
wait to
the
hear the
cuffs and
cross-examination
she
on this.
a deputy and tried to escape.
I did not try to escape.
So that's what our plan is. So if you can, I don't know how far we are.
Nope,
But
we're all
as
okay.
soon as we get an escort to the.
We just need a secure unit to transport further.
Yep. We're gonna have, is that for state patrol? We'll have them escort us to the Colorado border.
Are you having a state patrol?
Well, my arm is hurting.
Or who's dispatching out, man?
Before you move, you ask me where you trying to go, okay?
Okay.
No, I just want to get off my arm. It's hurting.
Okay.
I understand, but if I feel like you're
Right.
trying to pull against you, one of those two, you
Okay.
can.
If I could get a state patrol officer en route as well to help me escort to the Colorado border.
Lift my head off.
Look like we're good. Use your time. I understand. We'll see what we can do.
Just in case she jumps out of the fucking car. Or the van, I mean. Just in case she jumps out of the van, can I have a trooper there to like
Yes,
scoop
ma'am.
her
I'll
up
put my
on the
partner,
fly?
Detective Riley on the phone with you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
We're at 284.
Okay.
Please. Let's see.
Yes.
You okay?
You can hear the hazard lights ticking.
No. Not up for that.
After what?
Once you're.
Yes, ma'am. We're doing an.
After
expedition.
I didn't
what?
try to
Piece of
escape.
Stauch,
I opened the door to breathe.
Back
You
to
know that.
Colorado.
You know
she
that,
got
she
cuffs
says.
And
You know.
assaulted a deputy. We have her under control right now.
Dude, she's like, I find this really interesting because what she's doing something that I've seen people do before. Now, I don't know anybody who's ever killed anybody, but I've seen that level of just, I mean, where someone lies to a degree to where they believe it to that, they convince themselves that to that point. Like she is sitting there and she is saying how something happened when it didn't happen that way at all. And she's justifying in her mind out loud her actions. And then the more she justifies, the more she denies anything actually ever happening. It's really weird. And she's like, I'm just trying to open the door just trying to open the door so I could breathe. But you don't hear her ever say anything like, hey, it's hot, you know? You don't actually hear that. You just hear her, you know, and even if she said it before the video started playing, you know, at some point earlier in the video, I mean, it doesn't matter because they don't give a fuck about your comfort, dude. You're not there like, you know, on a tour van. That's not what that is, okay? Like, there's not a mini bar in there, you know, there's no sunroof for you to hang out of as you go down the strip in Vegas. That's not what's going on here. You're on your way to be tried and imprisoned. You're on your way to be detained in a detention center, aka a jail. It's not supposed to be comfortable for you. And it doesn't matter. I know a lot of people are like, well, she killed an 11-year-old boy. Right. But what I'm talking about is in lieu of the reality of things right there, what we're looking at, it doesn't matter. She committed a crime. She's being extradited. There's procedure for that. And they're not there to make the ride comfortable for you. They're not there to violate your rights either. But they're not there to make things comfortable for you. They have to make sure that you are secure. Your rights have been minimized. Okay, you're not entitled to being comfortable with AC blowing on you. You know, you're not entitled to get to hang your arm out the window. I mean, they don't have a bag over your head. So to ensure their safety and to minimize the risk of you escaping, they have your handcuffs secured on you behind your back. And that's not designed to be comfortable, but it's not designed to be uncomfortable either. It is simply designed to restrain you and keep you, a potentially dangerous person, from being a risk to everyone's safety in the vehicle. Period.
So we would appreciate it.
I feel like it's breaking my wrist.
And then we'll have our state patrol meetings, if that's possible.
Relax,
I
or
can't.
the pressure will get
But
worse.
if it gets worse, then guess what? I have to go to a hospital because she hurts me.
What's your number, Jess?
See what she does right there? She says, I have to go to a hospital because the last time that she eluded officers was just after the video that we just watched. Just after the video prior to this was in the interview room where they were detaining her. And then when she realized that she had no control over that situation at all, she did the most desperate thing that everybody who is a control freak and is trying to narcissistic in a narcissistic manner, trying to control the narrative of the situation to work to their benefit. So that, and sometimes just for the principle of having control because it's compulsive. So she wants this so bad and she realizes she can't leave. The walls are closing in on her. They believe that she is hiding something. They're getting warrants for her phone. She is somebody who is addicted to social media. So her phone is like, it's connected to her at the hand, you know, she's one of those people. Her phone is just always right here. So everything about her is in that phone. And she is scared shitless of being separated from it and not having control over what's on it and them being able to see it. If you look at her Google searches, that is a testament to that. Her Google searches prove that she was using Google as some sort of personal mental health counselor. She was complaining to the Google search engine. It was insane. My stepson's mom doesn't do anything to help. My husband doesn't appreciate me enough. Like, insane. So here she is scared shitless of losing her phone. And then they obtain the warrant for the phone. So she panics and she's afraid of what they're going to find on her phone while she's in the hospital. And the second that she gets a chance to escape, she escapes. And then she leaves the state because she is currently being extradited from a state that she eluded police from to a state that she escaped to. Well, I don't want to say escape because she wasn't under arrest yet, but she would have been under arrest. I'm pretty sure that she was being detained. They could have just said, hey, you're free to leave as long as you give us your phone, and we could take a look at it, but we're going to get a warrant for the phone. And then even after the fact, I don't think I have it paused. I do have it paused. Okay, it's not paused now, so shut up, Cherry. And then even after the fact, after the hospital, I'm pretty sure that it was after the hospital incident where they executed the warrant for Harley's phone and the vehicle.
Actions with her, an opinion as to her sanity during the time that you were with her and during the course of this investigation.
So this is the cross-examination now. Or no, it's
Were you
not.
able to
No, it's
develop
not.
an
Sorry.
opinion as to
It's
her
not.
sanity?
Yes,
And what is that opinion?
I believe she is sane and she is manipulative and very calculated.
Okay, thank you.
Totally.
Go ahead.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Miss Bethel, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Will Cook. I represent Miss Stauch. I know you're familiar with. So your first contact with her was with Gannon's father, and it was at a Starbucks in Felton.
That's correct.
Okay. And we listened to that recording.
Yes,
Okay. And you testified that she seemed to be apprehensive
that
during
was
that interview.
during the phone call
Okay.
leading up to the ultimate in-person meeting with her and Albert. Yes.
Okay.
Helps to listen if you're a lawyer, dude.
And why do you say apprehensive in the phone call?
When I contacted Letitia, I explained who I was and that I was assigned to the investigations division. And Letitia said, I've already spoken with 8 other people. And I asked her if I could meet her at the home. And she did not want me present in her home, stating that there were several young children in the home and she did not want them to overhear our conversation. And that later turned out to not be correct.
Okay. Now in the video interview at the sheriff's headquarters downtown, was that the office just right across the street from the courthouse?
Yes, sir, it is.
And it seems at times that she's very cooperative. Like she won't talk, stop talking. She just keeps going on and on and on. And she seems very personable. Is that your recollection of what was going on in the video?
In terms of her willingness to have a conversation, yes, she was willing to have a conversation.
Okay.
Nice.
So she didn't seem apprehensive at that point, as far as talking and meeting with investigators.
I wouldn't say that to be completely correct.
Okay.
Nice.
So in this, at least the first couple of hours, you say that she was still apprehensive?
In certain areas, yes.
Okay. During this interview at Starbucks or at the interview room at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, did she ever try to physically assault you or any of the other deputies?
No, she did not.
Okay. And in one of the interviews, at Starbucks speaking with Gannon's father. Do you remember when he said that they had put Gannon into counseling because of custody issues?
Yes.
Okay. Did Gannon's father ever mention that Gannon was put into custody or put into counseling because of issues between Letitia and Gannon?
No.
How long would you say you were in the car or the van total with Miss Stauch from South Carolina back to El Paso County?
Oh, we never made it back to El Paso County.
Well, yeah, but to where it stopped, I'm sorry.
Over 24 hours.
24
I would
hours.
say close to 24 hours at least.
Now, did y'all stop in a hotel at one point, or were y'all just switching off drivers and doing it straight?
We were just switching off drivers.
Okay. Was this some sort of police van? Was it marked, or was it just a white cargo van that you rented somewhere?
It wasn't a cargo van. It was a commercial. It was a passenger van that the sheriff's office had rented for us.
Okay. What was Miss Stauch's demeanor during, other than the video that we were watching, what was her demeanor for the other 23 and a half hours or 24 hours you were in the van with her?
She was calm.
Calm? And you said y'all were doing trivia, singing, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay. Where was everybody seated in the van when she slipped the cuff or slipped the cuffs and threw the drink at the other deputy?
Singing, bro.
Who was driving?
Singing, bro.
Detective Riley was driving.
Okay, your front passenger seat?
That's correct.
Okay, where was the other deputies?
Deputy Michaela James was seated next to her behind Detective Riley.
Okay, and was Miss Stauch seated directly behind you?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Did you nap during this ride any? Fall asleep? Or were you awake and aware the whole time?
No, I wasn't able to sleep.
Okay. Now, you said that Ms. Stauch and your encounters with her seemed calm and collected.
I said she seemed calm, yes.
Okay. And that she seemed like she wasn't switching between personalities.
No.
Okay. So there was no switch in her personality from when she was calm for 24 hours in the van till she slipped her cuffs and assaulted a deputy? Was there no change in her behavior at that point, in your opinion?
There was a change in her behavior, but I don't believe a change in her personality.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Bethel, do you know what this is?
It's a diagnostic and statistical manual of mental disorders.
Okay. And you see right there, it says DSM-5?
Yes,
Symbol 5. Do you know what this book is?
it's a mental disorder book, I assume.
Okay. Have you ever seen it before or ever read it?
No.
Okay. Did you know?
What are
in the
you
field of
doing?
Psychiatry, that this is more or less the Bible for diagnosing psychiatric disorders?
What
No.
is this guy doing?
And did you know that borderline personality disorders is listed in this DSM-5 manual?
She's already said that she's not familiar with the book.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand where you're going. She's not. She's
Exactly.
We approach.
I should have been a judge. Bethel's like, you know, I got other killers to catch, right? Like, you know, that's what I do. Can I like get back to that sometime today, please? I can't believe this dude busted out the DSM-5. This dude's out here like, you know, if you look up a word in the dictionary, it says blah, 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 blah. Like, dude, you know that this is listed in the DSM-5, don't you?
So, Miss Bethel, your definition of sanity that you told Mr. Allen that you believe Ms. Stauch was with your dealings with her, it is not based on the definition of sanity is contained in the DSM-5.
Judge,
What?
further object. There's no definition of sanity in that.
Yeah, bro.
You can examine somebody about that to your heart's content, but the question is a fair one, overruled.
And let me rephrase. When you told Mr. Allen that Ms. Stauch was sane, you're not basing that opinion on anything found. in this book
Oh,
of
I
DSM-5,
see what he's
correct?
doing.
That's correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Can discredit her saying that she's sane just as quick as she could be. Her defense can be discredited as saying she's insane.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
That's
Thank
what they're
you.
doing.
Redirect.
It's actually pretty slick. I mean, I don't think it's gonna fly,
How long
but
have you been in law enforcement prior to you leaving the sheriff's office?
14 years.
During your time with the sheriff's office, what were your different duties?
I began my career as a civilian and I worked with inmates incarcerated at the El Paso County Criminal Justice Center. From there, I became a deputy in 2010 and received my post-training to become a peace officer. And then from there, I worked on patrol and ultimately into investigations.
In your experience of working at detentions at the jail, would you have contact with people that are suffering from mental health disorders?
Yes,
Would it happen fairly often?
yes,
During your time with the sheriff's office, did you also have contact with lots of people in the public?
yes,
Did you see people in the public that had mental health disorders?
yes, I did.
During your time as a working at the sheriff's office, did you encounter people that had severe mental health disorders?
Yes,
Did you have contact with people that had that you might have had concerns with that they may be a threat to themselves or others, their safety?
yes,
Did this defendant ever get anywhere close to that during your interactions with her?
No.
Thank you.
The jurors have any questions
well,
for me?
I mean,
All right.
a danger to others. Yeah, she hit somebody with a fucking monster can.
Counsel approach, please.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just nitpicking, but I feel like the prosecution in redirect should not have asked that last question. Or at least Detective Bethel could have at least been like a danger to others, but not herself, and not due to a mental health disorder. Just a violent motherfucker. I caught that too, Christy M. Now it's yeah. Borderline personality disorder versus dissociative identity disorder. Like, which one is it? Because remember, at first I was like, why in the hell is this defense going here? What's he bringing up the Bible of mental health disorders? Why is he bringing that into the mix? And then again, I realized, remember, the burden of proof is on the state. The burden of proof is on the prosecution. The defense does not have to prove that she suffers from borderline personality disorder, dissociative identity disorder. They don't have to prove that she does suffer from this stuff. The prosecution has to prove that she doesn't. That's a complicated thing to do, man. That's not, I can't imagine in theory that being an easy thing to do. So this isn't as bad of a defense as we're making it out to be. It's quick. We're real quick to go, oh, okay, well, there's no way because we know she's an evil bitch, right? But it doesn't matter what we think. It matters what the prosecution can prove. So it's very, very interesting to me. Keeping that in mind, that's a whole different perspective on how to look at things. Keep that in mind. The prosecution has to prove that she is not mentally ill. That's not an easy thing to do.
I've received a juror question, and you might be sort of thinking ahead. There are some other witnesses. I think that those questions are, these questions may be able to be answered through, but not this particular one. So with that, Ms. Bethel, you can step down. Thank you.
Because also you've got to keep in mind,
Retrieve the exhibit off the witness stand, Judge.
you've also got to keep in mind that even though they have mental health
prosecution,
professionals that are going to
please.
say no, she's not crazy. Even though they have that, all the defense has to do is still create doubt.
I'm sorry, who was the witness?
Christian Lewer.
Christian Lewer?
Right.
L-I-E.
You would step forward. Raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Who's this guy?
See too many people bring a camera up with them. Okay.
Yeah, what's the camera
I'll explain.
for? Okay, good.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Would you state your name for the record and also spell your last name?
My name is Christian, and my last name is spelled Liewer, and it's pronounced Lewer.
And where are you employed?
I'm a crime scene investigator with the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
Nice.
And how long have you been employed with the Metro Crime Lab?
I've been employed with the Metro Crime Lab for a little under 4 years now.
And in terms of your role with the Metro Crime Lab, generally, what do you do?
As a crime scene investigator, we respond to scenes, vehicle processings, autopsies, and person processings for general documentation and evidence collection purposes.
Can you tell the jury a bit more about what type of educational background you need to perform that particular role?
I have a bachelor's of science in criminal justice with an emphasis in forensic investigation. And I also have a master's degree in forensic science from the University of Florida.
Boom.
In terms of
Go Gators.
certifications that you hold, can you explain the jury some of those?
Current national certifications, but through our crime lab training program, we have to go through a 6-month training program where we are reviewed and observed by a
by a certified crime scene investigator until we are deemed competent enough to perform crime scene investigations independently.
What about continuing education or things that you do on an annual basis to ensure that you're up to date with the current technology and science? What do you do?
We go to many trainings within our scope of work. That includes bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting incident reconstruction, latent print processing, and whatnot.
And how many scenes have you responded to over the course of your career thus far?
I've responded to approximately 75 crime scenes and a total of approximately 220 total callouts.
And the 75 crime scenes, was that specifically as your role as a crime scene investigator?
That is correct, yes.
And how many times have you testified in an expert capacity?
A little bit under 10 times now.
And specifically, what capacity was that?
Crime scene investigation.
Okay. And were all those in this jurisdiction?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, at this time, the people who tendered to the court, Christian Lewer as an expert in crime scene investigations.
Oh, good. Witness will be so qualified.
All right. Mr. Lewer, I'd like for you to explain to the jury your role as it relates to the disappearance of Gannon Stauch as you understood it from the get-go. How did your role start?
Absolutely. On February 3rd, I was informed that I was requested to respond to 6627 Mandan Drive to complete a search for latent bloodstains and or projectile defects within the residence regarding a missing child.
And what was the specific address you were tasked with responding to?
6627 Mandan Drive.
And is that in the county of El Paso?
That is in the county of El Paso,
State of Colorado?
in the state of Colorado.
You mentioned that particular response. How many responses did you ultimately have to that residence?
I responded to that residence 3 times.
And can you break down for the jury each one of those responses, the dates and the times approximately?
Absolutely. As I alluded to before, I responded a little bit before lunchtime on February 3rd. I responded later in the evening around 6 p.m. also on February 3rd. And then I also responded on February 5th around a little bit after lunchtime.
In terms of the Metro Crime Lab, how many people were you generally working with for your role in this case?
Each of my responses, I had an additional CSI that was in training with me. And then there were 2 other crime scene investigators that also responded on multiple days to the address.
So subsequent to your last time at the residence on February 5th, were there additional crime scene investigators that were present that helped process the scene or collect evidence?
Yes, there were.
Now, you mentioned that you were tasked, briefed with some additional information regarding looking for latent bloodstains. Can you explain to the jury in very basic terms what you mean by blood and bloodstains?
So blood, as you all know, is the red fluid that runs through your body that does contain genetic code and carries oxygen. When I refer to latent bloodstains in a crime scene, I mean bloodstains that are either very dilute or cleaned up to where you cannot see them anymore. So we have to use additional processing to make them visible.
And generally, what is contained in blood? Why is it important to you and what you do?
In a broad sense, what we're concerned about when it comes to blood is the genetic code or your DNA that we are trying to collect with bloodstains.
And so in terms of your processing, is your role related to collecting, preserving blood or DNA for additional use by your team?
Yes, it is. Our role is to document and collect as much as we can.
Okay. Now you mentioned collecting, documenting. What is the specific tool that you may use when you're given information that a scene may involve blood?
There are multiple options that we have when it comes to looking at bloodstains. However, when we are looking at latent bloodstains, we will use a chemical called Blue Star that will assist us in visualizing the bloodstains.
And generally, what is Blue Star?
Blue Star is a presumptive test for blood, meaning that it will react with blood, but it can react with multiple other substances. However, with Blue Star, when it reacts with the heme component of bloodstains, it will chemiluminesce or glow a bright blue color in the dark.
You said heme?
Correct. Heme.
What do you mean by that?
It's a molecule in the blood that specifically is targeted by Blue Star in our presumptive testing.
So while Blue Star can presumptively test positive for blood, can it presumptively test positive for other substances?
It can. Most of what it will react to is any oxidizing agent, which can include cleaning agents, bleach, even horseradish. So it's presumptive in the sense that we can search for blood, but there has to be additional testing to determine if it is blood and if there is any DNA present in that sample.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Mr. Lieber, do you generally recognize what I'm holding here, which has been marked as People's Exhibit 442?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is a diagram that I created of the main level and the basement level of 6627 Mandan Drive.
And generally, are there various markings on this Exhibit 442?
Yes, there are. It has the address, it has what level of the scene it is, and then there are also additional blue, yellow, and purple dots within the diagram that I placed, indicating positive Blue Star reactions on my multiple visits.
And is People's Exhibit 442 a fair and accurate representation of what you created with regard to floor plan?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move to admit People's Exhibit 442.
No objection.
Exhibit 442 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Mr. Lure, there is a pointer. I'll ask you to use that as you walk through your testimony here. Your Honor, is this the right positioning that you prefer for this? It's very big.
It's fine. It's most important that the jury be able to see it. I think maybe if you cant it a little bit, turn it the other way.
Which way, Your Honor?
Like this. Other way.
Facing the.
Sorry.
There you go. There you go.
We're good now?
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Lieber, can you walk the jury through the diagram that appears in People's Exhibit 442, basic layout of the house?
Absolutely. Is it okay if I stand up next to the diagram as well?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
But if you're going to do that, you'll need to stand to one side or the other so that the jurors at the far end will still be able to see. So you just need to stand at one side or the other of the diagram.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This dude is a baby, but he's all business. Like,
So as you can see,
remember
on
3 years
the top of
ago
the diagram, the
was when
first
he worked this
section of
case.
this, that is going to be the main level of 6627 Mandan Drive. And when it relates to my crime scene processing, my first response was predominantly focused on in the upper right-hand corner over here. That is the garage. We were tasked with searching for latent bloodstains in the garage earlier that day. As you can see at the bottom left corner of the garage, there's a doorway that will open into the laundry room, which the laundry room will continue to open into the main level of the home. Towards the center of this top half of the diagram, there is a stairwell. This stairwell leads to the basement, which the basement is highlighted on the bottom level or the bottom half of this diagram. Can you guys see the bottom half over there? Is it okay if I move the diagram slightly?
That's fine.
over there?
And Your Honor, if the jurors need to stand up or move around to see the diagram, would that be permissible
Yeah,
in
that's
their
fine.
chair?
Yeah, if you need to, especially the guys in the hole over there. That's
And Mr. Leeward, just so we can make sure that your voice is projected, just make sure that your voice is projecting.
Absolutely. Can you all see the whole diagram now? Fantastic. So
Can all of the jurors hear him? We have a microphone if it would be helpful, but if everybody can hear him, okay. Everybody's nodding, it's all good.
So on the bottom half of this diagram, this is the basement level. And towards the middle of this bottom half of the diagram, you can see the stairwell again. This is the stairwell that connected the upper level and the lower level. But now on the bottom right side of this half of the diagram you'll see two rooms. The room to the bottom is the southeast bedroom, which I was informed was Gannon's room. And then the room above Gannon's room, that is a storage room or storage closet that I also searched for Blue Star. And then towards the left side of this diagram, you have an entertainment area in the bottom left corner. In the upper left corner, you have a bathroom, an additional bedroom, and an additional walk-in closet.
Great. And so when you responded initially to the residents on February 3rd of 2020, can you walk the jury through what your method of approach when you approach a scene is?
Absolutely. When we respond to a scene in any capacity, we will always go at it in the least intrusive measures. That means I will work outside to inside. So in this case, I was tasked with searching for bloodstains within the garage, between the garage and his bedroom. Because I don't want to go to the most intrusive method, I'm not going to go straight to his bedroom. I'm going to start in the garage and work my way down. And that's the same with any crime scene. We'll always start outside and get closer to what is of interest.
Okay. And you can take a seat. I'm going to ask you to look at a set of photos. You're under permission to approach the witness with what has been marked previously provided to the defense as People's Exhibits 443 through 450.
450.
443 through 450, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Mr. Lewer, can you take a moment to familiarize yourself with that set of exhibits?
Absolutely.
This kid should be a fed. Like, he's dressed like one. He carries himself like one. This kid should be a fed.
And do you recognize People's Exhibits 443 through 450?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs that I took during my initial visit or my initial processing the morning of February 3rd.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw during your initial processing on February 3rd of 2020?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibits 443 through 450 and permission to publish.
Exhibits 443 through 450 will be admitted.
Mr. Lewer, whatever is going to work better for you. If you want to stand between the screen and the diagram, I'll defer to you, but I will ask you to point out various locations on People's Exhibit 442.
Absolutely.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to stand in front of the diagram so I can turn and show the best way for you, for the jury.
Now, Mr. Lewer, you've explained that you approach a scene from the outside moving inwards. And so what we see in People's Exhibit 443, what are you documenting here?
I'm documenting the front side of the residence. So I am facing south towards the garage. And what's important here is during our overall photographs, we want to document what address we're at. So along the right-hand side of this image, you can see 662 and then something covering the bottom part. But this is the overall view of the front of 6627 Mandate Drive.
People's Exhibit 444, what are you documenting here?
This is an overall photograph of the interior of the garage. I'm standing in the northeast corner, facing southwest towards the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 445.
Now I'm standing in the southeast corner of the garage. And again, I'm facing west towards the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 446.
Standing in the southwest corner of the garage, facing east. So I'm standing right in front of the stairway to the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 447.
This is right at the base of the stairs to the laundry room. And I'm showing that there's a rug there and stairs leading into the laundry room.
Now, as you're walking through this garage area, how do you know which areas of the garage to specifically focus on?
There
Walkways,
are
the pathways.
multiple considerations we have to take into. For example, the question was if there were latent bloodstains between the garage and his bedroom. It's not observed in these photographs yet, but there is a woodworking shop in the garage that would have been difficult for a vehicle to be parked or anybody to be present. So what we focused on were the open areas where you could walk or park a vehicle.
Exactly.
And in terms of the scope that you're allowed to document and process when you're on a scene, is that dictated by anything?
Yes, we have to work within the parameters of a search warrant. If there's something that we want to collect that are outside of the search warrant, we have to apply for another search warrant to be able to collect that.
And that goes directly to my first question really should have been, are you just allowed to walk into a house and start processing?
We are initially first requested by a law enforcement agency, traditionally the sheriff's office or Colorado Springs Police Department. And once they receive a search warrant, we are able to enter a home for our documentation and evidence collection purposes.
And so now what we see in People's Exhibit 447 is a piece of carpet. What was important for you to do next when you observed this piece of carpet?
For the purposes of what we were doing, again, we were searching for latent bloodstains. So our next step was to start spraying the garage with Blue Star to see if we could get a chemiluminescence.
And can you explain for the jury the steps in very basic steps of even just beginning to spray Blue Star? Where do you get it?
So Blue Star is a proprietary chemical and it comes in 2 vials. We have to put these 2 vials with a certain amount of distilled water and mix that up. Once it is mixed up in a spray bottle, we will lightly spray over wherever we are trying to search for bloodstains. And we lightly spray over it because it will fluoresce or it will chemiluminesce very quickly. And once we see the chemiluminescence, we'll try to photograph it. But what's most important is that we swab it and note it.
In terms of timing, is that important when you know that you're going to use Blue Star to when you start spraying it?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Timing, is that important when you're using Blue Star? Can you, mix the reagent and use it for 3 hours later? Is that important? Does it matter?
So there is a shelf life to Blue Star, but we are able to use it for, if we mix it when we initially get to a crime scene, we're able to continue using it throughout the duration of the crime scene, whether it be a day or not.
Okay. And People's Exhibit 448. Again, what are we seeing here?
People's Exhibit 448 is another photograph from that same location. However, now I've slightly moved up to show in relation to where the doorway is, where I was standing.
People's 449.
This is another photograph of the rug, but it's taking facing southwest now. So it's just an additional angle of the stairwell and the rug itself.
And specifically with regard to those stairs, is there a difference how these stairs appear now versus the other photos that we've seen?
Absolutely. In the previous images, the stairs were dry and kind of a lighter shade, but now you can see that they're a darker shade. That is because I had sprayed Blue Star on these stairs, resulting in them being saturated.
People's Exhibit 450. What are we looking at here?
People's Exhibit 450 is a Blue Star photograph showing the chemiluminescence of the positive reaction with Blue Star, predominantly on the rug and slightly west of the rug.
And in terms of photographing Blue Star, are there anything that you encountered when you were there on February 3rd of 2020 that morning?
When it comes to photographing Blue Star, it is difficult to photograph because you have to manually control many settings on your camera that force a certain amount of light in for a certain period of time. So we have very high powered cameras that we can adjust those settings to take photographs like this.
And would now be a good time to use your camera?
Absolutely.
Okay, we did see you walk up to the stand with the camera. Would explaining how Blue Star is photographed and using that camera be helpful for you in demonstrating that to the jury? Your Honor, permission for the witness to use his camera for demonstrative purposes only?
Defense?
No.
You may, go ahead.
Now, Mr. Lewer, you started to explain the fancy settings of your camera. Can you explain that to the jury?
Absolutely. So what I have here is a Nikon D500 camera. And the reason we use these, like I said before, is that we can manually adjust many settings on this camera to take photographs that you normally wouldn't be able to on your cell phone. So we're predominantly concerned with 3 settings in general. The aperture, which if you look at the front of the lens here, that's the opening in which the light will come in. That's kind of like the pupil of your eye. We're concerned with the ISO setting, which is simply saying how sensitive the camera is to light itself. So if I have a higher ISO, that means photographs will appear brighter because it's more sensitive to light. And then additionally, when I take this lens off, being very careful, you can see here, there's this mirror. There's going to be a shutter in here. That's what opens and closes when we're trying to capture a photograph. And the reason that is important is because we have to focus on the shutter speed of our camera. And what that means is if I have a very fast shutter speed, it means it opens and closes very fast, not letting much light in. But if I have the shutter speed open for a very long time, it allows more light to come in, meaning I can take photographs in the dark that are brighter, but that can also show the chemiluminescence of blue star. Additionally, I didn't bring it up, but the aperture is an additional way to allow light in. But for the purposes of blue star, it is predominantly the shutter speed that we are concerned with.
Now, what are the ideal conditions to even do this photography in?
With blue star, you have to have a dark room. It doesn't have to be completely dark, but to see a reaction, it has to be mostly dark. So with that being said, we have to have our camera settings allowing us to take photographs in the dark with very minimal light.
And
I apologize. I was going to say, but as you can see here in the bottom portion of this photo, you can see that there is some light. We have to have some light present within the scene to show what the conditions look like with the blue star chemiluminescence, because it doesn't really tell much if we have bright blue but nothing behind it to show what it's on.
can you walk the jury through the different areas where reaction is being observed here in People's Exhibit 450?
Absolutely. So this is at the base of the stairs leading to the laundry room in the garage. So this is along the south wall of the garage in the southwest corner.
And would you point that out on People's Exhibit 442 for the jury as well?
Like I said before, the upper half of this diagram is the main level of the residence. In the upper right-hand corner, that is the garage. You can see along the south or the bottom wall of this diagram that there are many blue dots. Each blue dot represents a blue star reaction that I had on my first visit on February 3rd. Going forward, the green dots will be my second visit and the purple dots will be my third visit. But I'm sure we'll get there.
So after you see this positive reaction in People's Exhibit 450, what is your next step?
When we have a blue star positive reaction, we have to consider the substrate that it's on or what the blue star is reacting with. So in this case, we have a rug that we could easily collect. So we just collect that easily. However, if we have blue star reactions on a wall or floor, we can't collect the wall or the floor. So we'll have to collect a sample of that blue star reaction itself.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with People's Exhibit 451, and I will show it to the defense as well.
All right.
Mr. Lee, would you recognize People's Exhibit 451?
Could I handle it real fast?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I do recognize this.
How do you recognize it?
This is the rug that I collected from the base of those stairs. And the reason I recognize it is the label has the description of where it came from. It has my employee ID number as well as the item number. And then there are additional tape seals on the back with my initials and the date that it was sealed up. However, there are additional tape seals and markings on the rug indicating it has been examined by further lab personnel.
Aside from those differences that you pointed out, would you
Oh,
say
wow.
that it is in the same or substantially same condition as when you last observed and collected it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 451.
Exhibit 451 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, after you note the reaction in People's Exhibit 450, what do we see now in People's Exhibit 400 and, oh, sorry, whoops. Went ahead myself, Your Honor. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 452 through 458.
I wonder if the jury is allowed to handle
452 through 458
the evidence.
will be admitted.
Thank you.
Like the way he's looking at it. I wonder if the jury's allowed to do
I'll
that.
lay the foundation, Your Honor. Mr. Lewer, would you take a moment, familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit 452 through 458?
Absolutely.
How do you recognize those exhibits?
These are additional photographs that I took during my first visit to 6627 Mandan Drive.
And generally, what area do those photos show?
Generally, this is going to be along the south wall of the garage.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we now move for the admission of People's Exhibits 452 through 458.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibits 452 through 458 will be admitted.
Now we can show 452. All right. Mr. Lewer, can you explain to the jury what we're looking at in People's Exhibit 452?
So as you can see along the right-hand side of this image, you can see the carpet that we've alluded to before. So this is facing, or this is slightly east of that carpet, looking at the floor.
In 453, what are we seeing now?
This is a Blue Star photograph of the ground nearby the rug.
Now, is this fair to say that this is a bit brighter?
Yes.
Okay. And when you see this Blue Star reaction, again, what is important for you to do next?
Again, what's important most is to document it in our notes and collect a sample of it.
People's Exhibit 454. What are you documenting here?
This is a photograph of a military backpack along the south wall of the garage.
455.
This is a photograph of that bag moved, so we can search for Blue Star reactions underneath the bag.
456.
And this is a Blue Star positive reaction photograph after the bag had been removed.
457.
We've rotated slightly to the east. This is a photograph of the southeast corner of the garage, highlighting those boards and the box directly south of the boards.
And 458.
This is a positive Blue Star reaction on the boards and on that box that I alluded to.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 459.
You may go ahead.
Mr. Lewer, do you recognize People's Exhibit 459?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is an envelope with swabs that I collected of the positive Blue Star reactions within the garage. And again, this is based on the label indicating where it came from with my employee ID number and the tape seals. And again, there are additional tape seals indicating that this has been examined by additional lab personnel.
And in terms of the various swabbings that you did in that area of interest for you in People's Exhibit 458, are those swabs contained in People's Exhibit 459?
Yes, they are. If there was a Blue Star reaction and it was swabbed, it is collected and placed in this envelope.
And again, is that envelope same or substantially same, given the differences that you pointed out to the jury?
Other than the additional tape seals, then yes, it would be.
Your Honor, at this time would be moved for the admission of People's Exhibit 459.
Mr. Tellini? No objection. Exhibit 459 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, Mr. Lewer, there's some particular areas that you noted in People's 458, and just to be clear, the reaction includes the boards, but it also includes another object?
Yes, it does. As you can see, the multiple boards in this photograph have a blue star reaction. But if you look at the box to the top of this image, there's some blue chemiluminescence that was swabbed, whereas the boards were collected.
And can you just clarify for the jury on People's Exhibit 442, where that reaction is taking place?
Absolutely. As we can see on the top right-hand portion of the main level in the diagram, we have 3 dots on the southeast corner of the garage. That's going to include the box as well as the boards in the photograph that you see here.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 460 through 476.
You may.
Thank you.
For that set of exhibits, Mr. Lewer, do you recognize those?
Let me take a look. So much. I appreciate you.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness. These are slippery.
Sorry?
Permission to approach the witness. The pictures are.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
All right. Do you generally recognize People's Exhibits 460 through, I believe, 477?
Yes, I do. These are additional photographs that I took during my first scene processing.
And Your Honor, sorry, just to clarify, 460 through 476 is actually the number of exhibits there.
Right. Go ahead.
Are they fair and accurate?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 460 through 476.
Mr. Tellini? No objection. Exhibits 460 through 476 will be admitted.
Now, Mr. Leeward, behind you is People's Exhibit 460. You'd mentioned some presumptive positive reactions that you noticed with the boards. What are you documenting in People's Exhibit 460?
What I'm documenting here is that there was initially an additional black bag right in the center of the photograph to the right or the east of the last board. And I moved that bag, and that's what I'm photographing in this depiction right here.
In 461, what are we seeing here?
This is a blue star positive reaction photograph slightly east of those boards and on the boards as well.
462.
This is a photograph directly of the boards at their south end.
463.
Again, a blue star positive reaction photograph. It's difficult to see, but it's on the farthest bottom board or the farthest east board in this photograph.
And Mr. Leeward, would you use the pointer just to point that out to the jury?
So using the pointer, it's going to be slightly in the middle of this image, but it's going to be the board that we are going to refer to as, I believe, 4. And it's this blue chemiluminescence towards the center on the screen right here.
People's 464.
This is another photograph of the boards, but as you can see towards the bottom of the image now, I've labeled the boards. I've labeled north, and I've given them arbitrary numbers as 1 through 4.
And would you point that out to the jury as well?
Absolutely. So I previously testified that that board was number 4. It was actually number 1. I apologize for that. But here on the bottom side of this image, you can see towards the center of these boards, I've labeled them 1, 2, 3, and 4. I've indicated a north arrow, and I've written top, indicating that that is the top of the board.
465,
This is a close-up image of that information.
466,
This is after I cut the boards. We decided to do this because the boards were very long. They spanned the entire length of the garage. So instead of having to contain all of the board, we cut the samples that we had presumptive positive reactions on.
and would these boards now be made available to other members of law enforcement or other people for additional access?
Yes, they would.
People's Exhibit 467, can you orient the jury as to where we're at now?
Absolutely. This is kind of a difficult photograph to discern where we are. But along the left side of this image, you can kind of see the end of a stairwell. And on the diagram here, in the bottom left side of the garage, we're in the southwest corner, looking directly in that corner. So where the rug initially was, it'll be slightly west of that.
People's 468.
This is a blue star reaction underneath the items within that southwest corner.
469.
We've moved some of those items to better visualize what was under those items.
470.
An additional blue star reaction photograph of that same area.
Now, you did explain that you like to work outside in, and so as you've documented various areas around the garage, what is the next area of focus for you?
Naturally, our next indication would be to move into the garage. So what we did after we blue starred this area was move further into the laundry room.
So in People's Exhibit 471, what are you documenting here?
This is a photograph of the door to the laundry room, but we're within the garage. We have not crossed that threshold yet.
And People's Exhibit 472.
This is a blue star positive reaction photograph, and it's kind of difficult to see, but at the top of this image, towards the middle of the screen, there's a blue marking on the door.
People's Exhibit 473.
This is a photograph once we've opened up the doorway to the laundry room.
People's Exhibit 474.
This is a photograph of blue star positive reactions on the floor of the laundry room. Again, it may be a little bit difficult to see, but it's right on the floor, right as you cross the threshold.
Thank you, Amy. Appreciate that.
People's 475.
Now we're standing within the laundry room, facing the doorway and looking at the ground towards what would be the entrance of the home.
People's 476.
Additional blue star reactions along that floor between the doors of the home and the laundry room.
And Mr. Leeward, would you go ahead and point out those different spots for the jury?
Absolutely. So we can see the washer and dryer along the left side of the screen. We can also see some laundry baskets on the right hand of this image. And we're facing south now. So you can see some of these blue speckles along that walkway between the washer and dryer and the laundry baskets.
And are you also documenting that on People's Exhibit 442?
I am. So you can see we've alluded that the garage is in the upper left-hand corner. Now, as you move south, you can see the doorway. And this linear stretch that orients north-south, that is the laundry room. And you can see three blue dots indicating the positive blue star reactions that I viewed. However, the 3 is arbitrary. It's documenting the location. It's not the number of reactions we saw.
And People's Exhibit 400 and let's see. You can take a seat now. Now, at some point, you'd explained that certain ideal conditions for photographing blue star. At what point in the day are you now coming back? Can you explain that again to the jury?
So as I mentioned before, we are there around noon, the noontime, so very bright outside. You can see that in this image depicted that there's light coming in underneath the doorway, which can be troublesome when we're trying to take very dark photographs for a blue star. So at this point, we decided with the amount of blue star reactions that were observed that it would be beneficial to respond to the address in the evening hours to search for Blue Star. So because we could make the house darker.
And did you actually respond later in the evening hours on February 3rd of 2020?
Yes, I did. I responded around 6 p.m.
And did you respond with anybody else from your team?
CSI Robert Zaleski responded with me in a training capacity.
And Your Honor, permission to approach.
You may.
You.
Oh.
Sure. I was confused as well.
Yo, Judge, let me holler at you real quick.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room, say 1:20, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourself. Don't discuss the case with anyone else, and have a good lunch. We'll see you back at 1:20. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, so obviously what they're going to do, I mean, they started off the trial today with the video of Letitia in the interview room and trying to weasel her way out of the situation that she was in, because it was clear that was what was going on there. So she goes to the hospital. She leaves without permission in the hospital. And then eventually, when they finally get an arrest warrant for her, they pick her up in South Carolina near Myrtle Beach. And she is extradited back to Colorado. Now, she tries to escape and then says that she was just trying to get some air. Trying to get some air, bro. Okay. Give me 1 second here. I gotta find. No, not that. Not that. Yeah, I'm hoping to find, here we go. No, that's not it either. I mean, it's not really a big deal that I play this. But actually, I'll just do,
Good evening, everyone.
I'll go this way with it.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us for News 5 at 6. We're also live on your favorite streaming device. I'm Rob Quirk.
And I'm Diane Derby. Tonight, we are continuing our coverage of the case against the El Paso County woman accused of murdering her stepson more than 2 years ago.
Well, another trial date finally set for Letitia Stauch. Police believe she's the one who murdered young Gannon Stauch back in January of 2020. For Natalie Chuck in studio. Natalie, this case, wow, it has been full of twists and turns.
Absolutely, Rob. And I want to take you all back just a little bit. It was over here in Lorson Ranch near Fountain, just in El Paso County, where he went missing. And it was here in Florida where Gannon Stauch's remains were found in March of 2020. That's nearly 3 months later, and that's been about 2 years. The judge here has been clear he is ready to get this case to trial, and today was a big step in the right direction after the defense withdrew their request to have Stauch's second sanity evaluation at the state hospital in Pueblo. With a new trial date set, we want to lay out how we got here for you and what has taken so long. January 27th, 2020, 11-year-old Gannon Stauch is reported missing from his Lorson Ranch home. March 2nd, 2020. Letitia Stauch is arrested for murder. Gannon's remains are found 16 days later in a suitcase in Florida. Letitia Stauch's trial was originally set for March 28th of this year. But on February 11th, Stauch changes her plea to not guilty by reason of insanity, meaning the court has to wait for a sanity evaluation. Fast forward to August 4th. The sanity evaluation is finally ready, but the defense wants a second one. The case is on pause once again. Then on October 13th, a new trial date is set. After the defense drops the request for the second sanity evaluation to take place at the state hospital and agrees to have it take place at the El Paso County Jail instead, saving time. And as we have seen in this case before, the trial date is still subject to change. All motions have to be filed by the week before Christmas. It's worth noting that District Attorney Michael Allen made it clear today he wants this case to go in front of a jury. Diane?
So, yeah, that was from 6 months ago. That was just to give you a little update as to what was going on in a very quick and short little timeline form. But we'll go ahead and play this in the meantime. Now, this is the court appearance in South Carolina where she is sorry, I just saw the caption. Like, what? So yeah, these bots, I don't know what they're listening to, but but this is the extradition hearing for Letitia in South Carolina prior to her attacking that deputy with a monster can.
Stauch. I knew whichever way I went, I'd be wrong. But okay, I don't know how much you know about the extradition proceeding. Do you know anything about extradition? Well, you're going to learn. This morning,
you're going to learn today.
Decision to make. You can either waive extradition, and the state of Colorado has 20 days to come get you, which, to be quite honest about it, under the facts of this particular situation, I have a feeling it'd be much shorter than that. But anyway, you have 20. They'll have 20 days to come get you, or you can fight extradition. Fighting extradition means that, and this is a guesstimate on my part, that it would be about maybe 90 days from now, the Attorney General from the state of South Carolina would hold a extradition hearing where he has to prove two things: that you are Miss Stauch, Miss Stauch, and that you are wanted for a felony in the state of Colorado. It's not a very high bar for them to jump over, but that is the standard in a extradition hearing. So my question to you is: do you want to waive extradition, or do you want to fight extradition?
So when you said something about fighting it, I have to do what now?
Well, you don't have to do anything. You just have to sit until the hearing comes up. But otherwise, the state of Colorado has, if you waive extradition, they have 20 days to come get you. I would be surprised if they weren't already in the air, but that's just me. I have no factual basis for that, but I'm just.
They were here yesterday. That's who actually came.
Oh, okay. So what you want to do, young lady? You want to waive extradition, or you want to fight?
So there's a hearing here. What does that mean? They decide to determine what? If the hearing is here, what does that decide?
It just decides whether you go back to Colorado or not.
Well, I've still never been given the opportunity, like since the beginning, to even call my attorney to even talk to him about any of these things.
Well, where is your attorney?
I need to call my friend Laura, who has an attorney, but I was told yesterday that someone was going to do that, but they never did.
Okay.
I've asked since yesterday that I call an attorney.
Well, it doesn't matter either way to me, because I'm just asking the question. I don't care what the answers are. If you waive extradition, I will sign the extradition order, and they'll bring it back there for you to consent to. If you fight extradition, then they'll just have an extradition hearing sometime in the future. And the problem with fighting it.
See, this is important because she's displaying right now awareness. She's perfectly aware of the situation that she's in. She's consciously trying to understand what her options are. She knows where she is. She knows what's going on. She's perfectly aware. And it's funny because so far we haven't even seen this used as evidence to show this. But for us, I mean, this is obvious. It's clearly obvious that she is perfectly aware of what's going on. So
Extradition is that the time you spend sitting waiting for the extradition hearing is always considered to be your time, not Colorado or whatever the requesting state's time is. So you don't get any credit. It's like, I won't say wasting your time, but and there are very few, this isn't legal advice, but I'll tell you, there's very few defenses to extradition. But it's your choice.
Oh, so you're saying it's not like a guarantee, it's just a hearing?
It's just a hearing where they have to prove you are who you are and that you're wanted for a felony. Those are the two things they have to prove in an extradition hearing. That's all. So, I mean, if you are who you are and you're wanted for a felony in Colorado, it won't do much good fighting an extradition hearing.
yeah, I'm gonna shut that shit down right now. Like, I don't give a shit about an alter or whether an alter would do what she's doing or not. She already identified herself as Letitia Stauch. She corrected the judge in how to pronounce her name. So there's no alter here. She is Letitia Stauch. She's aware that she's Letitia Stauch, and she's aware of the situation that she's in. So, period. Whether anybody sits here and thinks that she, even an alter would do what she's doing right now, well, they wouldn't identify themselves as Letitia Stauch, would they?
They have to prove that. I see what you, I understand.
Yes.
So, yeah,
Okay, what you want to do, young lady?
so Colorado.
Okay, well, I'll sign the extradition order and they'll bring it back for you to consent to. Now, of course, it wouldn't have mattered if you waived or not waived. When somebody's somebody is a fugitive from one state, I don't let them be a fugitive from two states. So it's not like if you answered either way, it would make any difference as far as the hearing today goes, because I'm not going to set bond. Of course, with the charges that are involved, I couldn't set bond anyway. I don't think. Anyway,
meaning I wouldn't.
Run for you guys, so I don't have any trouble
Even
with
if
that.
I
So
could, I
didn't even
wouldn't.
know anything until yesterday. So the date on that paper you have is wrong.
well, let me tell you something else. And I didn't go into all this. But now that we've decided what we're going to do in this particular hearing, because of the charges you're charged with as far as today's concerned, I don't believe I'd say too much more. Okay. All right. They'll bring the order back to you to sign in a moment. All right. The consent to. Okay.
Okay.
All righty.
What a gem, bro. What a gem. So, yeah, we still got an hour and 15 minutes before they commence with the hearing today. Now, Yeah, I want to continue to reiterate because we have to keep this in mind, folks. Remember how the justice system works. The justice system, in order to presume innocence before guilt, in order to preserve that right in every human being in the United States of America, you have to prove guilt over innocence. You cannot, it's not on the defense to prove her innocence. So if they're claiming that she has this strange and very rarely diagnosed mental disorder, such as dissociative identity disorder, if they're claiming that, they don't have to even prove that. And I find it interesting because we haven't even heard from the mental health experts yet. They haven't even testified yet. I'm assuming that they're saving that for later, probably towards the end of the trial, to just establish to the jury after they lay everything else out. They're going to go, well, even the doctors, she went twice for evaluation, court-ordered evaluation twice. And both times, mental health experts have not diagnosed with any type of disorder that would keep her from being, or that would deem her incapable of being able to stand trial, or even that she has any type of mental health disorder that would cause her to commit this crime. So it's just a matter of time before those people take the stand and testify. Now, like I said, because the burden of proof is on the state, is on the prosecution, it's going to be very interesting because they can't, how do you disprove? They have to prove that she's not crazy. So all of this stuff is absolutely necessary to go over. Besides all of the blood, I realize that we're sitting through different testimonies and we've heard this at least 3 times from different witnesses who worked the crime scene, who are saying, okay, well, we use Blue Star and we use Blue Star to pick up any traces of blood. We tested the blood, blah, blah, blah. We've gone over that. We've gone over GPS, forensics of all the tech. We've gone over all of this stuff. And we're only 2 weeks into the trial. 2 weeks out of 8 projected for the time frame of this trial to take place. And we're going to see a lot more of this. We're going to hear from more officers that were on the scene, more forensic, people who work forensics in this case. We're going to hear from all these different experts basically saying the same redundant shit over and over and over again. And that is so that the jury fully understands that they went through everything to prove that A, Gannon was murdered, and B, Letitia Stauch is responsible for it. And not only just the murder, but how much she went through to cover it up. So I find that absolutely interesting. But again, it's a lot of redundancy that's taking place that we're just going to have to sit through and we're going to have to listen to. But a real important reason why this is going on, and we have to keep in mind, imagine ourselves as jurors, we're not going to hear, I don't imagine that we're going to hear anything different from any of the experts who testify. Everybody's contribution to this investigation is going to work in concert with each other to prove the same thing. And they're all going to be saying the same thing. Even though it's redundant, it's necessary, because what it does is it shows that every one of these experts came to the same conclusion. And that conclusion being that Letitia Stauch is absolutely guilty of murdering Gannon Stauch. And real quick, I want to go ahead and thank Annie Elise from 10 to Life for joining me yesterday. I hope you guys, I want to thank everybody who was in the chat for that and watched, and everybody who caught the replay. It's still up, so if you're interested in that, go ahead and check that out. I'm super proud of her, man. Like, now she's number 8 in true crime podcasts on Spotify. Number 8, dude. Like, she surpassed Bailey Sarian, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. Amazing. And I'm not in the least bit surprised. Annie is one of the hardest true crime creator, if not the hardest working true crime creator that I've seen on this platform. So I'm not shocked in the slightest bit. I'm just super proud of her. That's all. So yeah, Bailey is awesome. Now, I'm not trying to trash Bailey. I'm saying Andy was like, "Hey Bailey, what's up?" So yeah, that's super cool. I'm really, really proud of her. And while we have time, what I'm going to go ahead and do, because I can do that, is I'm going to hold on. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just to catch you guys up on the timeline of everything. In the meantime, I did make a video explaining the entire case. We have time for lunch, so I'm just going to go ahead and play that video for those of you who just who could use a refresher on the investigation. I'm going to go ahead and play that. Welcome, friends. Those of you that have been a friend of this channel for the past 3 years know how invested I became in the Gannon Stauch case. In 4 years of discussing crime cases, I don't remember any case that made me feel so many emotions, strong ones, not before and not since. So I decided to make this video. This being my first pre-recorded video, I truly hope that you find it informative and thought-provoking as I go over what I consider to be all the significant facts within the timeline of this horrifying and heartbreaking case. And if you would be so kind as to take a second and hit that like on this video and subscribe to the channel, I would really appreciate it. Gannon Stauch was 11 years old when he was reported missing on Monday, January 27th, 2020 in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Gannon was born on September 29th, 2008 in Loris, South Carolina. His mother and other members of his family called him their miracle because he was born prematurely at only 1 pound 6 ounces, and the doctors only gave him a 10% chance of survival. Gannon's great aunt recalls that he was born extremely premature and survived, but even surviving, there was this reason to believe that he would have some severe disabilities, and none of that manifested. He's gifted and talented, which in itself is a miracle, she said. Gannon grew from a micro preemie to a bright, gifted school student. Gannon loved Sonic and corny jokes and would always think of a new one to tell his mom every chance. Gannon is regarded as a beautiful, kind soul that brought light and happiness wherever he went. Gannon lived with his father, Albert, who everyone calls Al, his 17-year-old stepsister, Harley, his stepmother, Letitia, and his 8-year-old younger sister, Lena. Al was on active duty with the Army National Guard and was often away for work, leaving his wife and Gannon's stepmother, Letitia, with the responsibilities of the home and his children.
Letitia seemed to take pride in her domestic responsibilities while engaged in what seemed to be a promising career in child education. Now, in January of 2019, the Stauchs sold their home in Carolina Forest, South Carolina. According to the Horry County school system, Letitia worked for them from November 2010 to June 2015, starting as a paraprofessional to eventually a special education teacher. According to Horry County school spokesperson Lisa Borscher, Letitia resigned from the school she'd been teaching. Other public records show that Letitia attempted to gain employment with the Marion County school system, taught at Marion County schools, and her teaching certification was suspended in May of 2016. According to documents, she breached her contract by, quote unquote, abandoning her teaching duties with the district after 7 days of employment. It also states, quote unquote, unknown to the district at that time, Mrs. Stauch had also contracted to teach in Charleston for the same time period. She went to work for the professional development and then the first 2 days, but never returned. When school officials tried contacting her, she told them that she left because she was harassed and retaliation was sought against her for requesting to be released from her contract due to a pending military move, which she says was denied. She even claimed that the district superintendent's niece was Al's ex-wife and that she alleged harassment and retaliation were due to the dynamic, and she threatened to file an official claim. Letitia's allegations were investigated and found to be, not surprisingly, unsubstantiated. Letitia will later receive her Colorado teaching license in March of 2019 and begin substitute teaching during the spring semester of that same year. She later taught at French Elementary from August until November, when she resigned. Letitia then participated in 3 days of orientation at Mountain Ridge Middle School in the Briar Great neighborhood of Colorado Springs. After that, she was fired on the 24th of January for inconsistencies found in her resume. This was just 3 days prior to Gannon being reported as missing. On Monday, January 27th, Letitia informs her current employer at approximately 4:37 a.m. that her stepdad was killed after being hit by a car and that she can't make it into work. Later that morning, Gannon allegedly complains to Letitia that he's having stomach pains and stays home from school. Evidence will later reveal that Letitia took photos of Gannon in his sleep with her cell phone between 8:13 and 8:17 a.m. A neighbor would later share security footage captured at 10:16 a.m. with law enforcement, showing Letitia and presumably Gannon entering the red Nissan Frontier pickup truck and leaving the residence. And according to an arrest affidavit, Letitia left her phone behind at home and locked between 9:56 a.m. and 2:45 p.m., but a text was sent from Gannon's phone to Harley, Letitia's 17-year-old daughter, at 10:37 a.m. saying, "Tisha left phone at home. If you need her, text me." Al, Gannon's dad, sends a text to Gannon that simply says, "Hey, buddy, during this time, Letitia is traveling at Petco on North Nevada Avenue between the hours of 11:22 a.m. and 1:22 p.m. Gannon's whereabouts are unknown, and he is not seen on the surveillance footage from Petco where Letitia completes her purchase at 11:22 a.m. At 1:21 p.m., Gannon's phone responds to Al's text saying, "Can I play Zelda at least?" Where Al replies, "Not today." At 1:22 p.m., Letitia makes another purchase at the same Petco. At 1:43 p.m., a search was made from Gannon's phone believed to have been made by Letitia, simply stating, "Can my parent find my cell phone if it's off?" At 2:19 p.m., the red Nissan Frontier returns and Letitia gets out, as well as presumably Gannon. The video is very grainy and it's hard to tell if it's him for sure. And according to the ADT motion detectors in the home, there was no movement between 10:16 a.m. and 2:19 p.m., indicating that there was no one else in the home during this time, Harley being at work and Lina being at school. Now let's rewind back to the previous day being Sunday, January 26th. After Gannon is reported missing, Letitia tells detectives that on Sunday the 26th, she met a man named Eduardo. She meets him near a construction site. She claimed that Gannon had knocked over a candle and burned the carpet. So she called Eduardo to fix it, and gave him the garage code so that he could come the following day and do so. She also claims that Gannon is up most of the night with stomach problems, which is why he did not attend school the next day. At 2:45 p.m. on Monday, Letitia unlocks her phone. She later tells detectives that at 2:30 p.m., this so-called Eduardo, an Hispanic male, was in the home and held her at gunpoint while he allowed her to greet Lena and go on about her daily business, then allegedly raping her between 3:30 and 4:30 p.m. Letitia went on to tell detectives that at one point, Gannon jumped on Eduardo's back, but Eduardo threw Gannon across the room and held him at gunpoint, then demanding a suitcase and a cardboard box. Letitia claims to may have hit her head and blacked out, during which time Eduardo abducted Gannon. Now, it doesn't seem to take much for detectives to find this story difficult to believe, especially with Letitia's past criminal record, I would assume, which include making threats, grand theft, domestic violence, and battery charges, which nearly all were eventually dropped. But more importantly, this story being drastically different than the story she previously gave detectives, which was that the last time she saw Gannon was at 3:15 p.m. when he left the residence to go play with a friend, right? At which time Lena gets home from school and Letitia tells her that Gannon is asleep in her bed and then tells Lena to go play outside. She is seen riding her bike on surveillance footage between 3:30 and 3:42 p.m. Between 3:41 and 4:20 p.m., several text messages take place between Letitia, Harley, and Al. The contents of these texts are still unknown to the public. But at 3:55 p.m., Gannon's dad, Al, sends a message to Gannon's phone saying, "Hey, buddy." This text is not even open and read until more than 3.5 hours later at 7:40 p.m. At 4:42 p.m., Letitia's 17-year-old daughter gets home from work in her white Volkswagen Jetta, picks up Lena, and leaves with her. At 4:52, Letitia sends Harley a text telling her to pick up stuff from the store. It reads, carpet powder, 2 things, baking soda, and trash bags. A receipt for this purchase was later found in Letitia's Tiguan, timestamped at 5:14 p.m. At 6:55 p.m., Letitia Stauch calls 911, reports Gannon missing. More than 3 hours later, at 10:09 p.m., deputies respond and are unable to locate Gannon. The deputies noticed Letitia's Volkswagen Tiguan was backed into the garage, so the deputies asked to see Gannon's bedroom and enter. The detectives charged with the task of finding Gannon would later compare the deputies' body cam footage with the photos taken earlier in the day by Letitia of Gannon sleeping. Except in the body cam footage, there is different bedding and sheets, and the bed is now moved against the wall. Early the following morning on Tuesday, January 28th, Letitia texts with the babysitter. Letitia says, "This happened after 3:30. We talked to him, then told be home by 6. The sitter responds, "Someone posted he wasn't at school either." Letitia responds, "He had to go to the doctor for his stomach, but he was here in the afternoon." The sitter says, "Where did he say he was at?" Letitia said, "Honestly, I don't keep up with friends." Then at 8:30 a.m., according to a receipt, Letitia rents a 2019 Kia Rio from Avis Rent-A-Car in Colorado Springs. Then at 8:48 a.m., she texts Harley to pull her white Volkswagen Jetta into the garage. At 8:50 a.m., Letitia picks up Al from the airport, stops at King's Supers, then Wendy's, then finally back home in Lorson Ranch. At 12:57 p.m., a search from Letitia's phone, takes place saying, "Can Nintendo find my Switch?" And then between 4:04 and 4:17 p.m., investigators ask Letitia for Gannon's toothbrush for the purposes of running DNA. At 4:19 p.m., Letitia texts Al saying, "They are asking for our son's toothbrush, but said nothing is wrong." Letitia says, "Something isn't right. I think they're hiding something." Al says, "Who? The police?" Letitia says, "Yes, they asked for toothbrushes." Al says, "What do you think they're hiding?" At 7 p.m., Letitia picks up the Volkswagen Tiguan from the short-term parking at COS Airport. She left there earlier that morning. The receipt shows that she left COS Airport in the Tiguan at 7:02 p.m. The location data from the Tiguan shows it was in the area of Highway 105 between 8:30 p.m. and 10:20 p.m. The phone pings from the Tiguan show it was north of the USAFA and south of Douglas County. The data specifically shows the vehicle entering a rural area near Highway 105 and Perry Park Road and then driving out. It should be noted that during this time, Harley's phone pings near the Stauch residence, so detectives do not believe that Harley was with Letitia. At 10:26 p.m., the neighbor's security footage shows Harley leaving the home, and detectives believe that she was picking up Letitia somewhere near Powers and Carefree. Many, including detectives, believe that Letitia was disposing of Gannon's remains during this time. The following may be a strong reason why at 10:45 p.m., Letitia sends a text to investigators making this statement. "What do you want from me? Because I have nothing. One of your very own leaked to me what you guys were doing. I did nothing or am being set up. I'm not really even sure other than being told that by another blue with El Paso. I was told I couldn't go home to sleep, and on top of that, men were sent to a home with a minor female, and she was forced to stay there, not to even have good." I don't know what that means. It goes on to say, every conversation that said, even at this moment, I can hear inside, "What do you want from me?" Detective Bethel simply responds with, "Come in to talk to me. I would just like information to find Gannon." On Wednesday, the 29th at 9 a.m., the Kia Rio that Letitia rented just over 24 hours prior was returned, and Letitia is picked up by Harley. It was a white Jetta that picked her up. At 11:30 a.m., the Tiguan is caught on surveillance at a local car wash with possibly blood on the back bumper. Letitia apparently has an appointment with investigators at 10 a.m. at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, but does not arrive until noon. She has notes and other pieces of paper with her in seemingly attempted preparation for this interview. Detectives also notice that her vehicle is wet. The interview is where she claims that the 27th, this so-called Eduardo abducted Gannon after raping her between 3:30 and 4:30 p.m. She also tells detectives that she cleaned up the area afterwards. The detectives offer her a rape exam, and she declines. At this point, detectives seize her phone. At the end of the interview, she proceeds to shove tissues down her pants and claims to have shortness of breath and chest pain. So, El Paso Sheriff's personnel transport her to the nearest hospital. Detectives seize the Tiguan during this time, but Letitia leaves the hospital without telling the investigators. She is then picked up by an unknown person and seen meeting with her daughter Harley several miles away. During a search of the home, investigators find several carpet brushes with what they believe to contain carpet fibers located in the dishwasher, along with an empty bottle of vinegar. Letitia then at some point rents a 2020 Nissan Altima that investigators managed to attach a GPS tracking device on. Letitia would then text someone named Nicole, who is probably the owner of the house that the Stauchs reside in. This happens at 2:14 p.m. Letitia says, "When we came back inside from the smoke, there was blood on both of us. I didn't know what to do. I was scared that, and it's her typing here. I was scared I would get an unknown word, whatever that is, about it, and I didn't know if he should go to the doctor. I kept trying to add the candle thing, but Albert kept saying it was small and minor. I was scared the basement was smoky, and when I threw the cover, everything, we both had blood." Okay. Then in a following text, she says, "You don't know how it is to be a stepmom." The following Friday, Letitia is tracked in the rented Nissan Altima, returning to the area near Highway 105 Perry Park Road in Douglas County. This is for just under an hour between 4:16 and 5:13 p.m. As this is happening, Landon Hyatt, Gannon's mother, is frantic with worry and not aware of any of this yet. She and Al, Gannon's dad, who is also worried beyond words, hold a hopeful press conference with the hope that someone knows where their little hero is and that they will be reunited soon.
I'm Landon Hyatt, Gannon's mom, and I encourage you guys, I know many of you mothers and fathers, I encourage you just to seek, find him. I'm so thankful for all the outpouring help that this case has brought. My son is a very loving kid. He wouldn't want harm on anybody at all. And it's so hard to just think, why is this happening to him? I have no clue. But my kid deserves to come home. My kid has a purpose. My kid has a life. And it's important to me. And it's important to everybody that's standing in this room. Gannon, Bubba, little man, mommy's hero, wherever you're at, mommy and daddy's here. We're begging and pleading for you to come home. I know that's your biggest wish, is to see mommy and daddy standing here. We're here, Bubba. We're here for you, and I can't wait till you're found, because I have hope that you are going to be found. You are my hero. You are the reason why I have life. He's so special to me. I don't think many people can understand. My child was a 1 pound, 6 ounce baby. He had a 10% chance of survival. If he survived, he would be profoundly disabled. None of that is accurate. He's gifted and talented. Do anything for anybody. So I'm begging, I'm pleading, if anybody has any type of lead, put yourself in my situation. Ask yourself, what would you do? My Savior is a great Savior. And I know I have hope and that my son's going to be here. I'm thankful for the churches, the pastors, the outpouring support from this community, from Albert's military, family, everybody, the detectives. It was you that was sitting at the table, and you told me that 90% success rate, and you told me that I'm going to find Gannon. I believe that. It's the first time I had hope since I got that call on Monday. I have hope. So please have hope with me. I'm begging. Bring my baby home. Bubba, I love you. Mommy loves you so much. Nova loves you. Lena loves you. This room is filled with people that love you, and this community loves you too. So please come home, baby. Please come home.
Yeah, I'd like to reiterate what Layden said, that what an incredible community we have. I mean, everybody in here in a team, incredible team that I came out my front door, I think it was Tuesday, and there was 300 people out there searching my neighborhood. It blew me away. So thank you, everyone. Thank you. Again, and Daddy loves you so much. Please come home.
The very next day, on February 1st, Letitia gives a bizarre interview with a local news station with her back turned to the camera.
You are?
I am Tisha Stauch, which is Gannon's stepmother.
You've been a part of the investigation since the very first time. You were the last person to see him. Is that right?
Correct.
What did you see when you last saw him?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about anything with the case. I would more so be willing to talk about how the community needs to have faith and continue to work together and not make these false accusations, like the things that have been said, that I've disappeared from the community. I haven't been there to help, but there's lots of reasons behind that.
Reasons like death threats, right?
Right. Death threats are one of them. My family's getting lots of death threats. We counted over 20 some death threats already. Two, my husband's ex-wife is living in our home. And of course, I'm not coming home to do these things and to help with the family when I was kind of like told I couldn't. And then many other things that happened with the El Paso County Police Department, you know, and in doing the investigation, I was told I wasn't complying. And can I elaborate on that?
Please do.
Yes. So I asked for an attorney during the interview, and I was denied that by them. I was held because they were blocking the door. And I was told I
Bullshit.
couldn't leave, and that if I would have touched them, they would have probably, said I still wasn't complying, or said I was, trying to run away or something. But during the interview, I asked several times, could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? Could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? I was denied. I was told I couldn't get nothing to drink. I couldn't go to the bathroom. I mean, it was continuously that my constitutional rights were violated.
And that's why you say that they said then you weren't cooperating with the investigation.
That's why they said I wasn't cooperating at that time. Correct.
And why did you ask for an attorney at the time?
Well, I asked for an attorney at the time because there was one individual, there was two really good detectives. And so I'm not, going to talk bad about detectives, but the tactics they started to get when I would answer questions, they try to, they're detectives. They're supposed to twist. The one main goal is to find Gannon. But during that time, some of those things made me feel uncomfortable the way they were saying things. So I immediately stopped and felt like an attorney would help me with some of the vocabulary and things like that I needed help with, and understanding some of the things that they were asking.
I'm going to shift gears to what has become a huge online presence of people obviously trying to do the right thing, help find Gannon.
There was nothing complicated about what they were explaining to her. She didn't ask for an attorney because she didn't understand what they were
That's
saying.
one of the main things we haven't been around in the public eye, because I didn't want to expose my family to it if all these things were going on. There was comments about Gannon getting pushed off the hike, and there was comments about this, and that's just not true. I took care of Gannon for the last 2 years in our home because his mother didn't want to do it. And I would never, ever hurt this child. And I know there's some questions out there about, okay, so tell me what happens. That's up to the investigations when they end up letting you guys know. But I've cooperated with them, even to the point that we were held with a gun. And my daughter, a 17-year-old who serves our country in the United States Air Force, who has never committed a crime or done anything wrong in her life, was put in handcuffs over the keys that was in her purse so they could take her car.
Because they had a warrant.
They weren't even in her car. I mean, in her purse.
And
they were in my pocket.
You originally didn't even know it was the law enforcement officer?
I didn't know it was a law enforcement officer because when he came out, I guess he was putting his jacket on. And
They had a warrant
it wasn't
and you
necessarily
ran.
his fault. He was adjusting and happened to catch me. But I saw the gun and I panicked originally and kind of thought, oh gosh, I got who's this guy? And then once I realized it was the sheriff's office, I was totally okay.
See
but
how
they
she
still had a
fails
gun
to
and
say
told me
that
they
she
were gonna
ran?
shoot me. But I was really concerned about my daughter, asking why she was being detained in handcuffs and things like that, when that shouldn't even happen for a child. That shouldn't happen for someone who was standing inside of a store shopping, because we couldn't have any clothes because all of our clothes were here. If we came here and got clothes, we would be harassed. So she went to purchase some underwear and things like that and was put in the handcuffs in the store, and then brought out with men with guns. And that's just not okay. They could have approached me and said, hi, I'm with El Paso County. Can I please get this? Instead of the way that it happened.
I'm just going to check your shot. Doing great. Want to make sure that we're still good on recording, still can hear you okay. Okay, yeah, sounds like we're good. Every once in a while my mic will give out and I want to make sure that's not going to happen here. Okay. I should try and clarify here. Not necessarily crime rates, but the way that people are reacting online to rumors about you with the source.
Oh yes. Wow. The rumors have gotten so bad. I pretty much have been told at least 10 different ways that these people have these conspiracy theories. I guess they watch a lot of law shows and maybe they have all these theories on how Gannon is dead. And that's what they're saying. So I'm like, why are you saying Gannon is dead? He is not dead. We are going to find Gannon. And that's the main goal that we all have. My family has. Just because you haven't seen us, we have that same goal. We've been out searching. My aunt has been out searching. My family has been out searching. We all have been doing that together so that we could protect each other.
How does it feel when not only you have a lost child who you are in care of, but then people blaming you for that child not being there?
I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. And I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon. And I love him so much. I've helped taking care of him for so long.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know him.
Gannon is so kind and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite
Here's the
things. He loves
shift.
Sonic and Mario. And, he's always helpful. And he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house. And we have 2 little cute dogs. And he was always like a person I could say, Gannon, can you go do this? And he would do it right away. sometimes with kids, we have to remind them and things like that. And that's okay. But he was so sweet and able to help anyone. He could notice when you're sick and say, are you okay? And such a kind heart.
I know you just said that you can't say anything about the investigation, so you can just say so again if you can't answer this. But is there anything we can hear about the hike? Was there a hike?
I love this guy's testimony.
You know
too.
what? Could we bring my daughter up here? Because she can go and say that, she came home from work after the hike and she can verify that Gannon was at our home.
Okay, yeah, that's fine with me. If she doesn't want to, that's okay, but you're allowed.
That's fine.
Sound okay so far?
Yes. I need Harley. Because they want you to verify was Gannon at home after the hike. Because you didn't go to the hike, but you came home from work.
You see how her tone changed? She went from being the sweet mom to like
Just answer the question. Yes,
when she's actually a mom,
you can verify Gannon was at home.
she's ordering, she's barking orders, she's being
I told her she didn't have to
abrasive.
be too in depth because she is still, a child. But I want to make sure that someone knows that there's another person to verify that Gannon.
extremely intimidating.
Does she need to hold this?
No.
Yes, so I came home later that evening. I was at work and I can verify that he was there that night.
So there was a hike that you guys went on, but then you guys came home.
Yes.
Where'd you guys go hiking?
Garden of the Gods.
I guess when
And
And
then we
why
ate Burger King
why
that
bring
night,
her
so-
into it if she's traumatized from having a gun pointed at her and put in handcuffs?
And then it just was, I'm gonna go to play at a friend's house. And then it was just, I'm off to go to play at a friend's house.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to comment on that anymore. And for that reason is because some things have been turned and twisted. And, that was one of those stories you were talking about where people say things. We had to hear things like who would let their child go out at dark and things like that. And that's just why I don't want to answer that. If I had to give, I'm not going to say that part.
That's okay.
Never
That's
mind.
right.
I could take that out.
I understand that it gets tricky with
Yeah.
legal stuff. Do you feel like I asked you what I need to? Do you feel like this is going to help kind of turn the tide of what feels like a witch hunt, in my opinion?
I hope am I on camera now?
You are
okay.
still.
Okay. I think that a lot of
Wow.
people can see that I'm not missing and see that I am being cooperative. But to me, it's okay that they think those things because the way someone thinks about me, I don't have a problem with that. My main thing is I would never want someone to think that I would hurt Gannon or any of the children in our home because that's just not the case. I've spent my whole entire life working so hard in education. There was even things online that was talking about my education license and I shouldn't even be a teacher. And they just didn't know that. Like we moved on a military move and I didn't finish out my contract. So I gave up my license in that state. It had nothing to do with any criminal activity, or any of those things. And it just got blown out of proportion on my professional status, and
Do you feel like these are just internet detectives who think they know what they're doing?
it definitely is. And here's the thing that kind of saddens me. It's like if you're going to talk about someone like that and have a witch hunt out for them, why would you even care about doing those things? Because this is a child. You're telling me that you're just as mean, you're just as hateful to talk about someone else like that. That's how I feel. Like we just should not. We should all come together and wait until the end and see what happens because Gannon's going to come home.
Any message for Gannon?
The message for Gannon I have is, Gannon, when you get here, you'll be able to truly tell what happened. And then I really hope I get a sincere apology from everyone who has made all those things.
Wow.
Especially from my husband.
Wow.
Message to Gannon from my family that we love you and miss you, and we hope that you come home soon. And Gannon, I can't wait till you can come home and let everyone know that you're okay. We love you.
Can I do that? Following Saturday, investigators find possible traces of blood on the rear of the Tiguan, one of the rear passenger seats, and near the glove compartment. And over the next few weeks, investigators conduct more thorough searches of the home. Blue Star technology is used and finds the presence of blood in Gannon's room, the hallway leading to the utility room from Gannon's bedroom, the utility room itself, the staircase leading upstairs, the path to the garage, and the garage area itself. In Gannon's room, blood is found seep through the carpet pad, and even stained the concrete. Blood stain and spatter were even found on the wall nearby. Approximately 50 droplets of blood were found on walls near Gannon's bed. Gannon's mattress was also stained. A forensic expert says that the blood stains on the wall were likely created by gunshot, blunt force, or a stabbing. What's believed to also be blood is found behind and around the edges of an electrical socket next to Gannon's bed. Meanwhile, Gannon's parents still grasp tightly to the hope that their little G-man is found safely.
How do I describe my G-man, my Gannon? Gannon's my hero. I love him so much. He's not only my hero, he has multiple people that call him his hero as well. He has so many family members that just look up to him at such a small age. He's full of life. He's happy. He's energetic. He loves sports. He loves Sonic. He loves going outside, playing with his friends, his sister, his neighbor, especially Braden. This neighborhood basically gives you a true example of who my son is. Everybody coming together, all the smiles that people have. This is why I have hope, because I feel it. This is Gannon truly speaking to our community. Gannon he loves blue. He loves Sonic. He's into coding. He loves riding his bicycle with his sister. And I know that he's missing that right now. He holds his job as being Big Bubba very important. And for him not to be able to talk to his sisters has to be hurting him. This week has been awful. It's been more than a roller coaster ride. It's been more than emotional mess. I don't even have answers for my feelings other than I'm afraid. I'm afraid that I will never hear his voice, that I'll never hear him run and say, "Mommy," that I'll never hear those corny jokes that he always tells every single day. He has to tell me a joke. He looks forward to telling me something silly. And I'm afraid that I may never see that again or hear it. I don't want to believe that, because that means that I'm giving up hope, and I'm not giving up hope because my son is full of hope. So I'm urging anyone that has any leads, credible leads, if you're too afraid because you know something, a kid just doesn't disappear and no one sees him. It's not how this works. So if you have anything that's credible, if you're afraid, don't worry about it. Imagine my son, how afraid he is. Imagine how afraid Gannon is. So please call, please write. If you need to have someone else to do it for you, please do. Because my son deserves to be here. He deserves to be here. Please call the El Paso Sheriff's County and let them know. And I thank you guys, the community, for what you've done, because this is Gannon. This is who he is. And I thank you guys so much.
When Gannon was born, he weighed only 1 pound and 6 ounces, and even today, he's still our miracle child. He still is. And he's such a happy child, and he just brings life to every party. His smile, even today, is keeping us going. His infectious smile brings me joy every time I think about it. The past 8 days have been, as Landon said, a roller coaster of emotions. Sometimes we jump in for joy because we get an information that we might think is a break in the case, and then the next minute we get we see something or get information that just breaks our heart in a million pieces again. But through all this, just know that your thoughts and your prayers and your messages, keep them coming, because even if we don't respond, we are receiving them, and that has given us strength to get through this. And I do want to say I'm so proud of Lena, my little baby girl here, and of Landon, my children's mother. They've been so strong through this, stronger than I would have ever thought that I could have ever been. And I'm getting strength from them as well. As I said, please keep sending your thoughts and your prayers, because we are receiving them. And if you have any information at all that could help, please reach out to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office with only credible information, but any information that you think may help. Thank you so much. Your turn.
I love you, Baba.
Meanwhile, the community refuses to give up hope and relentlessly helps search for Gannon.
We turn to Colorado Springs, where tonight another volunteer search crew is combing through an area near the home of the 11-year-old boy who has now been missing for more than a week. Some of the crews were out near Big Johnson Reservoir using some specialized equipment in their search today. Right now, this remains a missing endangered child case, and Allie Levine is in Colorado Springs, where she spent the day. Allie, the search crew remains out this evening, started their search some 3 hours ago now.
Yeah, Tom, that's right. The latest team to start searching for Gannon started at 1 o'clock this afternoon, but well before that, there was another team out here this morning. Now, you can see the mobile command post for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office just behind me. This is the home base in the search for Gannon Stauch. All day long, we have seen volunteers and members of these search and rescue teams come through the fields around this area. And it's worth noting that where they are searching right now and where we stand right now is about 3 miles from the Stauch home. According to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, about 52 volunteers are helping comb through a large area around this Stauch home and this field here where we are today. 2 dogs are also part of this search, along with 4 mounted horses and their deputies. And just minutes ago, we saw that trailer return to this parking lot. This is the second day search and rescue crews have focused here at this spot, and they say they came back with some specialized equipment this time around. Some of that includes a remote control vehicle equipped with sonar to search underwater. That's instead of using divers. The sheriff's office says they had to change the way they're searching because of the weather. It's very cold here right now, but it's not slowing down their efforts. They do say what can slow them down in this search are tips from people that are coming in third hand.
It doesn't delay it in any way because, again, as we've said, in blizzard conditions, it does not matter. If we get a good lead, we're going to be out here. We encourage those folks that actually have good, legitimate, credible information that, you know, like I said, when they've seen things with their own eyes, they've witnessed different things. If they call that into our tip line, we will absolutely look into those leads.
Yeah, so as those leads come in, they are having to input every single one into their system. So if they're credible or not, the ones that are not credible are really slowing them down. The El Paso County Sheriff's Office also told us today that the Metro Crime Lab that we saw at the Stauch home yesterday would be there on and off throughout the coming days. Now, we swung by that home earlier and we didn't see it there at the moment, but the El Paso County Sheriff's Office says any updates that they have in this search as it continues will come directly from them, and that is how we know that they will be credible, because there are plenty of other sources of information out there right now. Back to you in studio.
Well, sadly, as we continue the search for Gannon Stauch, this just remains a mystery at this point. Thanks, Al.
On Wednesday, February 12th, detectives and investigators shift their efforts into Douglas County, where Letitia had been tracked driving to in 2 different rental cars. No doubt with suspicion that Letitia had disposed of Gannon's remains somewhere in that area. Then the next day, on Thursday, the 13th of February, with Al's cooperation and knowledge, Letitia tells Gannon's father, Al, that Gannon had burned himself with a candle to the point where his skin had bubbled, and that Gannon peeled the wound and wiped the blood on his wall. According to the leaked affidavit, her story continuously changed. Al had never even asked Letitia about any blood on the wall before Letitia made this comment to him. By the next day, Friday, February 14th, a day where Gannon would have and should have been exchanging Valentine's cards and candy with his classmates, the phone exchanges between Al and Letitia show multiple different stories. At one point, she states that when El Paso sheriff's officers came to the home on the 27th, Eduardo was still in the house, and she tried to tell the deputies. El Paso sheriff's deputies checked the whole house, but saw no one other than who should have been accounted for. This is suspicious in itself, because if Eduardo kidnapped Gannon and Eduardo was still in the house, that would mean Gannon would still be in the house too, no? Except it turns out that this time it wasn't Eduardo who was in the house and took Gannon. It was someone named Quincy Brown. According to Letitia's account to Al this time, Quincy followed her home from Petco and threw himself in the middle of the road at some point, and when she stopped in order to avoid running him over, he jumped in the car and forced her to take him back to the residence where he raped her. Okay, now stay with me here, folks. Then she tells Al that she knew his name because she saw a paper with his ID fall out of his pocket. Letitia then sends Al a photo of this so-called Quincy Brown. And then she tells to Al that she and Gannon were near County Line Road and Highway 105 in North El Paso County on the 27th, where Gannon was riding his bike and fell and hit his head, and then was abducted by Quincy Brown, who was being driven by a man named Terrence. I know, it's a lot. But then Letitia tells investigators that a search in that area would be futile. None of this seems believable to detectives, to say the least, given Letitia's inconsistent accounts, puzzling behavior, and ultimately due to the fact that they strongly believe that she got Quincy Brown's name from a picture in a lineup of Pike Peak's most wanted fugitives. On Saturday the 15th, during their search near Highway 105 and Perry Park Road in Douglas County, investigators find a piece of particle board with a stain that looked like blood. After testing the blood, turns out to be a match for Gannon. At this point, detectives believe that Letitia used the particle board to move Gannon's body. Detectives then asked Letitia why she told Al that Gannon fell off his bike when it was clear that she told them very different stories. She tells investigators that it's because she felt like that's what Al wanted to hear. Letitia also tells Al over the phone that the blood in the corner of Gannon's room is a combination of both hers and Gannon's, and that the abductor raped them both and was still there when El Paso deputies came to the home that night. Of course, detectives are beyond suspicious at this point, and at 7:28 p.m. on Sunday the 16th, Letitia tells a female named Tila Cummings that she has given Al false stories because she knows he won't believe anything she says anyway. At 1:53 p.m. on Monday the 17th, Letitia tells Laura Abernathy that she was thinking of flying out to Colorado to take a lie detector test to prove that she's innocent, also stating that they think I'm still in Colorado. Then at 4:11 p.m., Letitia tells an unknown female that she is going to take a lie detector test, but the test won't be admissible in court and no law enforcement will be present when the test is administered. Then the following day, on Tuesday, the 18th at 10:14 a.m., Letitia calls a number associated with fakepolygraph.com. She tells the representative that she never received confirmation for the test she paid for, so the gentleman tells her he will send her an email. At 11:16 a.m., Letitia calls the number again asking, "Where's my email?" So the dude on the other end tells her that her report was blocked by management due to the questions that she wanted on the test. The thing is that anything involving illegal activities, the company has the right to withhold and not send. So Letitia says, "What do you do now? Just delete it and go about life, keeping the money?" And the dude is like, "Yes, we do indeed." Letitia then says, "Okay, I got you. Thank you. Goodbye." Detectives' next move, of course, is to reach out to the company to get these questions. Ten days later, on Friday, February 28th, detectives and investigators at El Paso County Sheriff's Department believe Gannon to be deceased and that they have enough evidence to convict her for Gannon's murder. And Judge Raffalo signs a warrant for Letitia Stauch's arrest. She is located and apprehended the following Monday, March 2nd, in South Carolina.
Really, I'm not in the correct mindset to be even standing up here, but if I had to say one thing, that when he said Gannon is no longer with us, I'd have to say Gannon is with us. After the stories of people from all over the world, he's not only my hero now, he's the world's hero. So I think the community, the positive support from a state that I've never visited other than 2 or 3 times, I'm astounded by the amount of love that's not come from me. It's came from my boy. And never thought I'd be standing here. It's a nightmare. I've had to put trust in the people I don't know. Today, I got the worst news and the best news. Obviously, we know what the worst news is, but the best news is that justice will be served. And I'll make sure that justice is served because my boy did not deserve any of this that has happened to him. So I urge media one more time just to hold off on questions until we know that this person, the stepmom that I even trusted, that she will pay 100% for this heinous thing she done. And I know that that's going to will be done. So I ask you guys, I beg and plead, if you've known, or if you see this story, all of you have seen this story, please hold that very close to you. Because I want to live this earth knowing that justice was served for my boy. And I know that you've seen pictures, you've seen stories, you've seen my little man. He is truly my hero. And I'm gladly giving that to you guys too, that he can be your hero. I've heard stories of people that have not prayed in years, that have finally fell on their knees to pray. And I know where my son's at, without a shadow of a doubt. So many families have been brought closer together because of this. I know my boy is special, and I've told my people and my family and friends that Gannon has a testimony, that Gannon has a story. He's special. And this is his story. So make that story magnificent, who my child is. And I'm putting my trust into you guys to do that. So thank you for allowing Gannon to be your hero and sharing him with us.
On March 3rd, Letitia appears in front of a South Carolina judge where she is given the option to waive extradition.
Okay, is this Miss Stauch? Stauch?
I love this guy.
When I'd be wrong, but
Miss Stauch.
Okay, I don't know how much you know about the extradition proceeding. Do you know anything about extradition? Well, you're going to learn. This morning, you have a decision to make. You can either waive extradition, and the state of Colorado has 20 days to come get you, which, to be quite honest about it, under the facts of this particular situation, I have a feeling it'd be much shorter than that. But anyway, you have they'll have 20 days to come get you, or you can fight extradition. Fighting extradition means that, and this is a guesstimate on my part, that it would be about maybe 90 days from now, the Attorney General from the state of South Carolina would hold a extradition hearing where he has to prove two things: that you are Miss Stauch, Miss Stauch, and that you are wanted for a felony in the state of Colorado. It's not a very high bar for them to jump over, but that is the standard in a extradition hearing. So my question to you is, do you want to waive extradition, or do you want to fight extradition?
So when you said something about fighting it, I have to do what now?
Well, you don't have to do anything. You just have to sit until the hearing comes up. But otherwise, the state of Colorado has, if you waive extradition, they have 20 days to come get you. I would be surprised if they weren't already in the air, but that's just me. I have no factual basis for that, but I've just.
They were here yesterday. That's who actually came.
Oh, okay. So what you want to do, young lady? You want to waive extradition, or you want to fight?
So there's a hearing here. What does that mean? They decide to determine what? If the hearing is here, what does that decide?
It just decides whether you go back to Colorado or not.
Well, I've still never been given the opportunity, like since the beginning, to even call my attorney to even talk to him about any of these things.
Well, where's your attorney?
I need to call my friend Laura, who has the attorney, but I was told yesterday that someone was going to do that, but they never did.
Okay.
I've asked since yesterday that I call an attorney.
Well, it doesn't matter either way to me because I'm just asking the question. I don't care what the answers are. If you waive extradition, I will sign the extradition order and they'll bring it back there for you to consent to. If you fight extradition, then they'll just have an extradition hearing sometime in the future. And the problem with fighting extradition is that the time you spend sitting waiting for the extradition hearing is always considered to be your time, not Colorado or whatever the requesting state's time is. So you don't get any credit. It's like, I won't say wasting your time, but, and there are very few, this isn't legal advice, but I'll tell you, there's very few defenses to extradition. But it's your choice.
Oh, so you're saying it's not like a guarantee, it's just a hearing?
It's just a hearing where they have to prove you are who you are and that you're wanted for a felony. Those are the two things they have to prove in an extradition hearing. That's all. So, I mean, if you are who you are and you're wanted for a felony in Colorado, it won't do much good fighting an extradition hearing.
Oh, you're saying they have to prove that. I see what you're saying. I understand.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Okay, what you want to do, young lady?
So Colorado.
Okay, well, I'll sign the extradition order and they'll bring it back for you to consent to. Now, of course, it wouldn't have mattered if you waived or not waived. When somebody's somebody is a fugitive from one state, I don't let them be a fugitive from two states. So it's not like if you answered either way, it would make any difference as far as the hearing today goes, because I'm not going to set bond. Of course, with the charges that are involved, I couldn't set bond anyway. I don't think. Anyway.
Yeah, I didn't run from you guys, so I don't have any trouble with you guys too. I didn't even know anything until yesterday, so the date on that paper you have is wrong.
Well, let me tell you something else, and I didn't go into all this. But now that we've decided what we're going to do in this particular hearing, because of the charges you're charged with as far as today's concerned, I don't believe I'd say too much more. Okay. All right. They'll bring the order back to you to sign in a moment. All right. The consent to. Okay. All righty.
And just when we all thought that Letitia's insane behavior had reached its end, on March 6th, while being transported from South Carolina back to Colorado Springs at mile marker 284 on Interstate 70 near Abilene, Kansas, Letitia decides she's going to slip out of her handcuffs and attack a transport officer. Both he and Letitia are hospitalized, but the details of their injuries remain unknown. Since her apprehension, Letitia has pled not guilty and used every possible manipulation tactic to stall the process of justice by doing everything from filing motions to represent herself to exhausting every possibility of being deemed psychologically unfit to stand trial. All while the uncharted obstacle of the COVID-19 pandemic unexpectedly presented itself, stalling trial proceedings that much more. Jury selection has since begun, and her trial is scheduled to be underway on April 3rd, which I will be keeping you up to date on right here as promised since her arrest. So hit that like and make sure to subscribe to get all the updates. Thank you for watching, and we will do this again very soon, my friends. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything about, I know this is off the subject, and thanks for watching that, guys. Off the subject, I'm hearing about certain things that may have taken place during the during Leilani Simon's hearing today. Like I'm only hearing rumors, though. I'm not seeing any. I'm not seeing any news updates on it from any credible news sources. So, but yeah, like all I'm hearing is rumor. So I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah, so we're just gonna be just waiting for court to resume. Which they should be getting back in about 9 minutes, hopefully. And in the meantime, there's winter weather returning to Denver. I'll show that real quick. This is some footage right now of what it looks like in Denver. I guess that's the Colorado Rocky Stadium, or whatever they call it. So yeah, there's snow falling. And here in Tennessee, it's not actually cold. It's actually starting to warm up here in Tennessee. So it is pretty, right? How the snowflakes are illuminating there. Colorado really is beautiful. I actually went there once. I went there to be there for I traveled all the way there, and I went there for Letitia's first hearing, but it had been postponed. But luckily I was there to visit a friend as well. So I got to hang out with my friend too, which is great. But the purpose of me going out there was to attend the first hearing. Now, just a quick recap before court resumes. So far, we've heard testimony, the remaining testimony from Detective Bethel, who is the lead detective on Gannon's case, who testified that she does not believe, in her experience and investigating hundreds of homicides, she did not see, in her experience, any behavior that would indicate that Letitia was suffering from any mental health deficiencies. So now, of course, she was she's not a mental health expert, but she was asked by the prosecution if she's ever dealt with anybody with these types of mental health deficiencies, and she says yes, and that Letitia did not display any of these things. So I was actually not in Denver. I was near Colorado Springs, actually. But I flew into Denver. But the fact that Panda, what are you doing? Sorry. Panda, come here. That's a good girl. He's a good girl. Yeah, you can't see her. I don't have my camera positioned for that. Sorry, guys. But as far as the testimony of Detective Bethel, mostly what was really important was the footage of the interview, but shockingly, the footage that I didn't think there would actually be footage. And there was a camera, a GoPro camera pointed directly at Letitia, where she was sitting in the transport van used in extraditing her from South Carolina back to Colorado. And she apparently got loose from her handcuffs, and you could see her actually trying to play it off and do it under the radar, more or less, for lack of a better term. And then she grabbed a Monster can, an unopened can of Monster energy drink, and hit the person next to her who was guarding her in the back seat. And this person didn't take long to be able to restrain her enough to defend herself. And they quickly pulled the vehicle over and then subdued her. And the entire time she is physically combative, yet her demeanor is extremely calm. It's very strange. So she's conducting herself, saying, she's saying, hey, no, I'm not resisting. I'm fine. And all of them are like, yes, you are resisting. Stop. Slow down. Stop. Hold still. And they're like, she's sitting there saying, I just need air. I didn't try to escape. I need air. And she's talking as though she knows she's being recorded. This is what I found fascinating, is she's talking to the officers as if she knows she's being recorded, as if the words that she's saying is somehow going to influence anyone who watches that video, such as a jury, maybe. So I think that was absolutely calculated on her part. I think that she was putting on this act and saying these things in order to, knowing that this footage was going to be shown in front of a jury and it was going to look bad once she went to trial. I think she had every intention of pleading not guilty. I think she had every intention of trying to get away with this murder all throughout even a trial. I think no matter what happened, she was in the mindset of, no matter what happens, I am going to deny. So I found that extremely interesting. Now I'm checking back here with to see if court is resuming yet, but it is not just yet. We still have about 2 minutes to go before they're scheduled to come back from lunch and resume. And I want to go ahead and thank you guys again for logging on to this channel and watching the trial here. All of your comments are welcome as long as they're respectful towards the family, especially. And all critical thinking and questions are welcome, even though they may be unpopular opinions, as long as, like I said, they're not disrespectful to the family in any way, shape, or form. They are victims. So that won't be tolerated here. But like I said, any type of questions, any type of critical thinking, any legal questions, again, we're not attorneys here, but we can, as laymen, we can speculate as to how things may turn out as far as this trial goes, and decisions that could be made by the judge, as far as why the defense is going to object to certain things from the prosecution, so on and so forth, things of that nature. So please feel free to participate in the chat, enjoy each other's company, and hopefully we will get some more answers throughout the rest of this trial, because hopefully, like I said, and the person who's testifying right now would be one of the crime scene investigators whose job it is to indicate blood in a crime scene and collect any blood evidence. This is necessary, obviously, in a murder investigation, especially with as much blood as reportedly is left at this particular crime scene. So hopefully we could just breeze through these testimonies because they are vital to proving their case. But again, as I've stated before, they can be redundant, but it is it's absolutely necessary in proving the prosecution's case against Letitia for this redundancy to take place. We have to go over the facts over and over and over and over again many times. And they're going to be gone over with different experts that are on the stand so that it proves to the jury that all of the experts are, their observations are in concert with leading to the same result, which is that Letitia is absolutely guilty of this crime and that she did everything she could to try to cover it up. So we're just waiting for them to come back. That should be any second now.
Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Not from the people, Your Honor.
Yes.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. And Ms. Gratiano, you can move that once the jury gets in and whenever you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll do that.
I wonder if that medical exam, or not medical examiner, but CSI investigator is done with his testimony yet.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letitia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the testimony of Mr. LeWeir. That's where we will resume. Ms. Gratiano.
Yep, and we'll continue on. Well, good afternoon now.
Everyone.
Your Honor, permission to approach to move the easel?
You may go ahead.
Permission to move the easel out of camera view so that those of us who give a shit can't see it. Thank you. Wow. Thanks a lot, lady.
Mr. Lee, we were at a good point where you've now transitioned to another part of the house. I would like to take a moment to take a step back. There are two exhibits, I believe, in front of you.
I just have the one.
Sorry?
I just have one photograph.
One photograph. And what photograph exhibit is that previously admitted?
This is People's Exhibit 446.
I project that. Mr. Lewer, if you can take a moment to point out some specific items that we see in People's Exhibit 446. Next to the boards, you testified about a bag that you'd moved, done some Blue Star on, but can you point out that bag in People's 446?
Absolutely. So as you can see in the center of the screen, you see a blue bag next to the boards that I've testified about. This bag appeared to be a softball bag or used for softball materials, but I did not open it to examine what was in there.
And can you point out that bag? To be clear, there may be maybe two bags in that particular photo. Can you point out each of those bags?
Absolutely. I'm going to stand up if that's okay with you. Go ahead. Thank you. So as you can see in the center of this image here, the blue bag I was referring to earlier, there's a big E in the middle of it. But additionally, there's a box to the south end of the boards. There's also another Easton bag with what appears to be a pink softball bat as well.
Thank you. Now you'd explained that your work on February 3rd of 2020 was split basically into two parts. The second part was to maximize the advantage of what?
We wanted to respond again in the evening to take advantage of the darkness so we could see the Blue Star reactions if present.
Okay. And in terms of that, were you able to document any Blue Star reactions that you noticed?
Yes, we were. We were able to document it via notes and some photographs. There was a camera malfunction during my response, which I can explain in further detail.
Go ahead.
So I mentioned before the shutter of a camera is what opens and closes for a photograph to be taken. And that when we take our Blue Star photography, we want to make sure the shutter is open as long as we can to get as much light in. So traditionally, if you have a shutter that is open for a very long time, you're going to have a brighter and brighter photograph. With my camera, there was a shutter issue where I had my shutter open for a very long time, 30 seconds, and my pictures were coming out almost completely dark, and there was a weird noise that my camera was making. So we equated this to a shutter malfunction. So instead of trying to photograph and continually diluting the Blue Star reaction, we decided it would be best to make a note of it and sample it directly, because if we kept trying to photograph the reaction, eventually that would continually dilute the sample, which would make it more difficult for a DNA sample to be pulled from it. So in a long-winded answer, we had issues with the camera shutter. So instead of trying to photograph it, we took swabs and noted it immediately. And the camera was eventually replaced that year as well. So.
Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 477, 486 through 502, previously provided to the defense.
All right, go ahead.
To familiarize yourself with the exhibits that I've handed you.
Absolutely.
Mr. Leeward, do you recognize those?
I do. These are photographs that I took during my second visit, or the evening of February 3rd, 2020.
And in terms of the documentation that you did, you were able to actually use your camera, but as far as some of the documentation for lighting and things like that, that became problematic with the Blue Star, right?
That is correct. During the second visit we were there, the CSI Robert Zaleski had his camera. I did switch to that momentarily to photograph some Blue Star reactions, but overall my camera was having those shutter issues. So again, we predominantly decided that it would be best to note and swab.
And our People's Exhibits 477, 486 through 502, a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 477, 486 through 502.
Exhibits 477 and 486 through 502 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Great. Mr. Lee, what we have projected here is People's Exhibit 477. Why did you document this?
This is an overall photograph of the storage room that's in the basement. And depicted on the diagram here, we have the child's bedroom in the southeast corner of the bottom half of this diagram. And that storage room just north of it, that's what I'm photographing here. And when we do our crime scene processing, we will take overalls of every room to document how it looks before we begin our processing. So this is one of those photos. In relation to where this location is at, it's in the northeast corner of this room facing east. So when you walk in, it's the wall on the farthest.
And as a part of the Metro Crime Lab, fair to say other members of the team also did crime scene work in that room as well?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, if we can mute the screen so I can move forward.
Yep.
Great, thank you, Your Honor. You can go ahead and unmute it. Appreciate it, Your Honor.
Right.
Lost it. Thank you. And now as you move forward throughout the house, continuing your documentation with specific areas of the house, what are we seeing in People's Exhibit 486?
This is a difficult photograph to recognize because we don't have any labels for it. Traditionally, when we see visible possible bloodstains, we will label them, but with how small what I observed here was I didn't want to lose it. So what we're looking at here is that first landing. And when I refer to the landings, the first one, we're referring to going downstairs. So the first landing is the first one you hit when you're going down the stairs. The second one is the second landing when you're going down the stairs. So in this diagram, in the center of the top level, it's going to be this north wall of the first landing. And it's kind of, you can't see it, but there's a zoomed in photograph.
Okay. The zoomed in photograph that you're referring to, would that be People's 487?
Yes, it is. That there was a red possible biological sample on that north wall that we thought it would be probative to take a sample of.
People's 488. Can you orient the jury as to where we are now?
So now we are in the southeast bedroom, or Gannon's bedroom. And this is the location. This is right when you're standing in the doorway. So we're standing in the doorway at the top left side of his room on this diagram, facing the southeast corner.
People's 489.
This is another photograph of that corner. However, now we're standing in the northeast corner facing southeast.
People's 490.
This is the direct east wall of that corner we were just referring to.
And based on what you're looking at here, photographing this particular wall, are there any apparent abnormalities that you're seeing when you look at this photo in terms of blood?
Overall, no, but there were observations later made, but at the time there weren't.
People's 491.
So this is another photograph of the southeast corner. It is very yellow because we will take a photograph before we do any blue star without any flash photography. So it will come out usually this yellowish hue. So this is the photograph I took before any blue star processing. And then any photographs subsequent to that will be of that blue star reaction in the same exact location.
And Mr. Lewer, are you familiar with what object generally is in that corner of that bedroom?
I was informed that there was a bed there at one point.
And by the time you'd enter that room, had that bed been removed?
Correct. I did not observe a bed in that corner. However, I did observe a bed in the southwest corner, so on the opposite side of this corner.
People's Exhibit 492. Can you explain to the jury what you've documented here?
This is the photograph from that corner. This is a blue star reaction. This is after I did switch cameras on the second visit or the second processing. But this is a blue star reaction with blue and whitish blue chemiluminescence around that southeast corner.
And Mr. Lewer, would you be able to use the pointer to distinguish between the floor versus the wall area?
Absolutely. So with this photograph being so dark, it may be difficult to tell, but towards the bottom of the screen here, you can see kind of a white upside down V. To the upper left side of that V is the east wall of the room. To the upper right hand side of that V is the south wall. And then directly below that upside down V is the floor of that corner of the room.
And based on the color of the reaction that you see here, is there anything that you can say or opine as to the color and what that means?
So with it being a blue chemiluminescence, it is a presumptive positive reaction with blue star, indicating that it could be blood.
People's Exhibit 493. What are you looking at and documenting here?
This is another photograph of the same reaction. However, the spray has been distributed differently, so that's why there's a different appearance now. But again, this is another photograph of the presumptive positive reaction in that corner of the southeast bedroom.
Compared to People's Exhibit 492, would 493 show a greater height of the wall? Or is that just additional spray that you put to document that?
I wouldn't make any conclusions based on that alone, but because when you're spraying with blue star, you're spraying where you can. You may not be hitting every single possible area, possible blood stains, but I will say the reaction does span a higher level in this photograph than the previous photograph.
People's Exhibit 494, what are you documenting here?
So once we saw the blue star reaction in that corner of the room and some discoloration on the carpet, we thought it would be probative to cut the carpet up to see if we could see any visible possible blood stains. And at that point, when we cut the carpet up, we saw a reddish brown stain consistent with blood stains on the underside of the carpet.
And as we had gone through the prior exhibit showing the carpet, was there any discoloration that was apparent on the top of the carpet as you documented?
Yes, it was darker and brown, but it was faint, but it was still present.
And can you point out, let's see, on People's Exhibit 495, what are you specifically showing in here?
This is a zoomed in photograph of the underside of the carpet, kind of highlighting that reddish brown the area of possible blood stains.
And given that you're seeing some possible blood stains soak through the carpet, what's the next level or layer that you're interested in?
When we're concerned about absorption, we're going to continue on to see how far down it goes. So with carpet, traditionally, there's also padding underneath. So we pull that padding up, which will then have the concrete sublayer. So we're just trying to see how far down that absorption of any biological material would go.
People's Exhibit 496, what have you documented here with regard to the padding and the concrete flooring?
So as I alluded to, we're going to keep searching further down. This is after that padding has been pulled back. So now you can see there was an amount of saturation through the carpet and the padding that resulted on the concrete subfloor.
And to be clear, the padding that we see with a large reddish spot, would that, if it laid back down, would that go directly over the corner area of that room below the socket?
Correct. Any of the reddish stains you're seeing in this photo would have been superimposed on top of each other.
So you're essentially peeling back layers of an onion, so to speak.
Absolutely.
And People's Exhibit 497, what are you documenting here?
The zoomed in photograph of the underside of that carpet padding, highlighting that reddish brown possible blood.
In 498?
Similarly, we're looking at that same staining on the concrete subfloor now.
499.
As we kept pulling carpet back, we observed additional areas of possible blood on the underside of the carpet. And here we're showing how far we pulled the carpet back and seeing additional possible blood stains.
People's Exhibit 500. This is a close-up photo, but what are you focusing on here?
So this is slightly rotated from the previous image, as you can tell by that cut-out help. But now in the center of the screen, you can see sort of a brownish stain there as well. We thought that was consistent with possible blood stains, so we wanted to document and collect that as well.
People's Exhibit 501. I do see what you see here is now some layers of measurement that you've applied to the back of the carpet. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at that same photograph that we just observed, but this time I put a scale down showing the size and dimensions of that possible blood stain.
People's Exhibit 502.
This is a further zoomed in photograph of that same area.
Now, as you explained, noticing that you likely think that it may be blood, are you going to blue star these areas?
No, when we are using Blue Star, we will exclusively use that for latent blood stains. And the reason is if you have visible blood stains, you can sample that and test it later. However, you do not have that opportunity with latent blood stains because they are invisible, you can't see them. So if we were to have visible blood stains, all we're doing is diluting it further for any subsequent DNA testing. So when we saw this, we didn't want to test it any further. We wanted to cut it out and collect it in a way that it would be preserved best as possible.
You're under permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 503 and 504, previously inspected by the defense.
You may, go ahead.
Now, Mr. Lewer, I'm going to ask you to look at what's been marked as People's Exhibit 504 and first here.
Oh boy.
503.
Perfect.
You recognize it?
I do. Could I look at the seals real fast? Yes, I do recognize this. This is that carpet that was directly in the southeast corner of the bedroom, and it also includes the padding. And again, I recognize this based on the label indicating where it was at, having my employee number, and then the tape seals on it having my initials. However, with it being having the package been open, there were additional analyses done by additional forensic personnel.
No, and that's specific to People's Exhibit 504. I think just below that is 503. Can you also take a moment to inspect People's Exhibit 503 as well?
Absolutely. This one was 503.
Oh, okay, 504 then. And in terms of People's Exhibit 504, you recognize it as well in the same way?
Yes, this is the carpet sample from that second area of possible blood stains we observed. I separated them out because there was enough of a delineation between the one blood stain pattern, possible blood stain pattern, and the second one. So this is that carpet and that padding, again, with the label and the additional tape seals that it is the same item.
And would you say that's in the substantially same condition as when you last collected it?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 503 and 504.
No objection. Exhibits 503 and 504 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Mr. Lewer, as you move forward in the room, you're continuing to document the different stains, et cetera, that you see in the room. What else, in addition to blood, were you also tasked with looking for? In terms of defects, projectiles, that sort of thing.
So when we were initially called, we were told to look for blood stains and defects, or latent blood stains and possible projectile defects. During that search, we didn't observe any additional or any defects at all, but we did do the searches for the latent blood stains.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 505 through 509.
You may, go ahead.
Do you generally recognize those?
I do.
How do
These
you
are-
recognize?
Sorry.
It's okay.
These are photographs that were taken the evening of February 3rd during my scene processing.
And they include People's Exhibits 505 through 509. Are those also fair and accurate representations of what you saw that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 505 through 509.
Exhibits 505 through 509 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, Mr. Lee, we're seeing a lot of photos of carpet. How many photos would you normally take at a scene?
So during a crime scene processing, it's not abnormal to have anywhere between 500 to 1,000 plus photographs. Most photographs we use are to show the conditions of the scene before, during, and after our scene processing. However, there are times where we take photographs, we'll have placards out, we'll have labels out highlighting particular items. But during a search warrant, we're documenting as we're searching.
Okay. And so what we see in People's Exhibit 505 here, what was important again for you to document closely here?
As you can see along the right hand side of this image, that's the original possible blood stain that was under the carpet. What we're looking at here is an area on the concrete subfloor under that second possible blood stain that we observed.
People's Exhibit 506, we see some measurements here. What are you documenting?
This is additional possible blood stains that were on the concrete subfloor under that second pattern we observed.
And is the idea behind putting this sort of measurement indicator to give you a sense of scope, some sort of frame of reference?
Absolutely.
People's Exhibit 507.
Again, this is a photograph of that first area of possible blood stains, but now a scale is included to show the overall dimensions of that possible stain.
And Your Honor, permission for the witness to publish People's Exhibits first 503 and then 504 to the jury by walking past the jury box.
Oh, yes, you may, go ahead.
Mr. Lewer, if you would go ahead and walk 503 past the jury slowly so that they can review it.
This is People's Exhibit 503. And you can see in my left hand is the carpet, in the middle is the carpet padding, and in the right hand is the original packaging that I placed the padding and the carpet into.
And based on the way that it's packaged, you're actually able to show the jury the other side of that carpet as well.
Correct. It's placed in this packaging for display purposes. This is not something that the lab itself would do. This is the underside of the carpet padding and the underside of the carpet itself. Now that it's flipped, in my right hand is the underside of the carpet, in the middle is the underside of the carpet padding, and in my left hand is the underside of my packaging.
Thank you, sir. And if you would do the same with People's Exhibit 504 as well.
This is People's Exhibit 504. This is that secondary carpet area that I alluded to before. In my left hand is the packaging. In the middle is the upper side of the carpet. And in my right hand is the upper side of the carpet padding.
And if you would show the jury the back side of People's Exhibit 504 as well.
Same thing now, but in the left hand is the padding, all the underside. In the middle is the carpet. In the right hand side is the packaging.
Thank you. We talked about various abnormalities that you would be interested in documenting. And so what we see in People's Exhibit 508, is there anything that's of note for you and why you photographed this?
Yes, I photographed this highlighting a chip in what looks like the windowsill. Towards the center of this image, you can see a white windowsill with kind of what appears to be missing paint. This was consistent with being in the area of where the bed originally was. So I thought if an incident did occur there, based on the blue star reaction and the amount of possible bloodstains, this may be noteworthy.
And what we see in People's Exhibit 509, would this be the close-up of that defect that you observed?
Correct. I can't determine what that came from. Again, I'm sure we all have nicks like that somewhere in our home, but I thought it would be of interest to photograph just in case.
And as you noted, there were various reactions along the wall of Gannon Stauch's bedroom. And there's a particular area of a focus that you had with regard to an outlet. Can you explain to the jury what you noted there?
Yes. So in that southeast corner where the bed originally was, there was an outlet cover along the east side of the wall, kind of towards the floor trim. With that being said, when we observed the outlet cover, there appeared to be dilute possible bloodstains. So we photographed it and collected that item.
This is in the affidavit, by
Your
the way.
Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 510, 511, and 512.
May, go ahead.
Mr. Leeward, I handed you People's Exhibits 510 and 511. We'll take those to start. How do you recognize those?
These are photographs that I took during the second visit of the outlet cover in that southeast corner of the southeast bedroom.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, permission to admit People's Exhibit 510 and 511.
510, 511 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Permission to publish as well.
You may.
So here what we have projected behind you is People's Exhibit 510. Does that depict that outlet you were talking about?
Yes, it does. And as you can see, I've alluded to the upside down white V in the photo many times. This is, again, that southeast corner of that room. And along the east wall, you have that outlet covered towards the center of this image.
People's Exhibit 511 for scale. What are you noting here?
So I put a scale on there to outline the dimensions of the outlet cover. But then when you examine the outlet cover more in depth, for example, along the right-hand side of that cover, you can see very faint reddish brown staining consistent with dilute blood stains. So I'm documenting the outlet cover as well as any possible stains on that outlet cover.
And Mr. Leeward, can you point to those areas that you're noting specifically for the jury?
Absolutely. So on the bottom part of this electrical outlet, you can see some what appears to be brownish staining under that first, the bottom part of that outlet. And then additionally, you can see some, it's faint and difficult to see on this screen, but you can also see what appears to be some flow marks or very dilute marks with linear orientation.
And People's Exhibit 512 is not a photograph. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
What is it?
This is the outlet cover, again, based on the label with my initials and my employee number. And there are additional seals on here indicating it's been examined by further forensic personnel.
And in terms of, again, the method that you use to process, would you have swabbed this? What would you have done to this particular area?
Again, I would not have swabbed this because I want to make sure the sample is unsaturated as possible. With that being said, we did blue star this corner of the room. We knew there was a reaction in that corner of the room, so I would note that there was a blue star positive reaction in the outlet cover, indicating that there is presumptive blood present. So there's no further swabbing that needed to be necessary, and it would be handed off to the DNA unit.
Now, you had mentioned dilute, some dilute blood stains there. Can you remind the jury what you mean specifically about dilute?
Yes, so obviously when you cut your finger, you have very red, thick blood that comes out. And then when you try to clean it up, like if you're in the sink, when you wash it off, it starts to appear runny and starts to become a little bit more clear. That's what I'm alluding to here, is that when I say dilute blood stains, that you have very clear, very faint reddish brown staining instead of the very obvious present red color of blood.
In terms of you've sprayed this area with Blue Star, is there anything that you would have noted as it related to the Blue Star reaction in this area? Is there anything that could have told you or anything that you noticed there?
Other than the reaction being blue, indicating that it was presumptive positive for blood, there wasn't anything else that I noted outside of the reaction.
And so the volume of Blue Star that you spray, how would you describe it? Is it a fine mist? Are there large droplets? What is it?
It's a very fine mist. So it's a standard spray bottle that you receive. It's not like a Febreze spray. It's more of a, you pump a few times, and if you usually will get a reaction after 2 or 3 pumps. So we try to hold off after using as much as we need to see the reaction.
And so in terms of you're noting that there's dilute bloodstain marks, what appear to be that on this outlet cover, would that have been due to the Blue Star spray creating that? Or could that have been done, for example, by something like cleaning?
It could be both. Because the Blue Star is a liquid that is water-based, there will be some dilution, but the amount you're spraying isn't going to dilute it to this level.
Okay. And based on what you're seeing with the outlet cover, you're working outside in, what are you going to do next?
I'm going to take that outlet cover off. I'm going to collect it. I'm going to see what's underneath the outlet cover.
You're under permission to approach with what's been marked and previously provided to the defense as People's Exhibits 513 through 515. $516 and $517 as well.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
Mr. Lewer, I'm handing you People's Exhibits 513, 14, 15, and 17. But before I get there, Your Honor, based on the foundation laid by the witness, people have moved for the admission of People's Exhibit 500.
Defense? No objection. 512 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Mr. Lewer, can you take a, can you take a moment to review that?
Absolutely.
Now, you explained that you collected the cover, which is People's Exhibit 512, but you also mentioned that you're going to work outside in. And so, Your Honor, if I haven't already asked, permission to publish as well, People's Exhibits 513 through 515.
You may go ahead.
Thank you. Oh.
Actually,
I thought
did you ask to admit those?
I thought I did without objection, but Your Honor, permission to formally admit People's Exhibits 513 through 515.
Through 517.
Through 517. I just thought I would take them in kind of different chunks or different items.
Mr. Tellini?
No, yeah.
Exhibits 513 through 517 will be admitted.
Great.
Go ahead.
Now, what we have projected behind you is People's Exhibit 513. Can you explain what you did now in terms of processing this area?
This is a photograph of the electrical outlet itself with the cover removed, highlighting what could appear to be on the outlet itself.
People's Exhibit 514.
This is a photograph from a different angle, slightly askew and up to the right of the outlet cover, because we observed dilute possible blood stains. And this is a good example of that reddish brown color. Instead of a very strong solid red, it appears that there's a clear middle with some of that coloration on the outside. So this would be a good example of possible dilute blood.
People's Exhibit 515.
Another photograph just from a slightly different angle.
Great. And on the witness stand before you, you have People's Exhibit 516. How do you recognize what that is?
These are the swabs of those possible blood stains on the cover, on the outlet itself, because I wasn't going to remove the cover based on possible electrical hazards, and it's easier to swab it than take it with us. But I identify it based on my employee number on here and the tape seals on the back, with additional tape seals on here indicating it's been tested.
And so, for example, do you need to open that envelope to know that those are the swabs that you collected?
No.
Okay. For those reasons, while the defense hasn't objected, Your Honor, I would ask if People's Exhibit 516 can be admitted as well.
Okay. 516 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And sir, I believe you have People's Exhibit 517 as well. How do you recognize what that is?
This is a photograph of the room I took after we had removed the outlet cover and finished cutting out the carpet from that corner.
Okay. And when you exit or finish processing a room, are you also documenting that as well?
Yes, I mentioned earlier that when we are taking our photographs of our scene, it's during, it's before, during, and after processing. And we want to document how we left the area after we finish processing as well. So that's this photograph.
Great. And again, Your Honor, while not objected to by the defense, based on that, permission to admit and publish People's Exhibit 517.
517 will be admitted. You can go ahead and publish.
Okay. And so here, this is the last documentation of the work that you did in Gannon Stauch's bedroom.
Correct.
Based on the overall observations that you observed specifically related to that corner, what was the next step in terms of processing the scene at the Gannon Stauch's residence where he lived?
So now that we had observed what appeared to be a larger amount of possible blood stains, indicating that there was a potential bloodshedding event, there was going to be, it was going to come down to trying to find what could have caused that. So whether it be a blunt force instrument or a firearm or whatnot, it would have to be trying to narrow down and collecting anything that we could regarding a possible injuring item.
And where were you directed to document and search?
During my overalls, I said I photographed the entirety of the house. There was a firearm, a pistol located in the upstairs master bedroom on a chest of drawers that was of interest now because of the possible bloodshedding event.
And Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 478 through 483.
You may go ahead.
Thank you.
Do you recognize those?
I'll take a look real fast.
Go ahead.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
These are additional photographs that I took within the master bedroom of the room and of the handgun we observed in on the evening of February 3rd.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 478 through 483.
Defense. 478 through 483 will be admitted.
Your Honor, can you mute the screen just to be safe?
Oh, yeah.
Can unmute it, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Leeward, can you explain what we're looking at in People's Exhibit 478?
This is a photograph of the master bedroom on the main level of at 6627 Mandan Drive. We've alluded a lot to the southeast bedroom in the basement, but referring to the diagram, you can see at the top right hand of the main level, when you walk through the laundry room, if you keep walking south, that is the master bedroom on the main level with the doorway at the northwest corner.
All right, and just for the purposes of the record, you're pointing to the diagram on People's Exhibit 442?
That's
Great. Projected behind you, 479. Again, what are you moving forward in the room for?
This is another photograph of the room, but now we're standing in the northeast corner facing the southwest corner.
People's Exhibit 480.
We're facing the chest of drawers that was in the southeast corner of the bedroom. And in the center of the image, you can see a black rectangle. That is the firearm that we collected.
People's Exhibit 481. Oh, 481.
This is a mid-range photograph showing the firearm itself now.
And 482.
This is a close-up of the firearm before I've rendered it safe. Whenever we collect firearms on a scene, we will render it safe. We'll check the chamber for any ammunition and we'll remove the magazine, but we want to photograph it in its condition before we do any of that. So this is that photograph.
And again, did you collect this particular firearm?
Yes, we collected this firearm.
Okay. People's Exhibit 483. What are we looking at here? Where is this taken?
So now I've placed this on an envelope to show, to have a cleaner area to take the photograph. But as you can see now, the slide is locked back. There is no round or cartridge in the chamber, and there's a scale above the gun helping indicate size.
Now you had indicated that based on what appeared to be some sort of bloodletting event that occurred in Gannon Stauch's bedroom, is this what allowed you to then seize and take this particular firearm?
Yes.
You're under permission to approach with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 484 and 485.
You may go ahead.
Yes, I recognize these.
How do you recognize those?
So the box that I was holding that contains the firearm that we collected here. I recognize that with the label and my employee number, as well as the tape seals. And then the envelope that I was holding, which is People's Exhibit 485, that is the magazine from within the firearm, containing approximately 16 cartridges.
Now, at this time, I'll direct your attention to People's Exhibit 484. What can you tell based on the markings on that box?
I can tell that it's been processed for fingerprints as well as DNA sampling, and that it appears that there have been additional exams done by the firearms unit as well as the DNA unit.
And at this time, would you use the scissors that are next to you to open that box?
Absolutely.
And to be clear, while you're doing that, when you receive a firearm and you take it into evidence, what have you done specifically with this particular firearm that we see photographed in People's Exhibit 583?
So when we collect a firearm, when I say render it safe, what that means is I will lock the slide back. That will disengage the firearm. And when that occurs, a chambered round, if there is a round within the chamber, that will also be expelled. So now there's no cartridge in the chamber that can be fired. And I will also remove the magazine, meaning that there's no ammunition in the gun and that is not able to be fired with the slide lock back.
Pay attention,
And when you
Alec
checked
Baldwin.
the chamber of this particular firearm, was there a round in the chamber?
There was no round in the chamber.
Okay. Do you recognize, after you've opened the box, People's Exhibit 584 before you?
May I handle it to observe the serial number?
Your Honor, just to confirm, that particular item has it still been in the state that it's been rendered safe?
Yes, it is safe.
Your Honor, permission for the witness to further inspect? Sorry.
Got to put some gloves on. I'm just pointing it in a safe direction.
And Mr. Lewer, why are you taking a moment to look at the firearm more closely?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Why are you taking a moment to look at the firearm more closely? Is that to ensure that is in fact no chamber in the round, et cetera?
Correct. I'm ensuring that there is no chamber in the round, that it is a safe firearm, and that it has the same serial number as what is labeled on the label.
I guess I should just say round in the chamber.
Correct.
This guy's not even a beat cop, dude. Like, and he knows trigger discipline, gun safety. He knows all that. It's called common sense, folks.
So I remember with this firearm, there is a particular grip cover that is covering the serial number. So to preserve the evidence, I'm not going to remove that cover, but it is consistent with the firearm that I observe here, especially with that grip cover being there. It's giving me a friendly reminder.
Okay. And would you say that's in substantially the same condition as when you last handled it and booked it into evidence?
I would. There is a yellow discoloration on it now, which is indicative of something we do when we fingerprint process our items of evidence. But other than that, it is in the same condition.
Your Honor, at this time, permission to admit People's Exhibit 404 at this time.
484.
484.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Defense? As long as 484.
It's 484.
484 will be admitted. Go ahead.
All right. And Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury by the witness walking past the jury box.
You may. Go ahead.
So as I'm walking by, for you guys to take a look at that discoloration I alluded to before, As you can see in the photograph, the firearm is black, but now there's this greenish, white, yellow hue on it. That is a process that we do when we fingerprint process, and that's why there's this discoloration. But again, there's also no magazine here, and there's no chambered round. I would have collected the magazine separately from the firearm.
Thank you. And now for People's Exhibit 485, how do you recognize that exhibit?
This People's Exhibit 485 is the magazine that was collected from the firearm itself.
And it's in an envelope. Do you need to open up that envelope to be sure that that's the magazine that you collected?
I do not. There are additional labels and seals from individuals within our lab, which would have it be in substantial condition as it was collected.
And Your Honor, this time we'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 485.
Okay. 485 will also be admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you. And Mr. Lewer, you explained what you noticed about the magazine and the cartridges. Can you remind the jury what you observed with regard to how many cartridges the magazine appeared to have a capacity for, and how many cartridges you observed as an approximation?
Yes. So whenever we have a magazine for a firearm, there's usually an indicator on the magazine saying how many it can be loaded with. That number may not always be true, whereas sometimes someone can force an additional cartridge in. So for the purposes of this magazine, I put an approximately 17 round capacity magazine. And on this magazine, there were window spots where you could see the cartridges. And I could count 16, but sometimes that number is deceiving because one could be hidden in there. So I put there are approximately 16 cartridges within. So in total, it's an approximately 17 round capacity magazine with approximately 16 cartridges within.
And specifically, again, that magazine was found in relation to the firearm, with the firearm?
Correct. It was within the firearm when I collected it, and I removed it and collected it separately.
And is that pursuant to the policy that you have with the Metro Crime Lab?
Yes, with our policy, we cannot put loaded firearms into evidence, so we will always remove the magazine. And additionally, when we have magazines with ammunition in them, we do not want to remove the ammunition from within because it may destroy fingerprints and any DNA evidence. So instead of pulling out the cartridges and counting them, I believed it would be most probative to preserve the fingerprints and DNA if present.
And based on how you make that item of evidence, that firearm specifically available, is it now available to other members of the Metro Crime Lab for additional processing?
Yes.
Testing?
Correct, yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 518 through 527.
You may, go ahead.
Mr. Lewer, I'll first take 518 and 519 separately. Do you recognize each of those?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
People's Exhibit 518 are the swabs of the blue star presumptive positive reactions I observed in the stairwell between the main level and the basement. And then People's Exhibit 519 are the presumptive positive blue star reactions within the basement level of the residence, which would include the storage room and the southeast bedroom at the base of the stairs.
And so you saw a number of photos in the basement level of the residence, some nearby Gannon's room and nearby those stair areas. Those swabs generally taken from those areas?
That is correct, yes.
And just to be clear, can you also point out on People's Exhibit 442 for the jury where those swabs come from?
Absolutely. So I mentioned the camera malfunction before. So again, what was most important was collecting those samples and noting it. One way to diagram where those came from is to include them in my diagram here. So on the main level, or the top part of the diagram here, we're focusing now on the green dots. The green dots in my diagram represent blue star reactions on my second visit, or the evening of February 3rd. So as you can see here, we have one on the first stair set going downward. We have one that looks like it's outside of the stairwell. That was an error on my part. That one was within the first landing of the stairwell. I placed that incorrectly. That is my fault. We have a blue star reaction on the second landing, the second set of stairs going downward, and then on the bottom half of this diagram, now that we're in the basement level, we have one right at the base of the stairs, the floor right in front of the storage room in Gannon's bedroom, and then we have a green dot within the storage room and within the southeast corner of his bedroom. So essentially, we have blue star reactions along the stairwell and then at the storage room at his room as well.
And what would have been the path of travel if someone were to travel from the basement area to Gannon's room? Can you point out on People's Exhibit 442 what that path of travel would have been?
Actually, the most direct path of travel between Gannon's room to go upstairs into the garage would be out his room, up the stairwell, and then directly to the garage. And as you can see here, we have blue star reactions in that general pathway.
Thank you. I've also handed you People's Exhibit 520 through 527. Those are different, right?
These are different.
Okay, what are those?
I responded to the address on February 5th for another search, and these are photographs that were taken during that search.
Okay, and are those also fair and accurate representations of what you saw on February 5th of 2020?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 518 through 527.
Thanks. Exhibits 518 through 527 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, permission to publish People's Exhibits 520 through 527.
You may go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Lewer, behind you is going to be People's Exhibit 520. Can you point out to the jury what you've documented here?
Yes, so there isn't a mid-range photograph showing what this is, but at the bottom of the screen, you can see the red washer and dryer we've mentioned before. So what we're looking at here is the top of that washer and dryer in the laundry room. And what's of interest, or what was of interest for us in this photograph, was a bottle of vinegar on top of one of those appliances.
And based on seeing, again, the bloodletting event, or at least what had occurred, the remnants of something in Gannon Stauch's bedroom, what was the specific scope of what you were looking for on February 5th of 2020 now?
We wanted to document and search for any cleaning products, because now that we had a bloodshedding event with dilute possible blood stains, there was evidence that there may have been possible cleanup. So we wanted to search for any possible cleaning materials that would have been used in that action.
Okay. People's Exhibit 521, what is this a close-up of?
This is a close-up of a bottle of distilled vinegar from top of one of those appliances.
People's Exhibit 522, where are we at? Can you orient the jury now what we see and what room we're in?
Yes, now we are in the kitchen, which is on the main level of the home. And now we are looking under the sink because we wanted to pull out any cleaning supplies that would have been for carpet or upholstery, not specifically for any dishes. But this is a photograph of the under sink doors open with some products pulled out.
People's Exhibit 523, what are you close-up documenting here?
This is just a close-up photograph of the contents that have not been pulled out from under the sink.
People's Exhibit 524, what are you documenting here?
This is a zoomed-in photograph of smoke and odor eliminator, a bottle of it under the sink.
And in People's Exhibit 525, what are some other cleaning products that you notice below the cabinet?
Again, this is the other side of that sink cabinet now, where there's a box of Arm & Hammer cleaner under the sink, or baking soda, I believe.
People's Exhibit 526. is
I mean,
close
that
up of
doesn't
box
prove
you're
anything
referring to?
though either. I mean, she also admitted to cleaning the
People's
area
Exhibit
after her alleged
527.
rape.
Is this the overall shot of the various substances that you found under the kitchen sink in that cabinet area?
Correct. This is with some of the contents pulled out.
And you can take a seat. You've walked us through at least 3 instances that you were present to document in the residence at 6627 Mandan Drive. Those 3 dates were 2 dates with 3 instances that you searched. Or what again?
February 3rd around 11 o'clock, February 3rd around 6 p.m., and then February 5th closer to the lunch hour as well.
And while you were present on scene, was there any obvious signs of blood or a struggle that you observed on any of those times?
So when we responded on February 5th, it was much more lit in Gannon's bedroom, and we had many individuals focusing on the walls, and we observed very, very tiny non-diluted blood stains or possible blood stains. So we called in one of our crime scene investigators to help document those blood stains.
And another member of the Metro Crime Lab team would have done an in-depth review of those smaller, very clear blood stains.
Correct. They would have done a documentation of those stains, which would have allowed them to do any blood stain pattern analysis going forward.
That's not your area of expertise, right?
That's not my area of expertise.
To be clear, the 2 times that you were present on February 2nd of 2020 and February 5th of 2020, at any point, did you see any shell casings?
I did not see any cartridge casings during any of my visits.
Now that's interesting.
Aside from the
That
gun,
means she got
did
rid
you
of them.
see any other items such as a knife that would have been misplaced or in another area of the house?
I did not see any knives in any odd places in the house.
Okay. In terms of documenting what you saw and observed in Gannon Stauch's bedroom or other areas of the house, such as the master bedroom, was there any obvious signs of blood-stained clothing?
No, I did not see any bloodstained clothing. I did collect a sheet with apparent blood or possible bloodstains on it from the additional bedroom in the basement. I was informed it belonged to the teenage daughters.
Ms. Gratiano, do you have a response?
That is hearsay.
Your Honor, he's just testified that he's collected it, but also in his practice as a CSI, he's relying on information from other members of law enforcement in the collection of evidence.
And without further foundation, I'll sustain the objection.
Specific to that particular item, were you given some additional information in terms of other members of law enforcement, either a supervisor, that had evidentiary value? Potential evidentiary value?
Yes.
Okay. And in your role as a CSI, in the collection of evidence, are you relying on information and or briefings that other members are providing to you to collect evidence?
Correct. There is a level of requiring information from individuals so we can place the scene. For example, if I did not know the southeast bedroom was Gannon's bedroom, we would have started searching in other places. So when we are provided information, it's to help scope down our search, and which can also help with identifying items of evidence.
Okay. And so based on a briefing that you had received, did that particular item become of evidentiary interest in the investigation?
It did, with there being possible bloodstains on it.
Thank you. Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Hey, sir, how you doing?
I'm doing great today. How are you?
I'm not doing too bad. So let's go to that, what we were just talking about. That, was it a sheet or a comforter?
It was a comforter on the bed that I collected, and I collected an additional sheet from the closet of that room that had a blue star reaction.
And
But
that's
I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm so sorry.
That's it's from the northwest bedroom.
Correct. That's the basement northwest bedroom.
And based upon everybody that was there and also based upon what was in that bedroom as far as color schemes, clothing, so forth, that appeared to be the bedroom of a teenage girl.
Correct.
You're aware that Miss Stauch has a 17-year-old teenage girl by the name of Harley Hunt.
I did not know the name, but I knew that a teenage female resided in the home.
And there was actually there was a blood stain on that mattress, and that mattress was collected.
We did not collect the mattress, but we collected the comforter because the comforter was superimposed on the mattress. You could say that the possible blood stains were transferred or transferred onto the mattress. So we collected the comforter in lieu of the mattress.
Okay, because it looked like there would have been whatever that blood stain was, would have been the same source of blood, both for the comforter and both for the mattress. In your opinion,
it appeared consistent with that. Yes.
And so you don't necessarily have to collect the mattress. You can just collect the comforter, and that will be enough to tell you whose blood that was.
Correct.
And then there was also stuffed in the laundry basket of that same teenage girl's room, a sheet.
Correct.
That sheet looked like it had blood on it.
It had a blue star reaction that we documented.
Okay, and a blue star reaction would indicate that there may be blood on that sheet.
Correct. It would indicate that there is possibly blood present on that sheet.
So in the teenage girl's bedroom on that February 5th search, you found 2 items that appeared to have blood on them, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Be direct. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. LeWare? All right, looks like we have one. All right, council approach, please. Mr. Lewer, if Blue Star is a presumptive test for blood, how is testing accomplished to separate Blue Star from an actual blood sample?
So Blue Star is reacting with the heme component of the blood, whereas when we have a DNA sample, they're looking for DNA within different components of the blood. So the Blue Star itself is not overriding the DNA because the DNA component is still present in the sample.
That may have answered this question, but I'll ask it. Does Blue Star impact or affect the actual blood sample?
What would impact the sample is how much we're spraying or diluting the sample, but Blue Star does not negatively affect DNA processing further on down the line.
All right, I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question or those questions only. Prosecution.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Defense?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you all.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Judge, our next witness is an expert and we need to gather some exhibits together. And I'm wondering if we could just give the jury about a 10-minute break to do that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Or if you want to do the afternoon break too.
No, we'll probably do 2 of them because it's a little bit early. So what we're going to do is take about a 10-minute recess. Again, you may not discuss the case among yourselves, may not discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Who is the next one?
Stephanie Happ.
My thought would be that we go with her until like 4 o'clock, then take about another 10-minute recess or so, something like that. Otherwise, they're going to be sitting there for like 2.5 hours. So,
Yes.
okay. All right.
All right.
So now I'm not sure if they're going to I don't know who this Stephanie person is that they're calling to the stand next. I don't know if they're an expert witness or if they are a credibility witness. I don't know what the prosecution seems to be kind of going all over the place when it comes to calling witnesses up. Whether it be a detective or whether it be a crime scene investigator or whether it be a tech analysis person, but they seem to be going kind of all over the timeline, more or less. They're not necessarily sticking to the timeline, but sorry, but there seems to be a method to their madness, because even though they're not necessarily sticking to the timeline as far as bringing up witnesses, they're being very consistent in proving, again, the common denominator of all of these testimonies is that they all collected evidence or observed evidence that would come to the same conclusion, which is the two-part conclusion that is Letitia Stauch is guilty of murdering Gannon and also trying to cover it up. So if we're going by the timeline and you're thinking on terms of just the timeline, you're going to get confused. But if you just simply look at the nature of all of the testimonies that the prosecution is leaning towards and having put on the stand, it's all coming to the same place. So I'm sure they're going to probably get most of the technical stuff out of the way, such as the blue star, such as the cell phone data. I don't think that they've even necessarily gone over the pings of the cell phones as far as locations. They've gone over the pings of the GPS in the rental vehicles, but they haven't gone over the cell phone pings just yet. So we're probably still going to hear testimonies from people who are experts in breaking down evidence collected from cell phones, even though we've heard at least one witness testify to the data on the cell phone, but not so much as far as location of the cell phone. So I'm sure we're going to hear some of that too. This is really, really fascinating to me because this guy right here who's testifying right now, he seems to be really careful. He seems to be very fresh, because he says he's testified in I think almost only like 10 cases. But remember, he's saying that he only has so much experience in comparison to the other experts. He only seems to have so much experience in the area that he's talking about. Now he seems to have a very solid education, but he seems very wet behind the ears as far as experience goes. But he's not talking that way. He's extremely specific. He's extremely careful how he words his testimony. You could tell that the the defense tried to trip him up a little bit. And he was, well, I'm not saying there was blood there. I'm saying that we sprayed the blue star and there might be blood. So that's for somebody else to test to see if that's actually blood and if that blood matches anybody's DNA. That's not his department. His department is to actually look for areas where there might be traces of blood and to spray those areas and collect. And Duty Ron was in here earlier. Explaining that they do, in past cases, they have been known to cut pieces of the wall out. They've been known to cut pieces of the flooring out. In this case, according to this young man's testimony, they didn't have to do that. All they needed to do was actually just spray and actually collect samples of what they sprayed, and for those to be tested later. So I don't think that they needed. He even specified that it wasn't necessary for them to actually cut pieces of the wall or the floor out, but just the carpet itself. Pieces of the carpet were removed to be tested more thoroughly, but as far as actually cutting out pieces of the wall and pieces of the flooring wasn't necessary. But it was great to have Duty Ron point that out in the chat. It was really cool of him to stop by and explain that. And for those of you who don't know who Duty Ron is, I take Duty Ron's I take his insight to heart, because he is a retired homicide detective in New York City. So someone who went a full-on career investigating homicides. I'm going to listen to what they have to say, especially in New York City, where when he was a New York City detective, New York was a much more violent place. So I'm going to say that he's a pretty seasoned dude. I mean, in a case like this, I'm just spitballing here. I'm just kind of thinking out loud. What's up, Burden of Proof? Make sure to subscribe to Burden of Proof too. She's a great true crime creator. And Deets on the Streets as well. Welcome. Deets on the Streets also has a knack for true crime that I've seen. She's very, very good. So I'm assuming, like I said, I'm spitballing here, but part of the reason why they probably didn't need to cut out pieces of the concrete flooring is because they came to the conclusion that from the bed sheets down to the flooring, where they were able to pinpoint where Gannon's bed it was located in the house, they've managed to come to the conclusion that enough blood soaked through the bed, the bedding, the mattress, and onto the carpet, through the carpet, and to the floor. So just taking a sample from the concrete part of the floor, after having that much blood evidence, I'd say would be sufficient. Sorry, I'm just looking over chat real quick. Yeah, and all of this, as fascinating as all of this really is, it's, you know, it's real important that we don't forget why we're here, and which is justice for this 11-year-old boy who didn't seem to have any
Jury's
not a
not present in the
shred
courtroom.
of ill will
Are we
towards him
good
at
to go?
all.
We are here.
Yeah, okay, so you have everything you need.
Yep,
you have
all on the table in front of the witness stand there.
Perfect, okay. All right, let's go ahead. Is there anything we need to bring up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution,
Not from us, Judge.
defense?
No, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and do them. Oh, that's a good way to do that. Somebody was smart. Either that or it did it on its own.
So, I don't think so, because the clips, like, clips like the whole.
And it usually tips the other way because the paper on it.
Yeah.
Deets on the street. I I hate to say this almost, but I agree with you 100%. Not that I hate to say that, but I hate to say that if Bullhorn Betty were to commit a murder, it would be somewhere along the lines of details like this, as far as trying to cover it up. Somebody who just thinks that she's smarter than everybody else and lives in her own delusional world where they're smarter than everybody else.
All rise for the jury, please.
Merritt, you're on the right track. I'm thinking it's jealousy and hatred towards Landon. I find Letitia to be a very controlling and possessive person.
The seated court will recall 20 CR 135
while feeling entitled to lead her own life and do whatever she wants.
Courtroom. Prosecution, call next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Stephanie Happ.
Ms. Hepp, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good afternoon. Good. And you?
Good, thank you. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your first and last name for our court reporter?
Yes. My name is Stephanie Happ, HAPPSTEFANIE. I am the senior firearms examiner with the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
Ooh,
So
here
what
we go.
education do you have that allows you to do that job?
My education consists of a bachelor's of science in chemistry with an emphasis in criminalistics. I received that from the Metropolitan State College of Denver. During my degree program, I was required to complete an internship, and I did so with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department's Crime Lab for a period of about 2 years. While I was with them, I had the opportunity to work in all the different areas of their laboratory, so I got a good understanding of a variety of different forensic analyses. I had training in latent print processing and examination, crime scene investigation, controlled substance analysis, and question document analysis. After my time with them, I spent a short period of time with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and then I was hired in my current capacity in October of 2007 as a firearms examiner, and that's where my firearms training began. That first year was very much like an apprenticeship where I simply shadowed the senior examiner so that I could get an understanding of the types of things I would be asked to do. After approximately a year, I was accepted to the California Criminalistics Institute, where I completed an additional year of intensive study in all the different types of firearms-related analyses. I had training in serial number restoration, shooting incident reconstruction, a variety of armorers courses that were designed to teach me how to identify how different types of firearms should work and how to identify abnormalities if there were any present. I spent a large period of time focusing on the microscopic tool mark comparison process as it relates to firearms as well as other types of tools. At the conclusion of that year's period, I returned to the crime lab and I completed a series of competency and proficiency tests and became established as the primary examiner for the lab. To date, I've had over 1,000 hours of training with respect to all those different types of firearms related analyses and thousands of additional hours of research and study in the lab.
Thank you so much for covering all that. Easiest question I've ever asked. Have you been qualified as an expert witness?
I have.
How many times?
To date, it's been 145 in both local and federal courts.
So when you say local, do you mean the 4th Judicial District here?
I do, as well as the 18th.
So up in Arapahoe, Douglas County areas?
Douglas, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, based on her excellent answer on her qualifications, I would move to have her qualified as an expert witness as a firearms examiner.
Defense? No objection. Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So let's get some groundwork stuff out of the way just so that we're all talking the same language. You mentioned tool marks. Tell the jury what we mean when we talk about tool marks as it relates to firearms.
Tool marks as it relates to firearms. In this particular instance, we would be talking about the firearm acting as the tool. And that firearm has a series of components, like the barrel, for example, that impart different markings on the surfaces of the fired ammunition components, like the cartridge cases and bullets. So the tool marks are produced by the firearm on the surface of the bullets and cartridge cases.
And then when we're talking about a cartridge or a bullet, tell the jury what we are talking about there.
I'd be happy to. Would it be all right to use the demonstrative piece?
Yes, did you bring your demonstrative? So yeah, go ahead and bring that out. It's just a demonstrative of a bullet components.
So this is just a large plastic demonstrative piece. It depicts, rather, a cartridge of ammunition in its unfired state. When a cartridge of ammunition is fired, the firing pin component of the firearm contacts this silver portion right here, the primer. The primer contains a shock-sensitive material that, when it's struck, ignites a powder charge that's located inside the body of the cartridge. As that powder charge burns, there's a very rapid buildup of gases, and it's those gases that are responsible for forcing the bullet down the barrel of the firearm and almost simultaneously forcing the action of the firearm open so that the cartridge case, or the empty piece after it's been fired, can be extracted and ejected or kicked out of the chamber of the firearm, readying the firearm to be loaded the next time. So the cartridge ends up in two pieces. We have a bullet or a projectile. Sometimes fragments or pieces of the bullet and projectile are recovered. And then we have the cartridge case.
In the way that you're describing using that particular demonstrative, is that for a semi-automatic firearm?
That general description would cover most firearms, but semi-automatic would fit in that.
And then as far as handguns go, tell the jury the difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic.
So with a semi-automatic handgun, and to be clear, when we're speaking in those terms, semi-automatic means one cartridge of ammunition is fired for each pull of the trigger. With a semi-automatic firearm, the primary difference, other than the way it looks, but in terms of its function, is the cartridge case is extracted and ejected and often found left behind. With respect to a revolver, the cartridges of ammunition are loaded into a cylinder, and those fired cartridge cases remain in that cylinder until the operator chooses to manually remove them.
As it relates to this particular case, did you have a chance to review items that were recovered from autopsy?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm going to start out by showing you People's 89 that was previously admitted by Holly Smith, a crime scene technician from Florida. Did you have a chance to look at that item?
I did not evaluate this specific item.
Okay. Those little plastic red tips, do you recognize what those are?
They appear to be consistent with the polymer plugs that are incorporated into various hollow point designs of bullets.
Did you send over some pictures to give us an example so that the jury understands what we're talking about, the polymer plugs?
I did.
And at this time, I'd ask for permission to publish 2 demonstrative photos of Hornady rounds of ammunition that show that polymer plug.
Has the defense seen these?
Yes, they have. And
Is there an objection?
No.
All right. Go ahead.
we're pulling them up now. So this is the first, just please describe what we're talking about there.
Sure. This is an actual live cartridge of Hornady ammunition. You'll see the projectile or the bullet is the copper colored portion sticking out at this side here. The cartridge case is the silver or nickel colored portion on this side here. You can see in this profile picture, the nose of the bullet located right here has a material that's placed inside. This particular type of bullet is referred to as a hollow point bullet. It's a bullet designed to expand when it comes into contact with tissue. That expansion is to facilitate staying within the target at the time it enters. It's also to facilitate a larger wound track.
Does that mean basically that the bullet head is the way I'll say it, expands so that it has more friction?
It opens up, looks very much like a mushroom. It's actually called mushrooming. So the top of that opens up like flower petals, and it increases the diameter of that projectile.
Okay, and if we could pull up the next demonstrative. Tell the jury what we're looking at there.
This is a photo looking down at that same cartridge. So now instead of looking at it like this, you're looking at it from this way. And it's just capturing an example of what that polymer plug that some ammunition companies utilize. That polymer plug is designed to prevent that hollow point cavity from filling up with other materials, preventing the expansion of that bullet when it comes into contact with tissue.
And then the item that I put on the, that I just handed you, People's Exhibit 89, those plastic red tips, is that consistent with what we're looking at in this demonstrative exhibit that would prevent the round from being plugged as it's fired through something?
Yes, they do appear to be consistent with that.
Okay. I'm going to retrieve that. With your job as a firearms examiner, were you asked to examine some firearms in this particular case?
I was.
What exactly were you asked to examine for this case?
I was asked to look at 3 different firearms, complete mechanical functioning examinations on those firearms. So an examination to determine whether or not they work and whether or not they work the way the manufacturer intended. And then to evaluate those firearms for comparison to recovered bullets.
So tell the jury which types of firearms you were asked to examine.
The first firearm that I have listed was a FMK Model 9 C1G2 9mm pistol. The second firearm, and this is really in no particular order, the second firearm was a Smith & Wesson M&P Bodyguard caliber .380 auto pistol. And the third pistol was a Smith & Wesson M&P 9C 9mm Luger pistol.
So when we're talking about those 3 different firearms, are 2 of those 9mm and then one is a .380 caliber?
That's correct.
Tell the jury the difference between 9mm and .380.
The primary difference is going to be the size of the cartridge that those fire. The .380 auto is going to be a lower velocity, smaller cartridge.
Okay. And then as it relates to, I just put the box and an envelope up there, People's 484 and 485 that were just admitted through crime scene investigator Christian Lure. Did you have a chance to look at those items?
Yes, I did.
Is that the same as what you just described as the Smith & Wesson M&P? I'm sorry, not the Smith & Wesson M&P, the Smith & Wesson model M&P 9C 9mm?
Yes, it is.
Is that one of the, so that's one of the weapons that you tested?
It is.
What did you determine as it relates to whether that was a functioning firearm?
I was able to determine that this was an operable firearm capable of causing serious injury or death, and I did not note any abnormalities in its function.
Okay. So when you test that, do you actually test fire that weapon?
Yes, I do.
Or may I approach with people 713?
May.
You recognize 713?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it from the label that I created when I created these items, as well as my dates and initials on the seal.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition today as when you package this up?
It is.
And I move for admission of people 713.
Defense. Exhibit 713 will be admitted. Go ahead.
So when you do a test fire, what do you do? How do you do that to compare maybe rounds or projectiles that are found in an investigation to what you're test firing?
Once I have documented all of the identifying characteristics of the firearm, like the make, the model, the serial number, and the caliber of ammunition it's designed to fire, the final step in confirming function is to load that with the appropriate caliber ammunition and actually fire it.
Okay. And then once you have an expelled round from your test fires, what do you do with that expelled round?
I recover those cartridge cases and the bullets. The bullets are fired into a giant steel tank full of water. That water serves to slow those bullets down gently and without imparting any additional markings or details on the surface of those bullets. So when I recover them from the water and I look at them, I know that any marks produced on the surface of those bullets are solely produced from the barrel of the firearm that I just fired them through. I recover those bullets from the water tank as well as the cartridge cases, and those now become an item of evidence in the case.
And is that what we have in 713?
It is both the test fired bullets, the test fired cartridge cases, and a silicone cast of this barrel.
So tell us about a silicone cast of the barrel. What does that mean?
The barrel of firearms, when we do comparison and evaluation, has to be looked at for the types of markings that are present inside the barrel, the types of tool markings that were produced when it was manufactured. It's those different markings inside the barrel that are then transferred to the surfaces of the bullet when it's pushed through the barrel of the firearm. And it forms more or less a signature of a particular firearm. I cast the barrel of these firearms after I complete my test firing so that I can evaluate those markings and determine if they're going to be suitable for comparison and identification purposes.
Does this process allow you to potentially compare a projectile that kills somebody to your test fire to see if the gun that you test fired is the same gun that was used to kill the person?
It certainly could be done for that purpose. It's also very often done for the purpose of eliminating a gun as a possibility.
So let's talk about eliminating. You mentioned those other two firearms that you tested, that 380 caliber handgun, the Smith & Wesson Bodyguard, and then the FMK model 9C1G2. Did you test fire those weapons?
I did.
Were they functional weapons?
Excuse me. Yes, they did operate as they were intended.
And were those capable of causing serious bodily injury or death?
They were.
Did you test or compare the test fired rounds from those two guns to projectiles that were recovered in this investigation?
I did perform that evaluation.
Were you able to determine whether those were used to fire those projectiles, or did you eliminate those weapons from being used in this case?
I was able to eliminate both of those firearms as potential sources of those bullets.
Okay, I'm going to approach and show you People's Exhibits 103 and 88. I want to start with People's number 103, which was previously admitted by crime scene technician Kelly Smith from Florida, two projectiles that were recovered from a pillow. Had you had a chance to look at those two items?
I did.
Were you able to compare your test fire rounds from this particular firearm sitting up there with you today to those particular projectiles?
I was.
What does that analysis tell us?
In this particular instance, I was able to conclude that one of the bullets in People's Exhibit 103 was fired in the Smith & Wesson pistol, 9mm pistol, People's Exhibit 484.
Here we go.
The other bullet had similar general characteristics, but due to the damaged condition of that particular bullet, I was not able to make a conclusive identification in that instance.
So let's talk about that just a little bit. If like you described there, that damage, what can cause damage to a projectile that would make it difficult for you to conclude that it came from the same weapon?
The first issue to contend with is any of the target surfaces that bullet travels through. So anything it travels through has the ability to impart additional damage to the surfaces that may obliterate the markings that were left behind by the firearm. In this particular instance, the extended period of exposure to biological substances also left significant damage in the form of corrosion, if you will, on the surfaces of these bullets. And in this case, the first projectile that I discussed, I was able to clean up well enough to be able to still visualize the tool marks from the barrel. In the second circumstance, it just simply was no longer in suitable condition.
Okay, and then when we talk about People's Exhibit 88, which was previously admitted again by crime scene technician Kelly Smith from Florida, projectile recovered at autopsy. Did you have a chance to look at that item?
I did.
What did your analysis of that item tell you?
I was able to conclude that bullet was also fired in the Smith & Wesson pistol, People's Exhibit 484.
Meaning that the pistol that's in the box in front of you was fired
and struck Gannon and was recovered in Gannon's autopsy.
That bullet was fired through that pistol, yes.
We also have some
So she didn't even get rid of the gun. What? So she didn't even get rid of the gun. She just tried to cover it up. She just tried to put the gun back where it was. Wow. I mean, it makes sense because she'd still have to like try to lie to Al. Because of course Al's gonna go, well, where's my gun? My kid's missing and my gun's missing, and you're not making any sense. So it makes sense that she would, you know, in the midst of everything else we know, be stupid enough to think that she could just wipe the gun. Like, she sure as shit didn't count on this lady's existence. That's for sure.
680, 681, and 682. Recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs that I took using the comparison microscope when I was making the comparisons of the evidence bullets to the test fired bullets from the Smith & Wesson pistol.
Will these exhibits help explain the way that you do your examination of your test fired rounds to the known rounds or the rounds recovered in this case?
They do.
Are they fair and accurate representations as to what you saw when you performed your analysis?
Yes, they are.
I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 680, 681, and 682.
Mr. Cook? Exhibit 680, 81, and 82 will be admitted. Go ahead.
In permission to publish?
You may.
I think you just turned the screen off, Judge.
I did.
Okay.
Let me know when you're there. I didn't want to have anything else appear.
She had to know that the gun would be examined and that it would show indications that it was wiped and cleaned.
So you need to slide that back over to our side.
I'm not going to disagree with you, Lockpickings gal. Lockpickings gal,
yeah.
If you're a believer, I'm definitely not going to disagree with you because the chances of that happening are incredible. They only inspect that overpass every
we've got
2
six-
years.
Go back, please. There we go. So the main picture in the center of the screen, my eyes are getting bad, so I can't read the exhibit number when it's smaller like that. Does that say 680?
She still thinks she's going to get away with it.
In People's Exhibit 680.
So People's Exhibit 680 is a photograph of one of the bullets that I received for comparison purpose. To me, at the time, it was known as item 727. This photograph is taken using a camera that's hooked up to the comparison microscope. The comparison microscope is simply a large scope that has one set of eyepieces to look through and two stages. So when I mount items on those stages and look through the eyepieces, I can see both of those items simultaneously side by side. And I can increase the magnification at varying levels as I work through the analysis to look at those different tool marks that are present. In this instance, what you're looking at here is the hollow point bullet expanded. So when we talked about the mushrooming effect, that's what you see here. This is the nose that opened up, and this is the base of the bullet here. And in this photograph, it's just documenting the overall condition of the projectile, as well as one of the land impressions that I evaluated.
What is, just so we understand it, what's that opaque blob in the front of the bullet?
This material right here is just a sticky wax substance that I use to hold the bullet in place so that I can turn it and rotate it on the microscope as I work through all the different surfaces.
In this particular exhibit 680, can you point out some of the tool marks that we talked about earlier on this particular item?
I can. So in this particular area right here, this thing that looks like tracks right in the center, that's what's known as a land impression. The area above it right here and the area below it right here is what's known as a groove impression. Those are lands and grooves are high spots and low spots that are formed into the barrel of a firearm. They're formed in a particular number and with a twist to either direct the bullet to spin to the right or spin to the left when it's fired. The purpose of rifling is for spin stabilization. It allows that bullet to travel in the straightest possible distance for the longest amount of time accurately. It's very much like throwing a spiral football down a field as opposed to just lobbing it out there. Those markings are impressed then onto the surface of this bullet as it passes down the barrel of the firearm.
Okay, and then if we can move on to 681. What are we looking at in 681?
681 depicts only one photograph of many that were taken during the comparison process. And what you see here is item that was known to me as item 727, so one of the evidence bullets. There's a black line that runs down the center here separating the two images. And on the left-hand side is a portion of the test-fired bullet that I generated using the Smith & Wesson pistol, People's Exhibit 484. And what I'm capturing in this photograph is the overall size dimension correspondence, as well as an area of detail that I'm interested in right in through here. And then there was some additional detail in through here.
When you say the item that you understood as number 727, what specifically, for your purposes, is item 727?
727 was the bullet that was recovered from the victim at autopsy.
Okay, thank you. And then if we can go on to 682. Tell the jury what we're looking at in 682.
People's Exhibit 682 is essentially the exact same photograph that you just saw previously. Test fire on the left, evidence bullet on the right, only now it's a much higher magnification of this area of the projectile here. And I'm looking at these lines that run through the center line and correspond to one another. As I work through my comparison, I look at all of those different surfaces of the bullet, either observing the agreement or disagreement that's present so that I can render my conclusion.
Was there agreement or disagreement in these two images?
In these two images, there was agreement not only here, but additional agreement that was captured up here and in other areas. As you evaluate those photographs for yourself, keep in mind that this photograph is taken of a curved surface and the camera sits right above the curved surface. So there's only a small area that's in focus when I'm completing this evaluation. So the stuff that you see that starts to phase out of focus is not necessarily in misalignment. It's simply not the area being focused on for the photograph.
Again, does this photo show that the item recovered from autopsy came from the same gun?
This is one of many photos taken that depict that, yes.
Okay. You can go ahead and take the photos down now. What I would like to have you do at this point is using People's Exhibit number 484, if you could just open that up and show the jury. When this particular type of firearm is fired, just explain the mechanism and what happens with a shell casing.
So I'll first point out that People's Exhibit 40 is secured not only into the box, but it has a gun lock running through the action of the firearm. So in its current state, I can see the chamber is open, there's no ammunition present, and it is completely safe. It could not be fired in this condition. So what you're looking at is a pistol that is not fully open or closed. When this firearm is loaded for use, the magazine is inserted into the grip located right here. It's the piece that the lock is running through. The slide, which is this top portion up here, is pulled to the rearward position and allowed to move forward again. And when that occurs, the slide pushes a cartridge of ammunition from the top of the magazine into the chamber of the firearm, or this rearmost portion of the barrel. That action also cocks this firearm and it's readied for firing. To actuate firing, the operator would pull the trigger of the firearm and that would send the firing pin into the primer component, into the primer component of the cartridge and detonate that primer component so that firing can occur. The bullet will travel down the barrel of the firearm and the action or the slide will be forced rearward so that that cartridge case can be extracted and ejected and the next round can be placed in the chamber of the pistol.
So when that particular type of firearm is fired, it kicks the shell casing out like in your demonstrative exhibit of your bullet.
It does if it's operating properly and if nothing is impeding movement of that slide.
When a shell casing is kicked out of a firearm like that, do they pile up in a nice, neat little pile?
Not necessarily. It very much depends on what surfaces those cartridge cases may hit as they exit the firearm. For example, if you're in a room and there's furniture or walls or ceilings present, those cartridge cases may hit those surfaces and they can bounce all over the place. Conversely, if you're outdoors and you're standing on a nice fluffy bed of grass, as that cartridge case exits the firearm and lands in the grass, it may rest where it lays. So its terminal point may be very consistent.
Is there any such thing as a disintegrating shell casing? Meaning that if a firearm is fired like this, that a shell casing doesn't come out or it just disappears?
I'm not aware of one just disappearing. I'm aware of them perhaps not coming out of the firearm, but not disappearing.
Okay, so that's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm well. Thank you.
So can you look at the exhibit with the pistol in the cardboard box again? Of course. Are firearms or handguns, semi-automatic handguns, are they like a shotgun that's a semi-automatic where they're left-handed and right-handed shotguns? Are there left-handed and right-handed pistols?
Are we speaking in terms of the direction it ejects?
Yes.
Yes, there are.
Examining that one there, would that be a pistol that is shot by a left-handed or a right-handed person?
I should say that it could be fired by either a left-handed or a right-handed person.
There you go.
But I will state that it ejects the cartridge case if it's being held in its conventional proper manner. It ejects the cartridge case to the right.
Okay. So more than likely, this would be a pistol that was shot by somebody that was right-handed. Cartridge goes off, is ejected to the right, so it's not going across the shooter's field of vision.
I would object.
You see what he's doing? Smoke and mirrors, man. Misdirection.
As to the handedness of the shooter.
Well, I will allow him to rephrase the question because at one point he was talking about if it's in your left hand, the shell is going to be ejected over your field of vision. So I will allow that.
What do you base your opinion on as far as that's a left or right-handed pistol?
So I would not refer to it as either a left or right-handed pistol.
Ha!
I would simply address it in terms of what direction it ejects the cartridge case.
There you go.
And handedness, as far as shooters go, is one element to consider with respect to whether or not they want it ejecting to the right or left. But the other factor to consider is whether they're using their right or their left eye predominantly for sighting.
Okay, well, let's say generally speaking, a right-handed shooter is right eye dominant. That pistol there is going to eject the shells in a right direction.
That is correct.
Okay, so if I'm holding a pistol,
This lady's smarter than you, dude.
deadly, watch out.
Don't do it.
If I'm right-handed, holding my pistol in the right hand, the shells from that are going to eject out away from my body.
That's correct. They will come this direction, so they will not cross over you.
Okay, if I have a semi-automatic pistol that is associated with more of a left-hand favorable shooter's ejection, if I'm holding that with the right hand, it's going to eject to the left, and it's a semi-automatic pistol, so you can shoot more than one time, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to have cartridges ejecting across my line of sight.
That is correct. If this ejected from the left side of the pistol and I'm right eye focused, it's going to eject this
Who
direction.
cares? She shot him point
And,
blank.
Having spent shell casings, if I'm shooting more than one time going across my line of sight, might not be optimal aim, optimal shooting and aiming conditions to have stuff going right across my face.
For aiming purposes, yes.
Okay, so if you had somebody that was left eye dominant and a shooter that was left-handed, it would probably be better to have a semi-automatic pistol that ejects to the left.
If I were that shooter, that is how I would prefer the design.
Okay. So did you say that is a pistol that ejects to the right?
Yes, it is.
And so that would be a pistol that would favor a right-handed shooter, right eye dominant.
That's how I would prefer it if I were the shooter.
Okay. Now, may I approach the witness? You can put that back. Thank you. May I approach? That's what I was. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 713.
Yeah, because Tisha was like, "Where's Al's left-handed gun? Let me grab
So
that."
the
Come on,
two-
dude. Come on.
You can look at this. You have the actual bullet, the part that comes out of the shell. There's 3 of them there. Are those 2 that were recovered from the pillow and 1 that was your test fire, or are those all 3 test fires from the different pistols?
These are all 3 test fires from the one Smith & Wesson pistol. So they're all 3 samples from the same pistol.
Okay. So and that was the 9mm Smith & Wesson?
Correct.
Okay. So you did 3 test fires from there. Do you have the bullets, or can you get the exhibit with the 2 bullets that were pulled from the pillow?
That would be Exhibit 103.
Sure. Well, I'll take your word for it, Judge, because I can't find it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, Exhibit 103. Now,
No, he doesn't think so.
where is
Burden of
one of the
proof.
bullets in this that was
He's
pulled?
counting on the jury to
2
care.
bullets.
Both of them. So this one here and this one here.
This one here and this one here.
Yes.
And which one was the bullet that came from the deceased boy?
That one is People's Exhibit 88.
Okay. All right.
The deceased
And
boy.
It looks
Wow.
like there's a lot of, it looks like there's deformation or
Guy sucks.
the bullets fragmenting in all 3 of them, correct?
They are definitely deformed to various degrees. Yes.
Okay, but the one that was pulled out of the individual looks to be more deformed than the bullets that were pulled out of the pillow.
Yes, I would say the nose is more fully expanded. And
The
there's
pillow
slightly more
doesn't have
deficit
tissue,
on that one,
asshole.
yes.
Okay. And if you know that's great, if not, that's fine. Would you expect 2 9mm hollow points? It looks like they were Hornady, manufacturer of the shells. Would you expect those bullets to actually penetrate through the pillow?
If they went through nothing else,
Yes.
just the pillow,
Yeah.
I would expect a 9mm of this design to go through the pillow.
Okay. And is it your information that the 2 rounds that came from the pillow, it looks like in your report, it says source or it mentions pillow. Do you know if they went through anything else other than the pillow?
I do not. I can simply state that they have hard impact damage that suggests something other than the pillow came into contact with these items.
Okay. Do you think that these 2 bullets, just a second here. Do you have any idea what that could have been? That the 2 bullets that were not pulled from the individual, what they could have impacted based on the history and what information you were giving for this analysis?
I would say based on the history and information, no. based on some of the trace evidence that I observed present on the bullet and stuck in the bullet. There was evidence of it having passed through biological substances. So there was evidence of possible bone and possible hairs present on the surfaces of those bullets.
Okay. So can you tell the distance that the two bullets that were recovered from the pillow, how far away those bullets were when they were, or how far the shooter was away when those bullets were fired?
I cannot, in this instance, I did not have the opportunity to evaluate the pillow and there was no distance testing performed.
Okay. And were you aware that the pillow was actually taken into evidence and recovered?
I was aware of very little more than these were recovered from the pillow.
Okay. Would it have been a benefit to you in your analyses to have had the pillow where the bullets came from, to examine it and possibly do separate test fires into that pillow?
The only time that would have come into play for me is if there had been testing requested to determine how far away those surfaces were when they were shot into.
Okay. Was any of this biological material from the two bullets that were recovered from the pillow, was any of this biological material tested or collected to be submitted for DNA analysis or any type of work like that?
It was most certainly collected by me when I evaluated the bullets. I preserved that evidence in case additional testing was warranted on them. I am not aware if any further testing was undertaken after I collected it.
Okay. But you felt it was important enough to at least collect it and preserve it?
Certainly important to preserve it, especially considering that my handling would have obstructed it and destroyed it during my process. So it was important to preserve that in case it became necessary for testing down the line.
Okay.
Is anyone here confused by this cross-examination line of questioning?
Ms. Happ, when you were talking about shell casings ejecting out of the right or left, would you say that, well, you tell us, are most guns manufactured to kick to the right?
The large majority are manufactured with a right-hand ejection, yes.
Does it require some special hunting to find a gun that will kick off to the left?
Sometimes special hunting, there are a few manufacturers if you want your firearm in that configuration that you might seek out specifically, or you can consider purchasing a different slide for that firearm to allow that function.
In your opinion as an expert, is it common for a weapon like this that the shell casings kick to the right can be handled equally as effectively by either a right or left-handed person?
Yes, it can.
Or a right eye or left eye dominant person?
It can.
Yep, you guys are on the same page with me.
Were you aware that the shell casings recovered from that pillow were in a suitcase with a decomposing body?
I became aware of that later, yes.
Could that have been contributing to some of the biological substances that you found on those two those two projectiles?
That certainly contributed to some of it, yes.
And then as it relates to other types of scientific testing, is it very common or not very common to find fingerprints on bullets?
On fired bullets?
Yeah.
It would be very uncommon to find that after a bullet passes through the barrel. Theoretically, the way that would work is the fingerprint would be deposited before it was fired. Then that bullet is going to pass down the barrel of the firearm. And as that happens, the action of the bullet rubbing in the inside of the barrel would obliterate the fingerprint. Further, if anything should sustain the firing process, as it goes into that target surface, again, that bullet will be wiped clean of whatever was present on it, fingerprint-wise.
The shell casing would contain the fingerprint.
On shell casings, there's a greater likelihood that fingerprints can be recovered on shell casings. One, because this casing doesn't go through anything after it's been fired. However, there are elements of contact with the cartridge case and the body of the cartridge case inside the chamber of the firearm that may obliterate that. There's also a heat buildup that occurs when firing happens that may affect the cartridge case as well. So typically when we're successful with recovering fingerprints on fired cartridge cases, it's because they've been picked up afterwards and moved.
What about, can you find fingerprints on shell casings that are never found in an investigation?
What?
No, that would be a definite no.
That's all.
Wow.
Any of the jurors have any questions? pass it forward and
I love that he asked that. She was like, that would be a definite no. No, we would not find fingerprints on shell casings that we never recovered. Now, remember, she never mentioned anything about a gun being fired in her story about Eduardo. So, or even a gun being stolen, because they recovered the gun. So this is the biggest hole in Letitia's rape story right here.
Ms. Happ, did any of the 3 pistols you examined eject from the left?
They did not. All 3 of these ejected to the right of the firearm.
I'm going to ask this question. Let me know if you think it's outside your area of expertise. If someone is left eye dominant and a shell ejects across your field of vision, would that cause someone to miss?
Fuck no.
So in that regard, I would say there's a couple things to consider. The first thing is that first shot that's fired, nothing will be obstructing your vision. We would be talking about subsequent shot fired after that. And we would be talking about subsequent shots fired in rapid succession, meaning not a shot. That cartridge case ejection is quick. So the shot is fired, the cartridge case ejects and falls, often much faster than the shooter can recognize. Where that becomes a more serious consideration is firing of multiple cartridges where those shells are constantly running in front of the shooter's field of vision. I hope that.
Like if it's an
I will,
automatic
reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution?
Are there a lot of factors that can go into accuracy of a shooter?
Oh, absolutely.
Can you list off some of those?
The firearm is one. Whether or not that shooter is practiced is a primary. It's probably the biggest.
Can left eye dominant shooters with a gun that kicks off to the right be very accurate in their shots?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Cook? Ms. Happ, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to clean up the witness stand, Judge, before the next witness speaks.
All right.
Nothing had to do with her insanity claim. None of the cross-examination from defense had anything to do with insanity.
Thanks, Judge. We'd call Brooke Bell to the stand.
Ms. Bell, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Hey, Miss Bell.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Brooke Bell, and my last name is spelled B-E-L-L.
What's your occupation?
I am a senior crime scene investigator with the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
And how long have you been a senior crime scene investigator?
I've been a crime scene investigator since July of 2017, so almost 6 years.
How'd you become a senior crime scene investigator?
So the senior position requires a minimum of at least 5 years of experience. It requires a crime scene certification in one of 3 levels through the International Association for Identification. And it also requires a certain number of training hours towards specializing in an additional forensic discipline.
So other than your experience, do you also have training and educational experience with regards to your occupation?
I do. In terms of education, I graduated magna cum laude with a Bachelor of Arts degree in biology. and a Master of Science degree in Forensic Science, both from the University of Colorado at Colorado Springs. And in terms of training, I did participate in an internal training program through the Metro Crime Lab. I was on call 24/7 for a period of 6 months, so a lot of exposure to various types of crime scenes and documentation techniques during that time. I was required to complete relevant readings, perform practical exercises, and I worked with a qualified crime scene investigator until it was determined that I could process crime scenes independently and any of the related tasks. So in addition to completing that internal training program, throughout my career, I've also had the opportunity to participate in ongoing formal training and education. So I've received training courses in crime scene investigation, crime scene reconstruction, trajectory documentation, shooting incident reconstruction, bloodstain pattern analysis, chemical enhancement of blood, photography, latent print processing, just to name some of those more specific areas related to crime scene processing.
And have you been qualified to give expert testimony as a crime scene investigator in El Paso County?
Yes, I have.
Any other jurisdictions?
I have also testified as an expert witness in federal court.
Approximately how many times have you been qualified?
I've testified 34 times and been qualified as an expert 22 times.
At this time, we'd ask that the court allow Ms. Bell to testify as an expert in the field of crime scene investigation.
Defense? The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Tell us about crime scene investigation. What does that mean? I mean, we've seen CSI on TV. Is that the kind of thing we're talking about? And then we'll talk about whether or not that actually happens once we get into your testimony.
So as a crime scene investigator, my primary responsibility is to document and process crime scenes, and ultimately I'm responsible for the identification, collection, and preservation of the evidence for any type of future testing and to assist with investigative leads. It certainly may look very different than what you see on TV and typically takes a lot longer.
So you just can't walk in a room and then all of a sudden know exactly what happens in that room?
Not necessarily, no.
As part of as a crime scene investigator, do you attend meetings with detectives and police officers and other members of a particular investigation to get an idea of what you're looking for when you go to a crime scene?
So the most common situation is the information we receive is what we refer to as a briefing. So we just receive preliminary information that detectives or the sergeants, law enforcement personnel have regarding the case up to the point that we become involved with the case.
And I would imagine that it's beneficial to have some idea of what you're going to when you go to a crime scene before you start that investigation. Is that fair?
That is the most common situation. We tend to have an idea of what type of investigation or what type of crime has occurred when we respond. That is not always the case, though.
I'm going to talk about this case and this investigation. On January 29th of 2020, were you asked to go to 6727?
6627, I believe.
627. You think I'd had memorized by now. 6627 Mandan Drive to search a residence.
Yes, I was.
What kind of information did you have prior to that and prior to that search on January 29th, 2020?
So the initial information that I received prior to responding to the residence was that an 11-year-old child had gone missing 2 days prior to my request to respond and document or search the residence where he lived. And the only information I was provided at that time was that the investigators had reason to believe that he may be the victim of a homicide. I didn't receive any additional information until I responded to the residence, where I received that case briefing that I mentioned previously. And that was just kind of more of a timeline of events in terms of what the detectives knew up to that point.
And what was that? What was the briefing that you received when you arrived at the residence?
So I responded, it was Wednesday, January 29th. So at that point, the 11-year-old child who was identified to me as Gannon Stauch had been missing for 2 days. I had received information that he had reportedly gone to a friend's house and didn't return home and was reported missing that Monday around 7 p.m. and that sheriffs with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office had responded around 10 p.m. that evening. I was also informed that the following day, so Tuesday the 28th, the sheriff's office had sent investigative personnel to do a search of the residence. Part of the information that they had and that they passed on to me was that an incident, as it was called, had occurred on the 26th in which Gannon was playing video games in the basement living room. And a candle was knocked over, damaged the carpet and a couch in the basement. They had informed me there was a section of carpet down in the basement that had been burned and cut away down to the padding. And so that it was suspicious in nature. It had been covered with carpet and an area rug.
Did you receive any information about a potential sexual assault or kidnapping on the 29th of January?
So I did a little bit further once I'd been on scene for a little bit longer. I believe it was possibly during our walkthrough. The information that they provided to me was that Gannon's stepmother, who was identified to me as Letitia Stauch, had contacted an individual about the carpet repair, and that individual came to the house and she was sexually assaulted in Gannon's bedroom, and that Gannon had been kidnapped.
And so did that change at least your game plan on how you're going to process that crime scene based on this new information that comes in?
So with the information I had on this very first response, the areas that I'm focused on is the downstairs living room, where this area of carpet has been burned down to the padding, or basically down to the subfloor, which is unusual and had been cut out and removed. And then with this possible sexual assault information, so that was some new information, and having a location, that told me that I was going to search for evidence that might be potentially related to that in that bedroom.
And so what kind of evidence would you be looking for based on that?
So when we're, in the case of a sexual assault, we use what's called an alternate light source and filtered goggles. And so we actually will check the room for possible biological fluids. Certain biological fluids will fluoresce or glow under ALS. And those tend to be biological fluids such as urine, saliva, and then semen. So in the case of a sexual assault, we're using that so that we can try and identify potentially semen.
Had you learned that the residents had at least initially been searched the night before on January 28th, 2020 by some El Paso County detectives?
Yes, I had been informed that they had conducted a separate search prior to the involvement of the Metro Crime Lab, and that there were some evidence items collected during that search.
And so were you at least the first time a CSI lab personnel entered the residence to conduct the search?
Yes, so I was one of the first responding CSIs.
And Your Honor, just to kind of speed things up a little bit, there's going to be no objections to the following exhibits.
Okay.
373 through 441.
Okay.
And 711.
All right.
Let's do
This is going to take a minute, guys.
All right, then exhibits 373 through 441 are admitted, and so is 711. Go ahead.
And it's a combination of photographs, mostly photographs, but also physical exhibits, Your Honor. And we'll,
Okay.
as we go through the photographs, we'll get the physical exhibits.
Okay.
If we could start with People's Exhibit 373, please. Publishing it.
Yep.
And if I may approach the witness,
You may.
Ms. Bell, I'll give you the pictures and you can either use the pictures to look at or
Thank you.
the TV screens that we have. And then you got a fancy pointer up here somewhere.
Is that what this is?
Old school.
I don't
So what do you
understand.
see in People's Exhibit 373?
People's Exhibit 373 is a photograph that was taken of the exterior of Mandan Street. If we're looking to the left side of the photograph, we can actually see the Metro Crime Lab van, which was parked in front of 6627.
So what direction are we facing here with this photograph?
We are mostly looking east, slightly southeast.
Yeah, not an
So
H2
use
Hummer
the pointer and
like on
glance at
TV.
627 Mandan.
May I stand, Your Honor?
You may go ahead. You can step down if you would like to.
Thank you. 6627 would be this residence right here, and it had a bright yellow chair on the porch.
And the first house that we see on the right photograph, is that 6643 Mandan?
I wouldn't be able to tell from the photograph in terms of reading the address.
Okay. If we can go to 674 now. What do we see in 674? Oh, 374. I'm all over the place. 374.
So People's Exhibit 374 is a direct photograph of the front of the residence 6627. And we can see that bright yellow chair that I had previously mentioned.
We go 375 now. What are we looking at 375?
People's Exhibit 375, and I don't recall just from seeing this image if this is, I believe it's from immediately inside the entry. So if we walked in the door, that it would be one of the walls on the side.
Would this be the laundry room area?
It's possible. I can't really tell from seeing the rest of it, but it's possible.
Okay. If you look to the right-hand corner, top corner, would that be the entry to the garage?
Yes, it would be. So with that being said, then this would be the entry into the house through the garage, which was first the laundry room.
We can go to 376 now, please. What do we see in 376?
So People's Exhibit 376 is, and I don't know if this is the washer or the dryer, but in the bottom of the photograph, we see the red. And there were a pair of tennis shoes. So they're black with white soles turned over on top. And part of my walkthrough and briefing information I had received was that when the sheriff's deputies responded on the 28th, they had observed possible stains on the bottom of these shoes and had collected swabs of those stains.
And did you say that was done on the previous night, January 28th?
That's correct. So when I mentioned they had collected some evidence on that first response, that was one of those items.
377, please. Is this a close-up of the same shoes?
Yes, it is.
And then, Your Honor, 378 are the actual shoes. And just for the jury's benefit, we're going to be opening those with another witness.
Okay.
So we're not going to be opening those at this time.
All right.
We can go to 379 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 379?
So People's Exhibit 379 is a photograph inside the garage. And if we look in the upper left-hand corner, we can actually see the door that's open, and that's what opens into the laundry room.
Now, on January 29th, were you looking for blood in this particular garage?
Not initially. However, it was brought to our attention when a deputy had responded that while we were working on documentation in the basement, that he had located some stains that he believed to be possible blood stains.
We can go to 380 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 380?
People's Exhibit 380, we've actually moved further into the garage, so now we're closer to the entry door. And there are actually 3 sticker scales present in this photograph that were placed to identify those possible blood stains that were located by the deputy.
Could you please point those out for the
I
jury?
will, yes.
And Mr. Young, could you find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so?
We could stop now if you like, Judge.
Okay.
Whatever you're.
You can go ahead and answer that question, and then we'll take that
Okay.
break.
And is it okay? May I stand again? Thank you. So when we look in the middle stair in the garage right here, we can see a sticker that was actually identifying a possible blood stain that we labeled A. And then we have 2 more on the floor. So possible blood stain B and possible blood stain C.
All right. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we will take we'll take another recess for about 10 minutes. If I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 4 o'clock, we should be able to start right on time at that point. Don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
See, I like to keep showing that only because, like, I want to see if Tisha does anything stupid. Because I don't think I mean, I'm not seeing any indication that she has the patience to deal with this entire trial without having some sort of outburst.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 4 o'clock.
I mean,
All
she's
right.
already been reported as to like making gestures towards the jury and things of that nature. She's really I mean, she's a piece of work, this one. But that firearms expert, man, that she was something else, wasn't she? She was all business, dude. She went up there and just like it took like almost a whole minute for her to just list her qualifications. I was like, okay, all right. And this particular witness that's up there right now, I think is interesting because she's basically the supervisor of the young guy that was the crime scene investigator. So even if people are looking at him and thinking, oh, well, he doesn't have a whole lot of experience and blah, 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 blah. Well, her testimony is just going to back his testimony up. As long as their testimonies are consistent, which so far I have no reason to believe that they're not going to be. Every witness so far is showing full on credibility. Everybody seems extremely experienced. Every single investigator, every single expert witness, everyone seems very, very experienced and qualified to testify as experts. So as long as the prosecution remains consistent, I see them continuing to succeed in proving their case. Now, when the firearms expert, when the firearms investigator, when the defense cross-examined her, I was on to them immediately because none of them, they were focusing on whether or not the gun, whether it was a right-handed or left-handed gun, why that matters. I didn't see at all how that was relevant. And I'm hoping, because if I was on the jury, I'd be like, yo, what are you trying to do here, dude? Are you trying to say I'm stupid? You don't think I see what you're doing? Patty Whack, thank you so much. Great job, Glare. Thank you for being here. That means a lot. And thanks for saying that. If I'm on that jury, I'm like, dude, yeah, I see what you're doing here. And you've already sat there and told us that the entire defense is based on whether or not she knew what she was doing, whether or not she suffers from dissociative identity disorder. So clearly this is a tactic to try to confuse and create doubt. Totally a smoke and mirrors misdirection tactic. I saw right through it. You guys saw right through it. And I'm pretty sure that the jury saw right through it. I have no reason to believe that the jury wouldn't. So I found that really interesting because she wasn't having it either. That witness was not having it. So listening to them sit there and go, well, you know, right hand, left hand, and blah, 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 blah. They were trying to trip her up, but she was just like, no. And they even went as far as like, if the shell casing crosses in front of your vision, wouldn't that affect how you shot? First of all, I'm pretty sure that Gannon was shot at point blank range. So does it matter? Does it matter if the person is right-handed or left-handed? Chances are she was holding the gun with both hands. I would assume so, but whether or not she did is irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant because the gun was found in the house. She had access to the gun and the shell casings are missing. And at no point during her story of Eduardo being in the house does she mention anything about the guns being even tampered with. So here she is thinking that getting rid of the shell casings is going to be enough to cover up the fact that she shot him. Because in her mind, if I get rid of the body, well, no bullets, right? They'll never know that the gun was fired. But they found Gannon, they found the bullets, and they found the gun that the bullets came from in the house. So she's, the defense was just reaching. The defense was definitely just trying to cause a little confusion into the minds of the jury pool as a whole. And I think they failed because we all saw right through it. Because when I asked, is anybody else here confused by the line of questioning from the defense? A bunch of you responded like totally a tactic by the defense to confuse the jury. And the fact that we caught that, not just because we know more about the case, but the fact that we caught that, I think was obvious enough for the jury to catch that. And the jury was more than likely staying on task and not allowing that to be attacked, not allowing that tactic to confuse them. And I think that the witness did an incredibly impeccable job of staying on task and not being tripped up by the defense. So I think this is very, very fascinating right now. Yeah, all of that. Yeah. I mean, she drove all the way to Florida. And somebody mentioned divine intervention, that's how they found Gannon's body, through divine intervention. I'm not going to disagree with you on that. If anybody here believes in a higher power, whatever you choose to call that higher power, I don't think that it's crazy to think that, simply because don't forget that they had the overpass inspector who found Gannon's body testify, and he testified that they do those inspections on that overpass every 2 years. So it just so happened to be at the time that they were doing that inspection that they found this suitcase, and they even dived. He found it underwater. He was a diver. So I found it really, really fascinating and amazing. I'm just if you believe in a higher power, it's not crazy at all to think that there was an intervention by that higher power that Gannon's body was found, because that helps with this case so much. And I truly believe that they would have still gotten a conviction without his body, considering all of the other evidence that they've been going over. I believe personally, just my uneducated mind believes personally that they already had enough evidence. Otherwise, they would have not placed her under arrest. Remember, every arrest, regardless of what some idiot creators say, an arrest is merely prelude to what we're looking at right here. They are not going to make an arrest unless they are sure that they can convict that person they're placing under arrest in a court of law. There is just no way that they're going to do that. They're not going to take that chance. So I personally believe that once they place her under arrest, even without Gannon's body, that they believe that they had enough evidence. I think they had enough evidence to convict Letitia and prove that she's guilty. Too much. I mean, too much between the blood, the lying, the erratic behavior, everything. The GPS pings, the rental cars, everything. I mean, there's just too much. So I am really grateful that they found Gannon's body for two reasons. Very importantly, so that they can ensure this conviction, which I believe they're going to do, but most importantly, so that his loved ones can have some closure and some peace and bury him properly and give him a proper. That's why some people might think that it's a little morbid of me to put in the thumbnails of this trial his gravesite, but to me that is an image of how his family has chosen to pay tribute to his spirit, and it is a symbol of a step towards closure for this family to getting justice for him. So that's why I chose to use that photograph in the thumbnail, because we're not dealing with just a missing child here anymore. We're dealing with a murdered child. And I think it's really important that we actually remember that, as troubling as that is. Personally, I believe it's extremely important to remember that. I think it's absolutely very loving and respectful to post pictures of Gannon smiling and having, and enjoying life as he did. But I refuse to forget that why we're here, which is to get justice for the result of what happened to Gannon. And I'm really grateful to all of you for being as invested in that as I am. So shortly, we should be resuming with court. Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, this is just me. It helps me to stay focused on justice for Gannon if I'm a little angry, and remembering what this monster of a person did to this poor young boy. Remembering that and keeping that in mind keeps me a little angry, and that anger helps drive me towards the following of this pursuit of justice for him. Yeah, and Meep, you're saying that she really screwed up with the rape story. I agree with you. She absolutely screwed up with the rape story, but it's also an indication of how she thinks. It was a tactic to deter the focus on her as a suspect, but it was also a tactic to make it about her, to make herself out to be the victim in all of this, but while still being able to say, "Oh, poor Gannon, he took Gannon, and I don't know where he is, and I was raped, and he was a hero because he jumped on his back," and she gets to make herself look like this loving and caring, and I'm with everybody else because Gannon, you guys don't miss Gannon as much as I do, and you guys don't want Gannon to be found as bad as I do because he actually tried to save me from an attack from the person who kidnapped him. Blah, 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 blah. Bullshit. Everything is making her seem as though
20
she
CR
is
1358. People versus Letitia Stauch. Record should reflect the
wanting
jury's not
all of
present
the
in the courtroom.
attention.
I want to alert the attorneys to a juror issue. And we can either discuss it now, or we can discuss it at the end of the day. I don't know what you want to do. All I know is that a juror has alerted me that it wasn't until Ms. Happ was on the stand that she realized she knew her. She did not recognize the name as she was looking through the witness list. So I don't know anything about how she knows her or anything like that. My thought was I would bring her in, ask her a couple of questions, and then send her back, and you can make a decision as to whether or not want to make a challenge, or we go from there. We can either do that before this witness continues her testimony. We can wait until we get closer to the end of the day. What do you want to do?
I think it'd be good to do that towards the end of the day, Judge.
Okay.
Maybe save a little bit of time at the end of the day to handle.
That's fine. All right, so let's stop at like 10 till, stop your questioning there, and then we will bring that juror in, and we'll go from there. Does that work for
Uh-oh.
juror 12, third one over in the front? Yeah, well, she's in seat 13.
Oh,
She's
I don't
in
like
12.
that at
We
all,
have 9
man.
in the back. So, okay. Okay, in light of that, let's bring the jurors in then.
Now, remember, don't let that discourage you right off the bat, because they still have to question the juror as to the capacity of what he or she knows, Miss Hepp, who is the firearms expert. So it might be completely irrelevant to the case, and it might not even matter at all. And yes, they have
All rise for the
alternates.
jury, please.
They have alternates. It just might depend. Like it's just a question of whether or not bringing in an alternate juror is going to delay the proceedings any further. But I don't think. I mean, it's definitely. I wouldn't say that it's grounds for a mistrial.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letitia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the direct examination of Ms. Bell. That's where we will resume.
So, Ms. Bell, we still have People's Exhibit 380 up on the TV screen. With regards to these placards A, B, and C that you just pointed out prior to the break, are they in direction from the door to where there are some, looks like some 2x4s on the ground there?
So if you're referring to the lower left corner of the photograph, yes, there are some long 2x4s in that area of the garage.
And when we looked at the picture of the entire garage, is that a space where a vehicle may be parked?
Typically, it appeared to be where you'd pull a vehicle in, yes.
Turn the other camera on, man.
380, do you see any softball equipment in there or items related to softball?
If we look to where the stairs are, there's a blue bucket over on the right hand side of that photograph. There appears to be yellow softballs inside that blue bucket.
And on the left side of the photograph, there appears to be some kind of bag that says Easton or, right?
Yes, on the left side of the photograph on top of the green box.
We go now to 381, please. What do we see in 381?
People's Exhibit 381 is actually a photograph taken standing inside the laundry room, so we can see the tile floor, looking down at the stairs. And in the center of the photograph, we can see that sticker scale that I mentioned previously, and that was the placard A, so the possible blood stains that were observed there.
And just so Christian Luer just testified, he processed this garage on February 3rd. Obviously, you did this on January 29th. You do the blue star in the garage at that time, or did you note this blood just from your naked eye?
So this was visible blood, so it was documented because we could see it without any type of chemical processing. And when I responded, I did not do or use blue star in the garage.
And so we can go to 382 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 382?
People's Exhibit 382 is a close-up photograph of the possible blood stains identified using placard A.
Ready to do some more exercise if you can get out and just show the jury exactly where the blood's located in this particular photograph.
So we can see some dark staining throughout the center area of this photograph. Here, we can also see some slight discoloration over the left side of it.
I know we're going to talk about how you swab these, but why don't we do it with placard A so you can kind of just show the jury what you did to collect this blood so that it could be tested.
So,
At a later time.
so to collect a sample of any biological fluid, we have a package that is sealed of 2 sterile cotton tipped swabs. So that's opened at the time that we're ready to collect the sample. We open a new package of distilled water and then just dampen the 2 cotton tip swabs. And then those are both rubbed at the same time over the stains and then placed back into that packaging and sealed into something we call a coin envelope. So it's a smaller envelope.
And did you use 3 separate swabs for both A, B, and C placards?
Yes, they did.
And they're separated when you package them?
Correct. So when we place them in those individual coin envelopes, those are sealed separately from each other.
And then the big envelope is sealed, and then whoever gets into that envelope would have to sign something to know that someone's been in there. Is that how it works?
Correct. So when we create an evidence barcode label, and I believe in this case, all 3 of those swabs were placed in a larger envelope under the same evidence barcode and sealed by the crime scene investigator. And then any subsequent testing that occurs on evidence within that package, the evidence item or the packaging is noted, and then additional tape seals are added and signed by that analyst when the analysis is completed.
And Your Honor, for the record, the swabs from placards A, B, and C is People's Exhibit 386.
All right.
We can go now to 383, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 383?
People's Exhibit 383 is a little bit of a different perspective, a little closer, where we can see, again, the 2 sticker scales that were on the garage floor. We're close to those 2x4s that were previously mentioned.
384?
People's Exhibit 384 is now a close-up photograph of the possible blood stains identified using placard B.
Could you point those out with a pointer, please?
Yes. So in this photograph, it's really concentrated toward the center, but the discoloration is in this general area and then extended into the upper left portion of the photograph.
And is that the area you swabbed then that we talked about earlier?
Yes, that would be the area that representative samples were collected.
385, you could probably stay there for this one. What do we see in 385?
People's Exhibit 385 is now a close-up of the stains that were identified using placard C. And I will point those out again, just directly above the actual sticker scale and then a little higher toward the center of the photograph.
Now, are these particular more visible? These blood, are they droplets or what are they?
So these appear to be more consistent with possible transfer stains to me. But these are a little bit more visible in this particular photograph than what we saw in B. If we look at the photograph, there's different photographs at different angles of B and C, and B is a little more visible in a different angle, and that just has more to do with the flash that occurred when that photograph was taken.
What's a transfer stain?
So a transfer stain is when blood is deposited on a surface from another surface.
Kind of speaks for itself, right?
It's just transferred onto an object.
You can resume your seat. Thank you. If we can have 387 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 387?
People's Exhibit 387 is a photograph that was taken in the backyard on the east side of the house. And of significance in the backyard is the trash dumpster, so we can see the green in the center of the photograph.
And were you made aware that these trash cans were searched on January 28th?
Yes, I was.
2020?
Yes.
Let's go to People's Exhibit 388. What do we see in People's Exhibit 388?
People's Exhibit 388 is a photograph taken in the basement, and this area was referred to in most of our reports as the basement living area. So this particular photograph, I believe in terms of orientation, we're looking southwest in the basement.
In the area that you alluded to, I know we have some other pictures of it where there were potential burn marks on the carpet. Could you just point that out for the jury so they could have some context with this picture?
Yes, I'm going to stand up to do that.
Sure.
So in the upper right corner of the photograph, we have a couch here. And directly in front of that couch was an area rug, and we can actually see that here. And on top of it, in this particular photograph, you can see a section, rectangular section of carpet that matches the rest of the carpet throughout the residence.
Okay, thank you. 389. What do we see in 389?
People's Exhibit 389 is now standing in that living area portion of the room. So in the lower left corner, we can see that area rug that I had previously mentioned. And then we can also see the corner of the couch that it was in front of, and that's over on the left side of the photograph. In the center of the photograph, so we're looking east toward that love seat chair. There's 3 blankets, and they were kind of in a pile, and those blankets had burned debris on them.
You go to 390 now. What do we see in 390?
People's Exhibit 390 is a close-up of those blankets that was located on the floor in front of that love seat, and we are able to see some of the charring and burned debris.
391. What do we see in 391?
People's Exhibit 391 is now in the search phase where we're actually looking at the items that were identified. So one of the blankets has been spread out, and we can see that there's a scale in this photograph showing where some dark burned debris is.
And did you spread this blanket out to take this photograph?
Yes.
And did you collect this blanket as evidence?
This blanket was collected, yes.
We can go to 392. What do we see in 392?
People's Exhibit 392 is just a close-up of the previous blanket in the area where we saw that scale of the burned debris.
Thank you for
And
gifting
do you have any
memberships.
information as to whether or not these blankets were used to put the fire out or help put the fire out?
I don't know that I had specific information how these were related.
393. What do we see in 393?
People's Exhibit 393 is another one of the blankets that was in that pile. And on the left side of the photograph, we can see where it's bunched together and the discoloration. So where there was some black char marks.
We can go to 394.
People's Exhibit 394 is a photograph of the third blanket. We can see that there's a scale, and that was also very bunched around some burned debris.
And did you collect all these blankets, all 3?
All 3 of them were collected, yes.
We can go to 395 now, please. What do we see in 395?
People's Exhibit 395 is the couch that is located that I had pointed out in the first photograph when we were talking about the living room. So for context, that area where the removed carpet is directly in front of this couch. And on this couch are 3 teal pillows.
Can you also see some what appears to be damage from hot wax, that kind of thing on this couch?
Yes, so over in the left side of the photograph, which would have been the west portion of the couch, there was some damage consistent with what appeared to be wax on the couch, as well as some charring or scorch marks.
And so for the record, we see a remote control there. Is it just next to that remote control in front of it?
It would be in front of and then to the left of that black remote control.
We can go to 396, please. What do we see in 396?
People's Exhibit 396 is looking toward the southwest corner of the living room. So just for context, we can see the TV in the upper left, and the couch, for reference, would be over on the right side of the photograph. And there's an additional teal pillow in that corner on the floor.
397? What do we see in 397?
People's Exhibit 397 is more of a mid-range photograph, but we've actually turned that pillow over. And in the center of the photograph, it's actually going to be in the right corner of the pillow. There was more of that kind of burned, charred material.
We can go to 398 now. Is that what you're talking about as we see in 398?
So 398 is a close-up with a scale. And yes, you can better see some of that burned material.
And did you collect this item as evidence?
Yes,
pillow?
this pillow was collected.
And for the record, Your Honor, that's 399, People's Exhibit 399. We can go to 400 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 400?
People's Exhibit 400 is actually being positioned against the west wall in the living room. So the couch, for reference, is what's on the left, and that love seat is over on the right. In the lower right-hand corner, we can see some of those blankets we talked about previously. But in the back center of this photograph, we can see an open door where we see boxes and bins, and that was a basement storage unit.
And can we see the staircase there to the left of that poach, or in the center of the picture, but it would go off to the left to go upstairs?
Yes, you can slightly see the banister, the hand railing, and that would be the staircase that leads to the upper level.
And so as you look at that storage room, if you go to the right, would that be where Gannon's room was?
Yes, so there is a hallway behind that wall, and his door was over to the right and actually shared a wall with the storage room.
We can go to People's Exhibit 401. What do we see in People's Exhibit 401?
People's Exhibit 401, we've now moved close to the entry to the storage room. So again, we can see the boxes and bins and then the concrete floor. And then as mentioned previously, there's a short hallway on the right side. So the door to Gannon's bedroom would be over on the right.
People's Exhibit 402. What do we see 402?
People's Exhibit 402 is a photograph that's taken standing in the entry to the basement storage room, so the bins and boxes previously mentioned. In this photograph, we're actually looking toward the southeast corner, and an item of interest that was observed in the southeast corner, which we can see in the center of the photograph, is a small section of carpet.
With regards to the boxes that we see in People's Exhibit 402, is that what it looked like on January 29th, 2020?
These appear to be the original overall photographs. So that's the series of photographs that we take prior to doing anything on scene. So this would be the condition of the storage room when we arrived.
We can go to People's Exhibit 403. What do we see in People's Exhibit 403?
People's Exhibit 403 is now standing inside that storage room. And on the left side, we can see the furnace, and toward the center, we can see the water heater. Those were actually positioned on the same wall, which would be the west wall, as the entry into the storage room.
People's Exhibit 404. What do we see in People's Exhibit 404?
People's Exhibit 404 is just slightly rotated to the right from that previous photo and down so that we can see the concrete floor. If it helps for reference in terms of from the previous photo, that bottle of Gain in the previous photo, if you go back one.
We're at 403 now.
So it's shifted slightly to the right and down.
And go back to 404. Now in People's Exhibit 404, there seems to be a box there at the lower portion middle there. Do you recognize that box?
I do. So in the lower portion of the photograph, there is a box that has Amazon tape. And if I recall correctly, based on the marker, the writing on it, that was a box that was collected in a following response out to that residence.
Did you go back to the residence on February 21st, 2020?
I did, yes.
And did you go back and completely clean out this entire storage room, look at every item that's in there, look at all the floor for blood?
Yes, so that was the purpose of that following response, was to remove every item from the storage room and inspect it for possible blood stains.
And this is where the box was, at least on January 29th, 2020, when you initially searched that storage room.
Yes, based on the overall photographs, it is.
We'll talk about that box when we get to the February 21st, okay?
Okay.
Don't let me forget.
Okay.
All right, let's go to, I'm sorry. Ready? Okay, if we can go to 405 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 405?
People's Exhibit 405, we're actually looking at the north wall of the storage room. So for orientation, based on where I'm standing, the entry would actually be back and to my right. And of interest in this particular photograph on the left side is a gun box, the M&P Bodyguard. And then also of interest in this photograph, kind of toward the northeast corner, we can see the corner of a red suitcase underneath a box. And then just to the right of that, we can see a small section of carpet again.
Did you do the best you could to take pictures of all the suitcases in the storage room?
So in this series of overall photographs, these are the photographs of all of the items in their position when we arrived. So nothing was moved in order to be able to take better photographs of them at this point.
You may not, I don't know if you recall this or not, but the pink suitcase that we see in the center of the photograph, was that suitcase there on February 21st, 2020, when you went back and searched the entire storage room?
I don't recall offhand without going through those photos and looking closer.
Don't let me forget about that one either.
Okay.
There's another item. I want to refer to a tub there that appears to have tables in it that's on the right-hand side of the photograph in the center there. Do you see that?
I do. So all the way along the right edge, we can see a clear tub that has a purple handle. You can see just the edge of it. So that was another item of interest that was located and collected on a following response on the 21st.
And at least on January 29th, 2020, that's where that tub is when you're out there processing the storage room.
That's correct.
And did that tub later have blood on it?
It had what appeared to be possible blood stains on it when I observed it.
You don't like it when I say blood, right?
Unfortunately, we're not allowed to say that because we can't confirm it. But based on our training and experience, that was the reason it was collected. It appeared consistent with blood stains.
And is that why we talked about that Amazon box earlier as well?
Correct. So there were possible blood stains observed on that box.
Okay. We can now go to People's Exhibit. What are we at? 406, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 406?
So People's Exhibit 406, we've rotated slightly to the right from the previous photograph. So we're now looking at the southeast corner of the storage room. For reference again, in the lower left-hand corner, we see that red suitcase that I mentioned previously. It's very difficult to see, but just a tiny piece of the carpet in the lower left corner. And the previously mentioned clear tub with the purple handle. And if it helps again with reference, the wall over on the right side is actually the wall that would be shared with Gannon's bedroom.
We can go to 407 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 407?
So People's Exhibit 407 is at the point where we've started removing some objects from the basement storage room. So we can now see that red suitcase a little bit more clearly. And there are some carpet fibers sitting on top. And then directly behind it, slightly to the right, we can see a larger section of carpet that I had mentioned that was mostly covered in some of those previous overall photographs.
And as you're searching the storage room on January 29th, 2020, as well as February 21st, 2020, did you ever see a large olive green suitcase in the storage room?
I don't recall seeing one.
Did you ever see the suitcase that Gannon's body was recovered in?
No, I did not.
Have you ever seen it under the bridge or at any time?
I've not seen it at all.
If you would have saw that in that time, would you have photographed it as you photographed these suitcases here?
Well, everything was photographed as I observed it during that time. And obviously the suitcase was found sometime later, but I was never shown what that suitcase looked like.
And do we also see the tub that you said had presumptive blood on it in this photograph?
So that clear tub with the purple handles, yes, is over on the right side of the photograph.
We can go to 408 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 408?
People's Exhibit 408 is now a closer photograph of the top of that red suitcase. And toward the back area is actually where we can see some of the carpet fibers and carpet debris.
I'm going to jump ahead a little bit, but did you later find some carpet that had been cut to kind of cover that area where the burnt carpet was?
Yes. Yes, they did.
Did you eventually collect the carpet that we see in People's Exhibit 408?
Yes. So during the search portion of this storage room, that section of carpet was actually pulled out of that room and opened.
And just point for the jury where the carpet is in this photograph, just so we all know where it's at.
So your red suitcase, and then kind of the carpet fibers and debris toward the back. And then the large folded section of carpet is directly behind it in the center of the photograph up top.
Great, thank you. We can go to 409 now, please. What do we see in 409?
People's Exhibit 409 is a close-up so that you can better see some of the carpet debris and carpet fibers on top of that suitcase. And then to the right side, we can see a part of that carpet.
410? What do we see in People's Exhibit 410?
People's Exhibit 410 is when that section of carpet was pulled out of the storage room. It had been rolled and folded. And when I opened the fold, concealed inside was a smaller piece of carpet that had possible bloodstains on it.
And can you point that out for the jury just so we can distinguish between the small piece and the large piece?
So the large portion of the carpet was this entire section. And then the small section concealed inside, right in the center, where we can see some very visible staining.
Can we go to 412 now, please? What do we see in 412?
People's Exhibit 412 is a close-up photograph of the possible bloodstains observed on that smaller piece of carpet. And then we do have a scale in the photograph.
And you collected the smaller piece of carpet, I take it?
Both sections of carpet were collected, yes.
And the small piece of carpet, Your Honor, would be People's Exhibit 413. The large piece is People's Exhibit 711.
All right.
You can go to 414 now. What do we see in 414?
People's Exhibit 412.
412, right.
It's helpful to have these photos up here. People's Exhibit 412 is that smaller section of carpet that we just saw the photographs of with the visible stains. It's now been turned over. And what's of note in this photograph is that we can see some additional stains on the top surface in the lower right corner and in the center, and that the actual entire section of carpet is discolored in comparison to the rest of the carpet underneath.
And could you tell whether or not, looking at these stains on either side, what kind of stain it is? You alluded to transfer stains when we were in the garage.
Not necessarily, at least on the upper side of the carpet, due to the texture of the carpet. Looking on the other side, the fact that it's gone through, typically we might call something like that a saturation stain, where it is actually gone through the carpet.
So is that what we're talking about as we see in 411?
Yes.
So that's more of a saturated stain?
Potentially. It's difficult to say, but it is consistent with some type of transfer or saturation stain.
Now we can jump ahead to 414. What do we see in 414?
People's Exhibit 414. So this large section of carpet that I removed that had the smaller one with the visible stains, when I opened that entire section of carpet, there were two corners that had been cut off and were missing. This People's Exhibit 414 shows a section of carpet. So when we go back into the living room, and I had mentioned that there was a section of carpet placed over the area that had been cut out. This is showing that section of carpet that had been in the living room and showing the visible seams appearing to match as if that section of carpet had been cut off this larger one.
Going back to the red suitcase with carpet fibers on it, the carpet's found right next to that?
Yes, so that's that very big folded one. That's that piece of carpet.
Would it be consistent with someone cutting the carpet over the suitcase in the storage room?
I don't know where it would have been cut, but having the carpet fibers on top of the suitcase just indicates to me that that carpet had been moved or manipulated.
Okay. We can go to 415 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 415?
So People's Exhibit 415, we are now seeing that area in the basement living room in front of the couch. So for reference, the couch is in the upper right-hand corner. You can see the remote and those burn marks on the couch that we had talked about previously. We can see a patch of carpet has been cut out in a square or rectangle. And then we can see the black padding underneath. And it might be difficult to tell in this photograph, but the shape and characteristics were pretty consistent and appeared to be burn and char marks in that padding.
416?
People's Exhibit 416 shows a patch of carpet covering that. In the right side of the photograph, we can see that area rug we talked about previously as well that's been pulled back. So when we arrived, that area rug was in place as if it would be normally on the floor. And when it was pulled back, this is what we observed, was this extra piece of carpet placed on top of that cutout. And that previous one showing the cutout corner that was matched with the seams is this piece of carpet.
We can go back to 416, please. 415. And people that do the 415, what was your understanding on how this fire started that we see the results from in 415?
The information that I was provided was that while Gannon was playing video games on the 26th, he knocked over a candle and somehow that caused the fire.
Is that consistent with your training, your everyday knowledge, a candle falling on the carpet, burning right through the carpet, through the pad, all the way to the concrete?
That's not what I would expect to see, no.
Why is that?
I wouldn't expect, a lot of carpet and materials are made to be more burn resistant. So you could hold a lighter to carpet and it's not instantaneously going to burst into flames. We've also had training with our local fire department where we've actually done that exercise, laid carpet out, held a lighter or a torch, trying to set it on fire, and then doing that with different ignitable fluids to see the how long it would take to actually set and burst into flames.
Would it take a significant amount of heat to create that char mark?
It would, and it would have to be a sustained heat. So not just a quick, without some type of ignitable source.
Now, with regards to this area, the jury's heard about Blue Star, so we don't need to get into that, but did you Blue Star this area to see whether or not there's areas that you needed to swab?
Yes, so on that first response, because this is the area of the primary disturbance and things out of the ordinary, that's the room they requested I do Blue Star in, and it was done in this area, yes.
And did you swab that area based on the results of your Blue Star?
There were swabs collected from a few areas in the living room, yes, based on a presumptive positive.
Can you point out the general area where you swabbed?
If I remember correctly, the area on the carpet that I had a presumptive positive reaction was in this section, which would be the lower left portion of that cutout square.
And same process as you did in the garage, sealed, so others could test that swab at a later time?
That's correct, yes.
Now, before we leave the January 29th search, did you also go into Gannon's room on the 29th?
Yes, we did.
Did you smell anything when you went into Gannon's room?
So as a part of the walkthrough with one of the detectives who had been there the previous day on the 28th, he had mentioned an unusual, and that's how it was described to me, an unusual odor in Gannon's bedroom near the center and an unusual odor near the light switch. So I did detect an odor in the room, but it wasn't one necessarily that I could place. I couldn't characterize it as something that was familiar to me as traditional bleach or cleaning products. Also of note was that there was odor of urine, so pet urine throughout the basement, including in there.
And did you know they had a couple dogs that lived in the house as well?
I did. I don't know if it showed the photographs, but in the area next to the basement living room along the south wall, there were 2 dog crates and there were actually dogs in them at the time that I was there.
And so in between January 29th and February 21st, had other members of your lab, the Metro Crime Lab, gone out to search this residence?
Yes.
Had you gone out there on different occasions as well?
I had been out there a total of 3 times, but I wasn't with each of the CSIs for each time the Metro Crime Lab responded.
And so on the January 29th and February 21st, you did a report based on what you did at that residence.
So she wasn't letting the dogs
And
out.
others would do reports based on what they did, for instance, on February 3rd or February 5th, that kind of thing?
Yes, so I did respond on February 3rd, but I did not complete a report. CSI Lewer was the primary CSI who responded, and I came to assist. And based on items that were located during that search, we also called an additional CSI Alyssa Beresford, to come out and assist with some documentation. So I assisted both of them, but since I didn't do anything independently of them, I didn't complete a report for that response.
So let's now talk about the 21st, February. What new information did you get with regards to why you needed to go back and search the residence again?
basic information that I was provided was from Sergeant Hubble with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, that he wanted to remove and search all of the objects in the basement storage room for possible bloodstains. And I don't know the specifics to why, but I know that a meeting had occurred prior to my going out that day between the Sheriff's Office and the FBI, and there was some interest in some saws in the garage.
Had there been a board found that may have had some blood on it out in the Palmer Lake area?
Yes, so right before responding, I had also been informed that a particle board had been recovered near Larkspur off Highway 105, I believe it was, and that there were possible blood stains on it. And I was shown a photograph of what was recovered by one of our DNA analysts, and we observed that a corner or a small section of that particle board was missing. And so they also asked that we search the garage to see if that possible corner was in there.
And did you find a possible corner for that particular board?
No, we did not.
And before we move on, Your Honor, 417 is the swabs that were taken from the basement carpet that CSI Brooke testified to earlier. So we can now go to 418. Now we're on February 21st, 2020. What do we see in People's Exhibit 418?
So People's Exhibit 418 is a similar photograph to one we've seen before, just at a later date of the entry to the basement storage room. And we can see it looks significantly different. It's more organized. I can see more of the floor in this photograph.
So someone went through and stacked all the boxes neatly, it looks like, and there were items moved around differently than what they looked like on January 29th.
It certainly appears far more organized than when I saw it the first time, yes.
We can go to 419 now. What do we see in 419?
People's Exhibit 419 is an additional photograph inside that basement storage room. We can see again part of the floor and see that the boxes are a little more organized.
And we see a tub there that appears to have cables in it on the top left corner of that photograph.
That's correct. So that is that tub we've discussed previously, the clear one with the purple handles on top.
420. What do we see in People's Exhibit 420?
People's Exhibit 420 is same angle as the previous shot, just rotated up. So now we can actually see the top portion of that tub that we had mentioned before on the left side of the photograph.
421. Now what do we see in 421?
People's Exhibit 421 is when the tub has been removed and placed in the basement living room so that we can inspect it better with flashlights to search for possible blood stains.
And did you do that?
I did do that, yes.
422. What do we see in 422?
People's Exhibit 422 is a photograph that I actually took during the evidence processing portion. So this was taken, I believe, a few days later in the lab with the evidence barcode label and is an overall photograph of the item.
For the record, People's Exhibit 423 is this plastic tub that we see in People's Exhibit 422.
All right.
424. What do we see in People's Exhibit 424?
People's Exhibit 424 is photograph. These are photographs taken in the lab. And what I've done in these is added the adhesive sticker scales that were used for those blood stains on the garage floor just to highlight them. And these are going to be close-up photographs showing stains that were visible on this tub.
So just to the left of this marker, we see what?
So between the purple handle and the sticker scale, we can see some visible stains consistent with possible blood stains.
425. What do we see in 425?
People's Exhibit 425 is another sticker scale, and this was placed to show the discoloration located at the corner of the tub all the way to the left.
426.
People's Exhibit 426 is that same corner. We've just rotated to the other side. And just based on the change in light, we can actually see that there's some discoloration on both sides of the corner.
427.
People's Exhibit 427 are some visible stains located to the left of the scale underneath the lid.
428.
Thank you, Team Brittany. Appreciate it.
People's Exhibit
Thanks for being here.
428 is showing a stain on the right side of the tub in this photograph on the lip, the under part of underneath the lid.
429.
People's Exhibit 429 is a close-up. I believe we saw this particular stain. It might have been the first photograph that we showed. It's just a closer photograph.
430.
People's Exhibit 430 is an additional possible blood stain located on the edge after the lid was taken off.
431.
People's Exhibit 431 are some additional possible blood stains that are actually on the lip as well as the underneath portion.
And can you tell what kind of blood stains these are, whether they're transfer, drip?
So these appear consistent with a transfer stain. We can actually see the visible swipe marks that appear vertical on these stains.
And 432.
People's Exhibit 432 appears to me to actually be the same stains as the previous photograph, just pulled back a little bit so you can see more of it.
Now, do you know whether or not this tub actually went to a serologist, Sherry Holes, to do the swabbing and prepare it for DNA testing?
So this item was transferred directly to a DNA analyst. I believe I thought it was Donna Minogue, but if it was Sherry, I would have to double check the chain of custody.
But you didn't swab these blood stains?
No, so at the request of our DNA unit, they were photographed and then they wanted to collect the samples for their testing.
Now we can go to 433, please. What do we see in 433?
People's Exhibit 433 was the cardboard box we've talked about a couple of times now with the Amazon Prime tape and some of the Sharpie marks on it. And inside that box are 2 Apple iPhones. And on 2 sides of this box were stains that appeared to be possible blood stains.
434? Go ahead.
People's Exhibit 434 is a photograph taken in the lab. So we can see the evidence barcode label that was created. This is an overall photograph, and in the upper left portion of the corner to the left of the Amazon Prime tape, we can see 2 areas of stains.
Your Honor, for the record, 435 is the actual Amazon box that's in evidence.
Okay.
436? What do we see in 436?
People's Exhibit 436 is a close-up of those 2 stains mentioned previously to the left of the Amazon tape.
And would these be transfer stains or some other type of stain?
They appear consistent based on some of the movement to be a transfer stain.
437? What do we see in 437?
People's Exhibit 437 is an even closer photograph of the lower stain to the left of the Amazon tape.
And People's Exhibit 438.
People's Exhibit 438 is actually the opposite side of the Amazon box and with some visible possible blood stains located there.
Transfer stain?
It appears consistent with a transfer stain with that movement and kind of filtering effect that we see.
So if this is in fact blood, would that be consistent with a bloody object rubbing against the box?
Yes, it would.
People 439? What do we see in People's Exhibit 439 now?
People's Exhibit 439 is inside that basement storage room. We can see the concrete floor and we can see Sharpie marks on the floor. So after all of the items had been taken out of the storage room, we did do Blue Star on the basement, and then the areas with the presumptive positive reaction were actually circled with Sharpies.
And did you photograph the Blue Star in the basement?
So there was an attempt made and we had a bit of a camera malfunction. And when that started happening, that's actually when I decided to go ahead and circle the areas where we had that reaction. The reaction was observed by 4 individuals. But that way we could have a visual of the areas that had that presumptive positive blue glow.
440? What do we see in 440?
People's Exhibit 440 is again a photograph of the floor of the basement storage room where we can see the circled Sharpie marks. We can actually still see some of the spray from the liquid Blue Star as well. But for point of reference, in the upper left corner, we can see kind of the 2x4. So that's actually where the entry was. So this actually spanned across the storage room to the northeast corner, kind of where a sump pump was located.
Could you use the pointer again and just kind of point out where the circles are? I don't know, maybe we can, I need to go over there and turn the lights down on that switch.
It's up to you. It's the green buttons there.
Which one?
Both of them.
That helps. Can you point out the circles now on the,
So entry is going to be over here in the upper left, and we can see the furnace back here. So we have areas circled here spanning across the entire photograph all the way over to the lower right corner of the photograph.
now, does that go towards where we saw that clear tub that you collected with the purple handles on January 29th, 2020?
From what I recall, it spanned again to the northeast corner, which is kind of toward the corner for reference where the red suitcase and that large carpet roll was. I would have to see another photograph to remember where that tub was on that at that time.
Okay. Let's go to 441, then we'll go back to that photograph, okay? What do we see in 441?
People's Exhibit 441 is actually a photograph to where we're seeing the northeast corner. So we can see the sump pump back in the upper right-hand corner. And we have the same area where we can see the Sharpie circles going into that corner, and you can actually still see some of the liquid spray marks around them.
We can go back to 407 now, please.
And if you could find a reasonable breaking point in the next couple of minutes, please.
Yep, we're going to finish up with this and
Thought that was it.
okay, we have 407 up now. There's the red suitcase that you alluded to. Do you see the tub there?
Yes. So based on seeing this photograph and the proximity of the tub to that area, yes. So those did go in that general direction. That sump pump I had mentioned is actually just to the left behind all of those boxes.
Those are my questions, John. Thanks.
Okay. Ms. No. Ms. Bell, I'm going to have you step down, and because I have some things that I need to attend to, so I'll have you step down. You'll have to come back on Monday.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So we'll see you back on Monday at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, judge is like, I need to be out now.
John, do you mind if I go slip those light?
Yes, please. I was going to ask somebody to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our weekend break. Again, I'm going to go through the long instruction that you probably are tired of, but I still need to read it anyway. You've probably already guessed that there's been some public or media interest in this case. There could be more in the coming weeks. You must guard against that, as you will be required to decide this case based on the evidence presented and the instructions that I give to you. Again, you can tell your friends and family that you are on this jury and how long you think it will go. You can ask for their help in avoiding exposure to stories or even opinions from others regarding this case. But you cannot otherwise discuss anything about this case with anyone, and you should not listen to any opinions regarding this case from someone else. You can still blog or communicate with others, just not about this case. You can't do any blogging about your jury experience or communication with other jurors. You can still watch TV. You can still go on the internet. You still can patronize Amazon, but you just can't do anything about this case. If anything regarding this case comes through your feed, change the channel, turn the page, do not give it any attention.
You know they're not
allowed
gonna
to look at, read, consult, or use any material of any kind, including any newspapers, magazines, television, and radio broadcasts, dictionaries, medical, scientific, technical, religious, or law books or materials, or the internet in connection with your jury service. I want to emphasize that you must not seek or receive any information about this case from the internet, which includes all social networking, Google, Wikipedia, blogs, and other websites. You are not allowed to do any research of any kind about this case. So I'm going to dismiss, or I'm going to send all of you, almost all of you, home right now. We have, as you know, we're referring to all of the jurors by numbers, and you guys are probably going crazy because your numbers keep changing. Every time you come back, you have a different seat number, and it's based upon where you are when you come back in that group and where you are seated. So in this case, I'm going to let everybody leave except for juror number 12, white hoodie, hoop earrings. I need her to stay for just a few minutes. Everybody else is excused. Enjoy your weekend. And juror number 12, if you can remain with us for a moment.
I want to know what's going on with juror number 12.
Please. And juror number 10, if you just want to let yourself out.
Are they going to keep this going for juror number 12? Because I want to know what's up. I mean, if you're on the jury, you don't have to like dress up, man. She's just probably wearing a hoodie, man. Like it's, dude, it's snowing over there right now. It's cold.
The seated record should reflect that all of the jurors except for juror number 12 have left the courtroom. If we did our work right, I have the right juror. If we didn't, I apologize. I think you probably know why you might be here. Are you the juror that communicated to Mr. Combs that you knew one of the witnesses? Okay. You probably feel a little weird with everybody staring at you right now, but you did the right thing. Okay?
Absolutely.
This happens. It's really not that uncommon that somebody looks through the witness list and goes, I don't know any of these people. They don't recognize names. Names sometimes change. Sometimes they just don't remember the name, and then they see the face and they remember the person. And they do the right thing. They tell us that they know one of the witnesses. So who is it that you know, and how is it that you know that person?
So I know the expert witness, Stephanie Happ. I
Okay.
think was her last name, distantly.
Okay. How is it that you know her?
So about 3 years ago, I was a worship leader at a church. My dad was the pastor. Stephanie's mother-in-law attended that church. Stephanie did not. Stephanie's mother-in-law is getting up in years and wanted to discuss with my father and I, as her pastoral staff, her wishes for her for her funeral. And she wanted to do that while she was still alive. So about 3 years ago, this person that attended our church gathered my father and mother and I at what turned out to be Stephanie's house, and along with her other children, to discuss her end of life wishes. So for about a couple of hours, we were in that home discussing funeral arrangements. And then we all greeted one another warmly and I left.
Okay.
Then, as it turns out, last October, this same church member of ours had an adult daughter who passed away from stomach cancer. Because I was part of the clergy of this thing, Janice asked me to sing at her daughter's funeral. So I did that. And at that funeral, I saw Stephanie, greeted her, gave her a hug, told her I was very sorry for her loss, and we've gone our separate ways. So those are the 2 times that I have.
Did she know what she does for a living?
Stephanie.
Okay. So yeah, I have to ask this question. Did you, and I know it's going to sound kind of foolish, but did you or did she mention anything about this case to you during either one of those instances? Do you or would you be able to judge her testimony just as you've been able to judge everybody else's testimony in this case?
Absolutely.
Is there anything about the context that you've had with her that would make you say, you know, I'm going to believe her because I know her, or I'm going to disbelieve her because I know her, something along those lines? Do you think that you can weigh her testimony just as you would weigh the testimony of any other witness in this case?
I do.
Do you believe that you can still remain fair and impartial? Do you believe you can still remain a fair and impartial juror in this case, even though you've had some contacts with one witness and not others?
I do.
All right. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to send you back to the jury room. I want you to wait there for a couple of minutes while I talk with the lawyers, and then I will get back to you. Okay. And What you can tell the jurors, if somebody asks, you can tell them that you had a discussion, or we had a discussion here because you disclosed rightly that you recognized one of the witnesses after you saw them, and we had to ask you about that. Don't tell them who the witness was that you knew. Don't tell them what our conversation was, anything else like that. But at least this way they'll know what the conversation was, and they will know that the right thing to do in a situation like this is to say, hey, I know one of those witnesses, and let us know. Okay? All right. All rise for juror 12, please.
I love that she came forward and I mean, because I don't think it's going to have any impact. I'm just curious if the defense is going to move in order to stall, if the defense is going to move that she gets removed
12 has
and
left the
replaced.
courtroom. Are there any challenges to juror number 12 continuing to serve as a juror in this case? Prosecution?
No, Judge. The juror was very conscientious, brought this information to us immediately, it sounds like.
Totally.
Talked about 2 passing interactions that she had with Ms. Happ some years ago, and indicates that she can still be very fair and impartial in this case, and is not going to give her any special deference or anything like that. So I don't think there's any reason from our perspective that she would be challenged for cause.
Defense?
I'm going to move to have her excused for a couple of different reasons. One, I'm not alleging any bad faith or anything on the part of this juror, but it appears that it's more than a passing connection. It sounded, at least what I was gathering, it sounded like she was hoping to do end of life planning for Ms. Happ. I thought it was her mother, that there was a couple hour long meeting at the house, that there was a connection.
She left though.
Shared church, a religious connection. Part of the issue is, Your Honor, this is not just a lay or perceiving witness. This is an expert witness whose opinion these jurors are going to have to determine the basis of their opinion and how they value their opinion and so forth. So it's not just whether she would give her more credibility. It's also how she would weigh her expert opinion on this. And it's expert opinion that is key to this case. Ms. Happ has identified the gun in question that she testified about as being the gun that actually killed Gannon Stauch. Furthermore, they're going to have later evidence that is going to put Ms. Stauch's DNA on that gun. And so this is the key connection of all the other, there's everything else is there's a lot of circumstantial. I mean, this is pretty direct tie with Ms. Stauch to the weapon that this witness is saying actually killed Gannon Stauch. So based upon that,
He's making valid points.
Different situation because it's an expert and it's her opinion that she's going to be judging, and she does have a relationship with her. Further, Your Honor, I can say that that juror was one of the ones we had a lot of debate on as far as whether or not to use a preemptory challenge.
Pitching it too hard though. The judge is going to be like, nope.
She came, it was down. She was our last one. It was her and another juror. Whoever we used our last preemptory on, it, the choice was between her and that juror. Had we known that she had this kind of connection with this expert witness, we would use a preemptory challenge on her. We're, I think, more than or close to halfway through this trial. We have 6 alternate jurors on this case. I think that it's a cleaner to excuse her at this time with our things and move one of the alternates on, and that way we can go forward.
All right. I want to think about this over the weekend. I'm also going to review her questionnaire again as well, and also the seating and strike chart.
Easy
to see
deets.
where we were.
Easy on the ums.
To see how
on the
jabs
jabs.
Shook out. I don't know, since she was not excused, whether that will help me a whole lot, but I want to look at 2 of those things, and then I will make a decision before we start trial on Monday.
Okay.
Go from there.
Yeah, we just have one other issue to bring up.
Go ahead.
Judge. Are you ready for it now?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. It's come to our attention.
Hold on just.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold up, man. Hold up.
It's
Okay,
come
go
to our
ahead.
attention that during the, I think mostly the afternoon session of witnesses today, that the defendant has been flipping the bird potentially to witnesses or to our family that are here.
What?
And there have been pictures that have been passed to me during this process. One, it's disrespectful to this court. It's disrespectful to this process. And I would ask the court to admonish her to refrain from acting this way in the future during the pendency of this case.
Unreal.
I've not seen any of that, but on the other hand,
I hope the jury
defendant
has.
is, to my far right. I can see her some on a screen, but I'll just take it as is. Ms. Stauch, what you need to understand is that I can control the conduct of an awful lot of people in the courtroom, including yours. And don't do that. Don't show that kind of, don't be making disrespectful
Don't do that.
Gestures to witnesses, to people, to family members, anything like that.
Wow, dude.
You need to understand
She's a
that if
child.
that continues, I can have you removed and the trial will continue without you. And you will sit in a holding cell in this building. And every time we take a break, I'll bring you back up to ask whether or not you can conform your conduct to what I'm requiring. If you choose to act in a disruptive behavior or disruptive fashion, I'll just have you removed and we'll continue on without you. And then we'll check and see if you want to come back and behave in a respectful manner.
She's a childish
I'll just
bully.
leave it at that. And we will see where we are on Monday. All right. All right. Court will be in recess. You can leave everything here. The only thing that I for sure want to have locked up is the gun and the ammunition. I don't ever leave that out. So that we need to make sure gets into a locker somewhere or into an evidence closet somewhere. Other than that, we'll see everybody 9 o'clock on Monday morning.
All rise.
Wow. Okay. Hold on a second real quick, folks. Let's see if we can't find that. Okay. Looks like we got it. Wow. Thank you, Patty. Thanks, Dr. Blair Esquire. Sir, I appreciate your coverage, and I'll be back next week. This trial is getting more interesting by the day. Enjoy chat as usual, intelligence with a touch of humor. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. All right, let's take a look here. Wow. Wow, dude. That's crazy, dude. This lady sucks, dude. This lady sucks. She's a childlike bully. Can you imagine if she would have defended herself? Can you imagine where we would be right now if she had defended herself like Daryl Brooks did? I mean, it's mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. This woman is horrible, bro. Like, that is not the way an innocent person acts. Nothing indicates that this person is even like that's supposed to convince us that she was crazy and snapped out of it. And now here she is. And wow. Yeah, like she knows she's caught. She's just confirming to all of us who suspected that she was just using the court rules as a stall tactic. She's proving to everybody that everybody was right about her. I mean, and I wonder if the jury is seeing this. Now, as far as the juror being excused, I know a lot of people in the chat were just like, oh my God, they got to keep her. They got to keep her, blah, blah, blah. you know, I like that she was very honest and forthcoming. Nobody would have ever known if she had not come forward and said that she knew Miss Happ, Stephanie Happ. I commend her for her honesty. But it's not going to make much of a difference. I think maybe it'll delay things a little bit, but not by much at all. If that, if they replace her with an alternate, I don't think it's unreasonable for the defense to ask for her to be replaced. But, you know, the prosecution just wants to move on. The judge just wants to move on. But the judge is going to do things the proper way. The judge is going to review her questionnaire over the weekend, and then he's going to make a decision come Monday. And I don't think it's going to matter, you know, even if that juror is excused, there'll be an alternate. And right, exactly, Deets on the street. It's not that big a deal. So it's not a mistrial. It's not anything of that nature. It's all going to be just fine. Now, I want to thank you guys for being here and watching. And I will be, I'm sure I will be live, if not even maybe even tonight. Who knows? Because there's some Battery Betty updates. So I don't know. I'll either go live again tonight or at least some point over the weekend to discuss that stuff, because yeah, Jesus. Anyways, I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate all you guys and your insight in the chats and your opinions. Thank you so much for that. And everybody being really respectful. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me. Nicole B, thank you so much. My friend suggested I come over here to watch. Glad I did. I'll be back Monday. Thank you for your coverage. You're welcome. And thank you for being here. And thanks to your friend who recommended this channel. Appreciate that. Guys, I love you guys very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.